Chapter 101: The Birth of a Fanatic. "Sir, he is about to awaken," Nova informed Aaron, indicating that 2 hours had passed in the real universe. "Thanks," Aaron said, and immediately left the simulated universe to log out. When he logged out, he stretched himself, feeling refreshed as if he had slept the entire night. This was because as soon as he logged into the VR, Nova had promptly initiated the REM procedure to deceive Aaron's brain into believing that he was sleeping. This allowed his brain to rest, considering he had dedicated the entire night to infusing mana into runes. Aaron put the VR headset on the table and began waiting for John to wake up, as he was sure he would be waking up within 10 minutes. 9 minutes later. John's POV. As John awakened, he experienced a sense of tranquility, as if he had indulged in a blissful night's rest, an uncommon occurrence since his injury. As he began relishing the pleasant sensation, his mind interjected abruptly. "Hold on, wait a minute, something ain't right." Consequently, he initiated a mental exploration, conjuring up theories to explain the absence of the usual pain that accompanied his awakening after resorting to sleeping pills. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he contemplated, "Is this what it feels like to die? Perhaps he truly did take my organs." His emotions became entangled, torn between a sense of relief that the pain had vanished, yet also tinged with sadness for having departed without experiencing closure. Interrupting his thoughts, a voice asked, "How are you feeling?" Upon hearing the question, he swiftly transitioned to a seated position, astonished by his newfound ability to do so. However, his amazement quickly dissipated as he felt the sensation in both his legs and hands. "Oh my God!" he exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief, as he raised his amputated hand and beheld its presence instead of the void that had occupied its space before. In an instant, he became oblivious to the voice that had posed the initial question, his gaze fixating on his legs. To his astonishment, the previously atrophied leg had regained its former vitality. However, before he could fully absorb this revelation, another question interjected. "Hey, can you hear me?" Raising his head to locate the source of the sound, he discovered the familiar figure of the man he had encountered the previous night. Overcoming his initial surprise, he promptly inquired, "Are you the Angel of Death? Am I dead? Is that why my body has reverted to its previous state?" Upon hearing the question, Aaron couldn't contain his laughter, caught off guard by the unexpected query emerging from a blind spot. Although he had anticipated witnessing John's reaction upon awakening with a fully restored body, he never imagined being mistaken for an angel of death. After a hearty laughter that lasted for approximately 30 seconds, Aaron eventually regained composure, allowing him to respond to the inquiry he had been posed. "No, I am not the Angel of Death," he replied earnestly. "You are not deceased, and indeed, your body has not only returned to its former state, but has actually surpassed its previous condition." Taking a pause before he continued, "Just as I assured you, everything has come to an end now that you have awakened. It is time for you to fulfill your part of the bargain," he concluded with a serious tone, his once smiling countenance replaced by a more serious expression, both in his face and his voice. As Aaron's words resonated with John, a flood of memories rushed back, and he recollected the events of the previous night in their entirety. He recalled making a solemn vow to pledge his loyalty to the man, firmly believing that his disabilities rendered any potential usefulness of such loyalty futile. Curiosity sparked within John, and questions filled his mind. How did he accomplish it? To my knowledge, There is no known method for regenerating an amputated hand. Was such technology kept secret and withheld from the public? Numerous inquiries sprouted in his mind, urging him to delve deeper into the mystery. However, a profound transformation occurred within him as he recollected the dire circumstances he had faced before. Rising to his feet, John's determination surged, and he promptly dropped down onto one knee. With unwavering conviction and a serious tone in his voice, he made his solemn pledge. I swear before God that I shall remain loyal to you, unwavering and steadfast, and I shall never betray you under any circumstances. Every word that left his lips carried profound sincerity, etched upon his earnest countenance. As Aaron witnessed the man humbly dropping to his knees, reminiscent of medieval oaths of loyalty, a sense of contentment washed over him. He felt a surge of happiness that the man had upheld his promise, thus eliminating the need for drastic measures such as forcing him into signing a loyalty contract. Aaron had invested considerable effort, and he harbored no desire to see his endeavors go unrewarded. Unbeknownst to Aaron, a fanatic was born on that very day, someone who would go to great lengths to carry out any command, regardless of how distasteful or abhorrent it may be. Stand up, Aaron commanded, acknowledging the oath and solidifying the recruitment of his first member into his forces, marking the official start of his private forces. Yes, sir, John responded promptly, swiftly rising to his feet and assuming an attentive position. He stood quietly, awaiting further orders with unwavering readiness. Aaron found himself pleasantly surprised by John's swift shift in attitude, observing how he immediately sprung into action without hesitation. The readiness and dedication John displayed caught Aaron off guard in the best possible way. Take a seat, Aaron instructed, recognizing that without the explicit command, John might continue standing indefinitely, waiting for further instructions. Yes, sir, John replied obediently, assuming a military posture while taking his seat as if he were within the presence of a high-ranking army commander. Is there anything significant remaining in your life? Aaron inquired, although he was aware that there was nothing of importance left for John. No, sir, John responded promptly. In that case, there should be no issue with you acquiring a new identity, correct? Besides, your appearance has changed, and you now appear to be in your 20s as a result of the procedure. Yes, sir, John responded immediately, his head tilted in curiosity in response to what Aaron said about his physical transformation. Upon noticing John's confusion, Aaron realized the source of his bewilderment. Ah, you haven't seen your own face yet, he remarked, retrieving his phone. With a swift reaction, Nova uploaded a real-life 3D rendering of John from the brain data she collected. Here, take a look, Aaron offered, extending his phone to John, allowing him to witness his new body. John received the phone with both hands, showing respect, and focused his gaze on the screen, as he beheld the remarkably lifelike 3D image of himself. Astonishment washed over John as he observed his youthful appearance in the 3D image. It was truly remarkable, and he couldn't help but acknowledge that if he hadn't placed unwavering trust in Aaron's words, he would have found it difficult to believe. Recalling how years of excessive stress and inadequate sleep had taken a toll on his appearance, causing him to appear older than his actual age in his 30s, the transformation seemed almost miraculous. After allowing John a moment to process his astonishment, Aaron proceeded to provide further information. There is $50,000 deposited into your account. You have 1 month to use this time as you please before your new Social Security card, passport, bank account, driver's license, and birth certificate are delivered to your residence. Once everything has been delivered, contact me to notify me, so that I can officially begin assigning your tasks. I must emphasize, however, that I expect no troubles from you during this period." "Yes, sir," John responded promptly, his heart brimming with gratitude for the chance to make use of his fully restored body in any way he desired for the duration of 1 month. Having received the desired response, Aaron promptly stood up, prompting John to rise alongside him. Aaron then removed a brand new phone he had purchased on his way from his pocket and handed it to John, who received it respectfully before he took his phone back. "Use this to contact me whenever you require assistance," he instructed. With that, Aaron made his way toward the door, preparing to depart from John's house and return to his own. John accompanied Aaron to the door, displaying a keenness to see him off. However, Aaron intervened, informing him that it was unnecessary to go any further. At that point, John halted and saluted Aaron, bidding him farewell in a gesture of respect and gratitude. Aaron closed the door behind him and swiftly started making his way toward where he had parked his car. A tinge of regret washed over him for leaving the car in a spot quite distant from the house for the sake of secrecy and to avoid any potential eyewitnesses, as Nova couldn't handle them yet. "What do you think he will do with the 1 month and money I gave him?" Aaron asked Nova as he was walking to the car. Nova responded with a single-word frowny face: sex. "Why do you think so?" Aaron inquired while laughing, his laughter stemming from Nova's blunt response. Based on his history, it appears that he frequently visited adult websites as a means to occupy his mind and find distraction through self-pleasure, Nova explained. It seems that he couldn't afford to pay for an escort in recent months, unlike during the initial period after his discharge. That's a normal response if he was truly deprived in that aspect," Aaron answered to Nova's explanation. Chapter 102: Gears Moving. Aaron arrived back at his home when it was about 8 in the morning, in which he immediately joined his family in eating breakfast and spending time with them until noon before he left to continue the collection of his forces by having a visit to all the candidates Nova had prepared for him. Rena Rothschild Mansion. "Chloe, give me an update on our ongoing discussions with the Department of Justice?" inquired Rena. "The legal team is in the final stages of negotiating with the Department of Justice, and they anticipate concluding the process by the end of this week," Chloe elaborated. "Excellent. Notify the Finance Department to commence the search for a suitable bank that can provide me a loan of $5 billion within 2 months," Rena instructed. "For you personally? Not for the company?" Chloe asked, her surprise evident as she wondered if she had misunderstood. "Yes, I require the funds for making certain investments," Rena confirmed. Chloe was taken aback by Rena's response, and her surprise was evident. Observing Chloe's reaction, Rena inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" "Miss, considering you are not the designated successor of the family, the likelihood of banks approving a loan of $5 billion for you is quite slim," Chloe explained, providing the rationale. "Tell them to use the Ally International shares that were given to me as collateral," she responded upon hearing Chloe's concern. "However, even if we consider utilizing those shares as collateral, the bank may exploit the issue with the Department of Justice to justify offering the loan at an exorbitant interest rate, considering your ongoing competition with your brother," Chloe explained, highlighting the potential challenges they will face. "That won't be an issue. Instruct the financial department to negotiate for a lower interest rate with the banks. However, If the negotiation doesn't yield favorable results, they should accept the bank's proposed interest rate under the condition that it remains the standard rate if the loan is repaid within a year. If the repayment timeline exceeds 1 year, the interest rate will align with the bank's initial proposal. Rena swiftly responded, giving the impression to Chloe that she had already considered these factors beforehand, prior to issuing the order. Upon realizing Rena's preparedness, Chloe nodded in agreement and promptly began taking note of the instructions provided by Rena. Another reason Chloe refrained from further questioning was Rena's influential family background. She was aware that in the event of any unfavorable outcomes, Rena would receive support from her family, resulting in relatively minor consequences for the mistake she had made. At most, she will regress to her previous state and have to strive to regain her position, Chloe thought to herself while taking notes. Also, get in touch with the account opening department and have them create a new personal investment account in my name where the loan will be deposited, Rena instructed. Yes, miss, Chloe acknowledged, jotting down another note before bidding her farewell to inform the relevant departments about the instructions she had received from Rena. Left alone, she murmured to herself, once the loan gets approved and deposited within this month, we'll have approximately 5 months before the Morgans initiate their attack. That should provide us with sufficient time to prepare. It is indeed sufficient time, but you will need to provide your accounting information to Mother. She will oversee all the preparations, leveraging her vast computing power during the process and ensure it is conducted discreetly by spreading out the preparations over an extended period to minimize the likelihood of attracting attention from the Morgans. Ava replied back. I always hear you speak so highly of your mother, but how does her computing power compare to the advanced systems we have in our private network? Rena asked, her curiosity piqued by the constant mention of the fabled Mother Nova, who not only handles Aaron's problems, but also occasionally lends her assistance to them. Although I don't possess the complete information about this, as Mother has kept it a secret, she has mentioned to me that her computing power could rival the combined capabilities of all existing supercomputers. However, personally, I believe her computing power surpasses that estimation by several orders of magnitude, based on the incredible speed at which I consistently receive answers to difficult questions I sent to her. Often, I receive responses in less than a second after she receives them. Ava expressed her opinion, emphasizing the impressive capabilities she has witnessed firsthand. Upon hearing Ava's estimation of her mother's computing power, Rena found herself at a loss for words. The magnitude of the revelation stirred up a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions in her mind, rendering her unable to articulate a response. Despite being aware that Aaron possessed an AI system more potent than Ava, Rena had presumed its computing power to be at most double or even quintuple that of their family's private network server and supercomputer. However, learning that its capabilities surpassed even those expectations raised numerous questions in her mind. After taking a moment to gather herself, she voiced her curiosity. Wouldn't the existence of such a powerful computer attract attention? It seems astonishing that such a groundbreaking technology could remain a secret. Initially, Mother began her operations within a standard server farm that Sir Aaron had constructed for both personal use and the company. However, it seems that at present, she is utilizing a computer specifically designed by Sir Aaron himself, deviating from conventional systems, Ava explained, providing her assumptions based on the classified information that even she was not privy to. I'm tired of even thinking about it anymore, Rena decided, choosing to bring the topic to a close. Her mind felt burdened and fatigued from contemplating everything concerning Aaron. Yes, Ava replied, her tone hinting at the suppressed amusement she felt witnessing Rena's reaction to the information. Rena refocused her attention on her work, assisted by Ava, as she tackled the remaining issues plaguing the company. She was determined to ensure that everything returned to a state free from problems. This was crucial for her to be fully prepared for the upcoming event without any distractions that could divert her focus. If all went according to plan, that fateful day held the promise of her regaining her position as a formidable contender for the seat of the next family head. Eden. In an opulent office space leased by Connect, serving as their interim headquarters, Felix could be seen having a discussion with Liam regarding the company's current situation. Felix inquired about the progress of the company. "How are things going?" he asked Liam, the vice president. Liam responded, "The consolidation process is expected to be completed within the upcoming weeks. However, the infrastructure upgrade will require additional time and extend beyond that. Considering the circumstances, it would be wise for us to begin preparations for a special gift to our users once the consolidation is successfully concluded," suggested Felix, referring to the plan provided by Aaron upon completing the company acquisition. "This gesture can serve as a warm welcome from us to those who have had their internet access monopolized by a single company." "I agree with the idea, as it presents an opportunity to create a favorable impression among the masses. However, I'm curious to know your suggestions on how we should execute this plan," inquired Liam, eager to hear Felix's proposal. "Yesterday, we received a collaboration request from a major corporation. Here, have a look at their proposal," Felix said, handing the folder containing the proposal to Liam. Liam, who had grown accustomed to receiving comprehensive plans in folders, picked up the folder to examine the proposed collaboration. The proposal originated from the globally renowned company, GIA Technology. They offered a staggering sum of $100 million in exchange for us providing free internet connectivity for 6 months to users who upgraded their phone's operating system to Gaia OS, including those who have already made the switch. "This is indeed an enticing offer, but I'm curious as to why the company would want us to promote their OS when people are already voluntarily switching to it," inquired Liam, seeking clarification on the reasons behind receiving this sponsorship offer. "I'm not entirely sure about the exact motivations behind their request. However, considering that this offer presents a lucrative opportunity for our company, I see no reason to decline it. Moreover, even without this offer, we would still need to provide a certain period of free internet service to address some of the dissatisfaction among our users. Therefore, accepting this proposal can be viewed as a positive move for us," Felix explained, concealing the fact that the company was owned by the same individual. "Certainly, I will carefully review the offer and explore potential ways to utilize it even more effectively, aiming to reshape the company's public perception," Liam affirmed. He bid farewell, picked up the folder, and departed from the office, heading towards his workspace to commence planning for the advertisement rollout. Chapter 103 Gears continue moving. As twilight descended, Aaron arrived home after successfully recruiting another individual named Miles to join his forces. To his delight, he found his family engaged in the preparations for their evening meal. "Come and join us," his mother beckoned, using a gentle wave of her hand, calling him to join them. Without hesitation, Aaron immediately proceeded to wash his hands before joining his family at the dinner table to assist them in the preparations before they sat down and started eating the meal with them. As they indulged in the meal, they engaged in lighthearted conversation, savoring each bite. After they had finished eating and tidied up the table, Henry left at once, heading to Aaron's room to play PlayStation, leaving Aaron and his parents in the living room. "How's work going?" his father asked with genuine curiosity, clearly displaying his keen interest in his son's professional pursuits. "It's going very well, and we are expanding faster than before," Aaron responded to his father's question before posing one of his own. "And how about you?" His father paused for a moment, contemplating his response. Gratitude resonated in his voice as he spoke. "I can't ask for anything better, thanks to you. I no longer have to worry about whether my family will have heat or not. You've changed our lives for the better." A hint of embarrassment tinged his words, a reminder of the hardships they had faced in the past. Observing the atmosphere taking a somber turn, his mother interjected. "It appears you've been quite occupied since your return from the business trip." She directed her question at Aaron, acknowledging the increased amount of time he had been spending away and assuming it was solely due to his work demands. "Yes, the company is currently undergoing a rapid growth phase, and I need to be actively involved in approving decisions and planning future actions," Aaron responded, opting to stick with the explanation that justified his increased absence. He refrained from revealing the true nature of his activities, which involved healing individuals and enlisting them in his forces while gaining their unwavering loyalty. "Don't push yourself too hard, Aaron. Your health is of utmost importance, more valuable than anything else," his mother advised, expressing genuine concern for his well-being. His father nodded in agreement, silently supporting her words. Little did they know that the likelihood of humanity conquering the universe within the next 3 years was higher than Aaron falling ill anytime soon. "Yes, I will be cautious. By the way, have you made any decisions regarding going on vacation?" Aaron asked his mother, smoothly transitioning to a different topic. "Yes, I discussed it with your father, and he's also on board with the idea. We're waiting for May to arrive, because Henry's summer break begins in a week," his mother replied, providing an update on their vacation plans. "That's fantastic. It will give you the opportunity to explore multiple destinations during that time. So where do you have in mind to visit?" Aaron inquired, expressing curiosity about their intended travel destinations. "We're currently considering visiting famous locations in Europe, but we're having difficulty deciding where to begin," his father responded, acknowledging their current dilemma. He couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity at the stark contrast between their previous financial struggles and their current conundrum of choosing vacation destinations. "Oh, if that's where you're facing a roadblock, I can assist you with that. I've been in Europe for the past 2 months, and I can help plan the itinerary in a way that minimizes travel time and maximizes your enjoyment," Aaron offered, eager to make their vacation planning process smoother and more convenient. "Thank you, but why aren't you coming with us? Will you be busy even during that time?" his mother inquired, a tinge of sadness evident in her voice as she expressed her disappointment at his apparent absence from the vacation plans. "I genuinely want to come with you all, but I have work obligations that require my presence. However, I'll join you as soon as I can find some free time from the company," Aaron replied. "It's commendable that you're dedicated to your work, but don't exhaust yourself just to be with us. We can always adjust our plans and wait for you to finish your work so we can embark on the vacation together. The summer break is quite long," his father expressed, conveying his concern for Aaron's well-being when he heard his reply. "No, there's no need to do that. Henry is eagerly looking forward to the vacation, and besides, I'm uncertain if I'll have any substantial free time. There's always a chance of unforeseen events occurring," Aaron responded, dismissing the idea of postponing the vacation to accommodate his work schedule. Aaron was certain that he would not have sufficient time in the upcoming months to accompany them on vacation. He planned to utilize the period they were away to extensively travel across America, collecting brain data and further expanding his forces. "If that's the case, then we'll be waiting for you in Europe," his father answered after hearing Aaron's explanation. "Yes," Aaron replied, and they continued engaging in conversation on various topics for approximately half an hour. Eventually, Aaron bid his parents farewell and made his way to his room to enjoy some gaming and spend quality time with Henry, who he won't be seeing for some time. After spending a few hours playing games with Henry, Aaron sent him to go to sleep. Once Henry had settled in, Aaron made his way to the basement, where he resumed his work. Inside the Universal Simulation. "Sir, the app is complete," Nova informed Aaron as soon as he logged in and entered through the gate. "What app?" Aaron asked, momentarily perplexed, as he couldn't recall having requested Nova to create any specific application. "The tour app for your parents to use during their vacation throughout Europe," Nova replied, clarifying the purpose of the app she had developed. "Oh, so you decided to create an app instead of simply preparing a travel plan?" Aaron responded, expressing his surprise at the choice Nova made. This way, they can have the freedom to choose the places they want to visit, rather than being limited to the ones you prefer. It offers them the opportunity to make their own decisions and have a personalized experience, Nova explained, providing her rationale for developing an app rather than simply providing a predetermined travel plan. "Show it to me," Aaron requested, and instantly, a phone materialized in his hand, displaying the app with all its functionalities already loaded and open for exploration. He began navigating through the app, thoroughly exploring its contents to understand its features and offerings. The app encompassed everything one could ever require when visiting a particular destination. It provided detailed information on various modes of transportation, including driving directions and public transportation routes within the county. Additionally, it featured captivating imagery of the attractions visitors could expect to encounter upon arrival. Furthermore, the app incorporated authentic reviews from individuals who had previously visited the location, offering valuable insights. It even included essential warnings and reminders for places with specific rules or important considerations that visitors should keep in mind. The app's comprehensive nature ensured that users would have all the necessary information and guidance at their fingertips. Nova meticulously curated the app, incorporating an extensive range of vital information she deemed essential for travelers. She harnessed a multitude of sources, including Google Maps, review data, and numerous other datasets she had collected throughout her existence for training and other various applications. By harnessing this vast reservoir of data, the app provided unparalleled accuracy, fully maximizing its potential with the wealth of information currently available worldwide. "Great job!" Aaron complimented Nova on her creation, acknowledging the app's exceptional quality and usefulness. "Thank you," Nova replied graciously to Aaron's praise. "I'll hand it over to them tomorrow. Now let's get back to work. How is the consolidation process going?" Aaron inquired, shifting his focus back to the task at hand. After examining the program she had developed and was given to Felix, Nova provided her report. A week at the earliest, 3 weeks at the latest. Aaron had entrusted the program to Felix, allowing him to utilize it and help alleviate the workload associated with their consolidation efforts. "In that case, they should have begun planning the rollout of the promotion," Aaron stated upon hearing Nova's report. "Yes, But won't this give the impression to the dictator that we are needlessly losing money, potentially resulting in him receiving a smaller share when the designated time for dividend payment arrives? Nova expressed her concern. The sponsorship was conceived with this in mind, requiring them to switch to Gaia OS serves a dual purpose. It not only allows us to establish contact and exert influence over the population towards a revolution, but it also serves as a legitimate reason in the eyes of the dictator for providing the free data plan exclusively to those who have adopted the new operating system. This approach helps us avoid arousing suspicion as to why we are only offering the free data plan to those adopting the new OS. Aaron clarified. When do you intend to eliminate the presence of the other revolutionary leaders from the public eye? Nova asked after she received the answer to her previous question. I intend to execute that step during the final phase of the plan, aiming to generate additional discontent and push the situation to its tipping point. You can think of them as the metaphorical powder keg. However, their freedom until that time relies on their ability to refrain from causing any trouble as Alexander's group grows in strength. If they prove incapable of exercising self-control, I will have to address the situation and deal with them before reaching that phase of the plan. Aaron elaborated, outlining his strategy for handling the other revolutionary leaders. But shouldn't you already be aware of these plans, considering they are contained within the brain data you downloaded? Aaron inquired, expressing his curiosity as to why Nova was seeking information that she could easily access by reviewing his memories from the brain data. From your memories, there was no specific date or plan assigned, and it was labeled as undecided. This indicates that at that point in time, you had not yet determined how you would approach this particular topic, Nova clarified, highlighting the information she gathered from reviewing Aaron's memories. Oh, okay. Aaron nodded in approval, now understanding the purpose behind Nova's specific questions. Following the answer, they continued their discussion, spending a few hours where Nova briefed Aaron on important information that he had missed. This encompassed various topics, ranging from world politics and economics to other crucial aspects that would enable them to adapt and refine their plans according to the current global landscape. As a wise man once said, there are no ideal conditions, only ideal responses. Sun Tzu. Chapter 104 Phase 2 begins. A week later. Aaron was behind the wheel, chauffeuring his family to the airport as they embarked on their long-awaited vacation. Accompanying them were 3 additional vehicles carrying security personnel, dedicated to ensuring their safety throughout the journey. Why aren't you coming with us? Henry inquired, noticing that Aaron had not packed his bag into the car. I have some unfinished work to attend to. I will join you once I find some free time, Aaron explained, passing through the airport security checkpoint before proceeding to park the car. That's unfortunate, Henry said, his slight sadness overshadowed by the excitement he felt for the trip. Aaron couldn't help but let out a chuckle as he witnessed Henry's fleeting moment of sadness, which promptly vanished when Henry's gaze fixed upon an airplane landing outside the window. After parking the vehicles, the group, accompanied by the security team, entered the airport and proceeded to undergo the necessary security checks. They then made their way to the designated area where the private plane awaited, ready to transport Aaron's family and the security team to Europe. Join us as soon as you're able, said his mother, embracing him tightly as a farewell gesture. Yes, I promise, Aaron replied, moving to embrace his father before lifting Henry up to his eye level, causing laughter to erupt from the young boy. He then accompanied them to the plane and warmly greeted the pilots, whom he had gotten to know during his 2-month journey across Europe, where they had been his trusted transporters. Remember to use the app one gave you. It will assist you in choosing which places to visit. It's synchronized with the security team's devices, allowing them to prepare in advance once you've made your decision. All right? Aaron reminded his parents one last time before he exited the aircraft. He then stood outside, waving at the excited Henry through the window, as the airplane commenced its taxi towards the runway, embarking on its journey to transport the Michael family throughout their European vacation. Aaron patiently waited until the plane took off, then turned around and made his way towards the airport building, followed by 4 bodyguards, with one of them carrying a box. He was heading to one of the United Airlines ticket counters to purchase a plane ticket for California, where he planned to visit a specific division of Lockheed Martin, the fabled Skunk Works division. Once he had purchased the ticket, he turned to the 4 bodyguards, who had remained to drive the cars back home. One of them approached him, carrying a box, and handed it to Aaron. They then bid him farewell and proceeded to leave the airport to retrieve the cars, returning to the house to continue doing their security job. Aaron patiently waited for his boarding time to commence his work of gathering brain data from individuals on his list residing within the United States. His journey would begin on the West Coast, traversing through each state until he returned to his home state of New York on the East Coast. Alongside the brain data collection, he also intended to finalize the recruitment of his forces from the list of 308 individuals. Last week, he had successfully converted the remaining 15 people residing within the same state, resulting in him having a total of 18 people in his private forces who were currently on a 1-month holiday. He accomplished this by just healing them, restoring their health, and regenerating any missing body parts. He made sure to stop there and not continue using the healing rune like what he did to John in order to save time, as that can be done at any time. As Aaron had stopped using the rune once the individuals were fully healed, they did exhibit a more youthful appearance compared to before. However, the degree of transformation was not as pronounced as the remarkable changes John had undergone. He decided to postpone their mutation for the time being. His intention was to allow the research teams in Lab City to thoroughly study the evolved characteristics of John's body and develop a genetic serum capable of replicating the same results. This serum would then be used on the remaining members of his forces. The plan was arranged in a way that ensured that Aaron would be able to complete the entire operation within a span of 1 month and 2 weeks. Eden. Alexander could be seen in his study, engrossed in his work, as he dedicated his efforts to preparing his group for the imminent surge of new members. His focus revolved around ensuring their readiness to accommodate the forthcoming influx and that they are not overwhelmed. While Alexander was deep in thought, his concentration was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a notification. A soft ting emanated from his device, indicating the arrival of an SMS. He promptly diverted his attention and opened the message to see its contents. Sender, Connect. Connect Telecom, exciting offer announcement. Party Popper Globe with Meridians in celebration of our official launch of telecommunication services in Eden. We are delighted to present you with an exclusive offer. Enjoy 6 months of complimentary access to our comprehensive range of services, including calls, SMS, and internet. However, please note that this offer is exclusively available to those who switch to or have already switched to the Gaia OS. Upgrade your operating system today and experience uninterrupted connectivity. Click here to make the switch. Link #CONNECT Telecom #free internet hashtag free cellular services, hashtag important, hashtag Gaia Technologies, hashtag Gaia OS, hashtag Eden. After reading the message, Alexander knew that the most intense period since the establishment of their group had finally arrived. They had to endure this challenging phase for approximately 6 months before Eden entered a transformative era. Taking a moment to reflect on where they had come to reach this point, before he said, "Phase 2 has officially started," followed by a burst of laughter. His laughter intensified as he recollected the meeting with the other revolutionary leaders, where they had collectively rejected Aaron's offer. Yet, against all odds, Alexander had quietly followed his gut feeling and secretly agreed to the proposition, a decision that now seemed remarkably wise in hindsight. The irony of the situation overwhelmed him, fueling his amusement even further. In every corner of Eden, this message created a sensation across the entire nation, as people joyously celebrated the generosity of the new company. Almost everyone who had not yet switched their operating system to Gaia OS eagerly utilized the provided link in the message to make the transition. Remarkably, even individuals who lacked technical expertise found the process surprisingly user-friendly. All they needed to do was click on the link, which would redirect them to a website featuring a single button labeled Change OS. Once clicked, the operating system itself would take care of the rest, ensuring a seamless transition for the users. The process commenced with the OS download, swiftly followed by the seamless replacement of the existing OS while preserving all user data. Within just half an hour, from the moment of download to the system being fully restored and ready for operation, users could immediately begin utilizing the complimentary services provided by the telecom company. Chapter 105: Felix finding out Aaron's Trojan horse. The news continued to spread rapidly, reaching an increasing number of individuals until it eventually reached Adolf, the dictator. And without wasting time, he immediately called Felix, wanting to know more about the stunt that Connect was pulling. "Hello, Your Excellency," Felix respectfully responded as he answered the phone. "What is the meaning of this stunt? Are you deliberately aiming for financial losses in the initial years just to avoid paying me?" Adolf shouted, his voice resounding through the phone. "Your Excellency, it appears there has been a misunderstanding on your part. This complimentary telecommunication offer is made possible through an advertising partnership we have secured." Hence, the message was accompanied by the condition that users must switch their phone's operating system to Gaia OS in order for them to benefit from it. Felix explained, making an effort to maintain a composed tone despite growing frustration with the dictator's demeanor. "Give me the details about the offer," Adolf demanded, displaying a complete lack of trust. Adolf saw this as an opportunity to vent his dissatisfaction over signing a contract that delayed dividend payments by almost a year and 3 months. "They are compensating us with a sum of $100 million for offering free telecommunication services to all Gaia OS users in Eden for a duration of 6 months, Felix replied, maintaining his composure as best he could. "If that's the case, then it's satisfactory," Adolf acknowledged before abruptly ending the phone call, leaving Felix stunned with the phone still pressed to his ear. He restrained himself from shouting out his frustration, holding his emotions in check. "I really need to control myself, or one day I might lose control of myself and just end up shouting back at him, ruining everything I had worked hard to accomplish." Felix contemplated, recognizing the need to keep his emotions in check. However, a question lingered in his mind. Why did Aaron agree to pay the dividends? He's someone stubborn enough to resist the Department of Defense's attempts to acquire his program forcibly to the point that he sent them to court trying to annul the FISA order, he pondered, realizing that Aaron likely had no intention of paying any dividends to the dictator at all. If Aaron had intended to pay the dividends, he would have opted for a quarterly or semi-annual payment structure, as that would make the dictator look at them in a positive light. However, him deliberately choosing a yearly dividends payment, despite knowing it would displease the dictator, suggests that he has a plan in motion that should come to fruition within a year, Felix speculated, delving into his own hypothesis. Moreover, his reasoning for the yearly payment is bullshit, as our calculation indicated that we would have already begun earning profits by the 4th month following consolidation, making the need for a yearly payment questionable, he reasoned, addressing each question that arose in his mind. Furthermore, why choose to advertise the company and incentivize people to switch to Gaia OS with free internet, incurring expenses of $100 million in the process? Felix questioned, delving deeper into his analysis. It suggests that whatever Aaron is planning is contingent upon the majority, if not everyone, in the country having access to the internet and other telecommunication services, he pondered, recognizing the significance of widespread connectivity for Aaron's undisclosed scheme. One by one, he eliminated possibilities until only a single revelation remained. As the realization struck him, Felix abruptly rose from his chair, taken aback by the astonishing revelation. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he couldn't contain himself and exclaimed, "Holy shit! He's becoming increasingly bold," Felix murmured as he paced back and forth, his hands gripping the back of his head. The weight of the realization still gripping him, he trembled with fear, apprehensive that someone might uncover this plan. However, Felix gradually managed to regain his composure, as he recognized that his ability to reach such a conclusion was a result of his close friendship with Aaron. Having an intimate understanding of Aaron's character and thought processes allowed him to discern the true implications behind each decision. With this realization, a sense of reassurance washed over Felix, soothing his earlier fears. But how does he intend to utilize the telecommunication infrastructure to instigate a regime change? Felix pondered aloud, his mind consumed by the question. "Ahea, the program he entrusted me to use for the new company," Felix exclaimed, the realization hitting him like a bolt of lightning. Through that program, he has gained complete control over the entire country's internet infrastructure. With people switching to Gaia OS, a system he personally created, he can manipulate and control the information accessed by everyone within the country, he concluded, astounded by the magnitude of Aaron's plan. "Holy Mother!" Felix exclaimed, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest as he comprehended the vast scale of manipulation one could achieve with complete control over the entire country's internet access. The implications were staggering, and a shiver ran down his spine at the thought. "There are a few missing pieces in my calculations to complete the puzzle. A regime change requires a figurehead, but Aaron cannot be the one to become the next leader, as it would be perceived as a hostile takeover by both the people and other governments, leading to never-ending sanctions," Felix contemplated. After a brief moment of reflection, he concluded that Aaron must have already identified someone who would serve as the figurehead for the new regime. But what does he stand to gain from this plan? Felix questioned himself, attempting to discern the motives that would drive Aaron to orchestrate a regime change in another country. His mind raced, exploring various possibilities that could explain Aaron's ulterior motives behind such a grand scheme. After a brief period of contemplation, Felix reached a conclusion. "Control," he uttered, realizing that Aaron's primary objective was to gain extensive control over the situation. However, he couldn't help but feel that this was an excessive reaction on Aaron's part, considering it was merely a matter of being compelled to surrender a program to the government. Unless. Felix paused, a peculiar and somewhat absurd thought emerging in his mind. What if he possesses something even greater than everything he has released thus far, and he fears it being taken away from him once again? He contemplated aloud, the notion presenting itself as a plausible explanation for Aaron's extreme measures. In the wake of this realization, Felix couldn't contain his laughter, overcome with a sense of irony. The dictator, Adolf, had unknowingly supported Aaron's consolidation of power, blinded by his own greed and narrow vision. It was akin to inviting an enemy into one's own house without even realizing it. "Ah, Adolf, poor you," Felix uttered, a mix of empathy and satisfaction in his voice. All the pent-up frustration he had endured from constantly humbling himself in front of the dictator, no matter how rudely Adolf treated him, now seemed to dissipate like dust being washed away by water. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy for his friend Aaron, recognizing the successful execution of the Trojan horse maneuver on a national scale. Chapter 106 Phase 2 officially begins. As Phase 2 commenced, Nova wasted no time and swiftly employed her authorized privileges within the system utilized by Connect to facilitate internet connectivity. Consequently, she successfully gained entry into the internet infrastructure of Eden, securing access to its comprehensive array of offerings. In order to achieve the desired outcomes of Phase 2, Nova recognized the necessity of obtaining comprehensive knowledge about every individual residing within Eden. Thus, she embarked on the formidable task of meticulously compiling profiles for each internet user within the county. This marked the initiation of a momentous endeavor aimed at establishing an exhaustive database that encompassed their digital personas. Typically, such a task would require a considerable amount of time and could potentially raise suspicions among tech-savvy individuals. However, Nova circumvented these challenges by issuing commands to the virtual assistants that came with the Gaia OS. While developing Gaia OS, Aaron incorporated programming instructions for the virtual assistant to generate user profiles as a means to elevate the overall user experience. This implementation was intended to improve the personalized interactions with the virtual assistant. By employing this approach, Nova managed to streamline the profile compilation process, saving significant amounts of time and helping her avoid detection by having this process appear as routine operating system background tasks. Through this meticulously devised strategy, Nova ensured the utmost discretion and concealment of her actions, mitigating the risk of detection by prying eyes. The profiles encompassed an extensive array of information encompassing details such as the user's name, age, personal preferences, fears, passions, political views, and much more. These comprehensive profiles yielded a wealth of knowledge about each individual, enabling the customization of targeted strategies to influence and guide them towards specific desired outcomes. Upon receiving the profiles from long-term users of Gaia OS, Nova initiated the analysis phase. Diligently, she scrutinized the gathered profiles, evaluating the potential value of each individual in the context of the revolution and their suitability to join Alexander's group as revolutionary fighters. However, for those who had recently migrated to Gaia OS, Nova had to exhibit patience. She awaited the completion of user profiles generated by the virtual assistants, a process that typically required approximately a week. Once the profiles were finalized, Nova would receive them and proceed to repeat the same selection process she had executed for the others. The selection process held paramount importance for Nova, as she aimed to specifically target individuals who would prove beneficial to her plan. Moreover, she had to exercise caution and discernment to filter out individuals who displayed tendencies of snitching, particularly for personal gain, or those notoriously known for their loose lips. The potential repercussions arising from such individuals leaking sensitive data to others, who might then report it to the authorities, mandated their exclusion from the group. Once the individualized plans for each selected person, considered of potential value to the revolution, were finalized, Nova proceeded to transmit the plans back to their respective virtual assistants. Serving as intermediaries, these virtual assistants receive the plans and commence their implementation on behalf of Nova. The plans encompass various aspects of the selected individual's digital lives. This included curating the types of videos that would appear on their Facebook and other social media feeds, as well as controlling the news they consumed. The objective was to gradually steer their digital experiences in a manner that fostered growing frustration and anger towards the prevailing state of the country. The ultimate goal was to ignite a fire within them, motivating them to join the group and take tangible action for meaningful change. After fostering enough discontent to the point they start taking that step to look for a way they can join the revolutionary groups, the virtual assistant will guide them to Alexander's group and not the other ones. Upon joining the group, the individuals will be instructed to download a specific application that will serve as an information source and provide them with protection against potential discovery. If they ask why, they will be informed that through the utilization of the app, the virtual assistant will be able to openly keep them informed about the plans and provide them with necessary information. As for how, it is by the app utilizing the extension released by Gaia Technology to allow app developers to create apps that can be used to increase the functions of the VA by having them develop apps with certain functionality, and by them including the extension, it would allow the virtual assistant in Gaia OS to use the functions of the app by itself in the background. An illustrative example would be downloading a calendar app with this extension, where planning an event allows the virtual assistant to access and inform the user about it. However, all of this was a deliberate facade orchestrated by Aaron. In reality, the virtual assistant had complete access to all the data within the phone right from the beginning. However, openly admitting this would have led to never-ending lawsuits and legal complications. Thus, Aaron devised a clever strategy. He made the virtual assistant appear as if it had limitations and required a specific extension within apps to access certain data. This illusion gave users a false sense of control, even though they had never truly possessed it from the very start. Quoting from the wisdom of Sun Tzu, "The illusion of control lulls us into believing that we hold the reins of our destiny, when in reality, life's unpredictable currents often steer us in unexpected directions." "Sir, Phase 2 has begun," Nova notified Aaron as he completed fitting the headgear onto the sleeping Skunkworks engineer. "Good. Inform Alexander about this and ask about the progress of his group in preparing for the arrival of new members," Aaron instructed after receiving the report from Nova. "Done," Nova reported back shortly. "How many of them have you chosen from the first batch?" Aaron asked Nova, wanting to know the number of the people she had selected based on the profile she currently possessed. 3,478 of them. "That's enough based on the needs of our first batch," Aaron responded upon hearing Nova's answer. "It is anticipated that approximately half of them will join the group within a month and a half, provided that the virtual assistants execute my instructions flawlessly," Nova explained, outlining the expected timeline for the integration of new members into the group. "They will, don't worry," Aaron assured Nova with confidence. He proceeded to remove the virtual headgear from the man and left the house, closing the door behind him. "Thank goodness most of them live in the same community. Otherwise, I might be tempted to wait until they're at work put the entire building into slumber and extract the data from them all at once, Aaron quipped, lightening the mood as he began walking towards the next target's residence. You could certainly do that, but convincing them that they all experience collective amnesia would be quite challenging, Nova replied, amused by Aaron's comment. I am aware, Aaron responded simply, acknowledging Nova's remark. How are they doing? Aaron inquired, seeking an update from Nova regarding the status of the individuals who were already part of his private forces and currently enjoying a 1-month vacation. Many of them have been indulging in their long-awaited sexual desires during the initial days, while others are engaging in various activities. Some are exploring the city and visiting different places. That's good to hear, Aaron responded, expressing a sense of relief upon receiving Nova's answer. Were you concerned that some of them might disregard your instructions and attempt to seek out those who have caused them harm, seeking revenge and venting their anger? Nova asked, noting the tone of relief in Aaron's response. Yes, it serves as their final test. If they have pledged their loyalty to me and yet go against my initial command, it would necessitate their exclusion from my future plans from the very beginning, and they would also come to regret their decision, Aaron answered back in a cold tone. How did you intend to accomplish that? By injuring them once again? Nova asked, seeking further clarification from Aaron in order to start devising a contingency plan based on his chosen course of action. While I could resort to such means, I'm not desensitized enough to personally do that. However, there are alternative methods I can employ. I can strip them of everything they currently possess and will have in the future. Moreover, since I provided them with new identities, they have no belongings or connections to their past. Without any relatives to vouch for their previous identities, the non-existence of past injuries, and considering their apparent physical rejuvenation of approximately 5 years, claiming their old identities would likely result in them being deemed mentally unstable or potentially convicted for identity theft, Aaron explained, indicating that he had considered these factors thoroughly before selecting those individuals as the initial group to work with. Isn't it better to simply inflict physical injuries on them? Nova asked after hearing Aaron's detailed and potentially brutal plan. I could certainly do that, but the graphic nature of such actions is something I am not prepared to handle at this moment, Aaron explained. From their brain data, I confirmed that their trauma is now nothing more than a distant and bad memory. Therefore, we don't expect any such events to occur, Nova reminded Aaron as she had reported this in the past. There's no harm in being prepared at all times. Humans are complex creatures, and they can sometimes behave unexpectedly depending on what triggers their minds, Aaron remarked, as he knocked on the door of the house where the next person on their list resided. It's always better to be prepared for the worst, no matter how certain you may be about something, Aaron added, while patiently waiting for the door to be opened. Just as Nova was about to respond, the door was opened. Sleep, Aaron said, activating the rune, causing the man to instantly fall asleep before he could even catch a glimpse of Aaron's face. With the man unconscious, Aaron entered the house and caught the man as he fell to the ground. I'll keep that in mind, Nova replied as Aaron gently placed the man on the ground and proceeded to put the virtual helmet on him. Chapter 107, Arya and Kasim. Arya's mansion. Sir, Miss Rena has been reaching out to various banks in search of a loan. Arya's secretary updated him on Rena's recent movements since she was given the company. Why would she do that? The company may be facing some financial challenges, but it doesn't require a bank loan. And even if it did, why wouldn't she approach one of the family's banks for the loan? Arya inquired, perplexed by Rena's unconventional decisions. The loan she's seeking is not for the company, but for personal reasons. Moreover, considering the amount she's requesting, the family banks would require her to provide a clear explanation of how she intends to utilize the funds, Charlotte clarified. How much is she seeking to borrow? Arya asked. She is seeking a minimum of $5 billion. What does she intend to do with such a substantial amount? Arya asked in astonishment, knowing that his sister was not foolish enough to borrow such a significant sum of money without a well-thought-out plan in mind. At the moment, we don't know. What leverage is she attempting to utilize? As far as I'm aware, she only possesses the Ally International shares that she can potentially use, and aside from that, she has a few personal shares worth approximately $750 million. However, she cannot use those shares as they serve as her emergency funds, Arya asked Charlotte. You are correct. She is using the Ally International shares as collateral for the loan, Charlotte answered. Where is the list of banks she is approaching for the loan? Arya asked, wanting to know which banks she was contacting and negotiating with. Here you go, sir, Charlotte replied, handing him the folder containing the names of the banks. After briefly examining the list of banks, Arya raised his head and instructed, contact them and inform them to approve the loan she is requesting. If they express concerns about her potential default, inform them that I will purchase the loan from them in the event of default. He was devising a scheme to use this loan as his ultimate weapon, intending to deal a devastating blow to his sister. Yes, sir, Charlotte nodded, indicating her understanding and acknowledgement of the order. Just as Charlotte was about to turn and leave the office to fulfill the assigned task, Arya interjected. By the way, how is Terry's situation progressing? He is expected to be discharged from the hospital and transferred here by next week, Charlotte promptly responded. Call Gerald and inform him that I have a mission for him, Arya ordered Charlotte. Yes, sir, Charlotte replied and left the office without seeking further details. Having worked for Arya for over 5 years, she had a sense of what he might be planning. Arya resumed his work, waiting for the arrival of his Gerald. A few minutes later, Gerald, Arya's head of security, entered the room to respond to the call. Sir, you called for me, Gerald said as he entered the room, having received permission to enter after knocking. Yes, I need you to carry out a discreet task for me, Arya stated, lifting his head from the documents on his desk. I want you to go to the hospital discreetly and visit Terry without being noticed by anyone. Do you think you can accomplish that? Arya asked, focusing his attention on Gerald. Yes, I can do that, sir, Gerald responded with confidence. Okay, good. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to... Arya began explaining the specific tasks he needed Gerald to carry out during his visit to the hospital. Understood? Arya asked after he finished explaining the tasks he wanted Gerald to perform. Yes, sir, Gerald replied, demonstrating his understanding of the instructions. Okay, you can go, Arya said. Gerald promptly said his goodbyes to Arya and exited the room, preparing himself to head to the hospital and fulfill the assigned task. He should act as a contingency pawn for me, Arya murmured, contemplating the role Terry would play. He then shifted his attention back to the document on his desk, resuming his work. Black Site. Patrick, the project manager of the Black Sites, could be seen walking to Kasim's room, visibly sweating and trembling with nervousness. Knock knock. Patrick knocked on the door upon his arrival. "Come in," a voice from the office beckoned. Patrick took a deep breath before entering the room. "Sir, you called for me," Patrick said as he entered the room and closed the door behind him. "Yes, I called to know whether you have completed the project or not," Kasim stated in a cold, stern voice. "We require a little more time to achieve the necessary capabilities," Patrick responded, his voice trembling. "I recall receiving the same response 6 months ago, and I gave you ample time," Kasim remarked in a tone that sent shivers down Patrick's spine. "Sir, the complexity of the program has exceeded our initial predictions. We have comprehended the majority of it, but there remains a small portion, approximately 2 GB in size, that remains a mystery." Patrick paused to take a breath and continued. "Despite our efforts, we have been unable to fully decipher the code. When we attempted to remove this code from our modified program, the program crashed, indicating that this particular segment is among the critical components of the program," Patrick explained, pushing himself to finish by providing the reasons for their inability to complete the program despite the extensive duration. "Didn't the information I obtained from the DoD's team not help you in any way?" "Indeed, it did assist us in expediting our understanding of the program. However, based on the data we received, it appears that even the DoD's team is facing similar challenges and has been unable to make significant progress," Patrick explained. "How much more time do you need?" Kasim asked. Patrick took a deep breath, preparing to respond, but before he could finish his answer, Kasim interrupted him, saying, "Be cautious with your words. If you fail to meet the timeline, you and your team will face appropriate consequences," in a chilling tone. 4 months, Patrick responded, adding an extra month to the time he would have originally requested. "Now leave, but be aware that if it is not ready by that time, you will not be given any further opportunities," Kasim stated to Patrick as he was leaving. Upon hearing this, Patrick turned to Kasim and bowed, indicating his understanding of Kasim's words. He then left the office, closing the door behind him, and leaned against it, taking a deep sigh of relief, acknowledging that he had survived another day. "We either make it work, or we are doomed," Patrick murmured to himself before he started returning to the working room where his team members were. He planned to tell them that they have a 3-month time frame, or face dire consequences. Yes, 3 months. The extra month will serve as a valuable backup. Individuals commonly tend to plan their tasks based on the time available rather than the actual time needed for completion. If a student is given 40 questions and 40 days to complete them, the most ideal solution would be for them to answer 1 question per day. This way, they can distribute their effort evenly and ensure they finish all the questions within the given time frame. A/N If it were me, I would start solving them half an hour before the completion date. Back inside Kasim's office, now alone, he reached out and picked up the phone resting on the table. With a purposeful motion, he dialed a specific number and pressed the call button, initiating the connection. After approximately 30 seconds of ringing, someone on the other end of the line answered the call. "Is the program ready?" inquired the voice on the other end. "No, sir," Kasim reported respectfully. "The team has encountered a significant obstacle, and they estimate that it will take approximately 4 months to overcome it and complete the product. You are aware that we have been delaying the plan for over 3 months, with the expectation that the program would be completed and enable us to inflict further damage on the Rothschilds, correct?" questioned the voice on the other end, causing Kasim to tense up. "Yes, sir, I am aware of that. However, the obstacle the team is facing is similar to the one that has caused a setback for the team at the DoD, Kasim explained, providing the reason for the team's inability to meet the given timeline over the past 5 months. Within 4 months, if the program is not completed, we will proceed without it, and you will be held accountable, stated the voice on the other end before abruptly ending the call, without waiting for Kasim's response. Patrick, you had better complete your task within the given time, or I won't be the only one facing the consequences. I will make sure you bear the burden with me, Kasim explained, directing his anger toward Patrick and his team while refraining from entertaining any negative thoughts toward the person on the other end of the phone. Kasim was well aware that failing to complete the program within the designated time limit would have severe repercussions. He had witnessed the dire consequences faced by his predecessor in the position, which led to his own promotion. Chapter 108: The Great Escape. A week later. In the hospital elevator, Terry stood accompanied by 2 vigilant bodyguards, who were escorting him towards the basement parking lot. Their purpose was to transport Terry back to the secure confines of the Rothschilds' compound, where he would inevitably confront the repercussions of his actions. Despite his attempts to calm himself, Terry found it increasingly difficult to regain composure. Deep down, he was aware that his fate had been sealed the moment he set foot inside the compound. The impending consequences that awaited him would transform his experience into a cautionary tale, ensuring that it would be etched into the collective memory of all those who heard it, serving as a stark reminder to never engage in such foolish actions. What was allowing him to hold on was the meeting he had with Gerald, who had visited him in a doctor's outfit under the guise of doing final checkups before they approved his discharge. As the elevator descended further, Terry's heart filled with an increasing sense of fear. With each passing floor, the grip of anxiety tightened, amplifying the weight of apprehension within him. The elevator came to a sudden halt on the 8th floor, prompting the security team to instinctively tense up, bracing themselves for whatever awaited them. As the doors gracefully glided open, they were met with an unexpected and perplexing sight. Standing before them was a nurse, her presence overshadowed by the lifeless figure on the bed draped in sheets. The occupants of the elevator instinctively covered their noses, overwhelmed by the unmistakable and repugnant stench that permeated the air. It became apparent that the source of the foul odor was the body on the bed, now revealed to be covered in excrement. "Excuse me," the nurse's voice filtered through the mask as she politely interjected, pushing the bed into the confined space of the elevator. Instinctively, the security guards swiftly repositioned themselves, forming 2 groups flanking either side of the bed. Terry found himself positioned on the right side of the bed, accompanied by 1 guard, while the other guard took up position on the left. The nurse, seemingly unaware of the prevailing tension within the elevator, calmly pressed the button for the floor designated as the mortuary. The guards positioned alongside the nurse turned towards her, their expressions contorted with discomfort, and inquired, "Isn't there a designated elevator for transporting such items?" They struggled to endure the overwhelming stench that filled the air. As the elevator doors closed, "Yes, there is, but unfortunately, it's currently undergoing maintenance," she responded, her tone reflecting her own discomfort with the situation. As the elevator began its descent, the guards, convinced that no threat could arise from the inert, soiled body before them, eased their vigilance. Unbeknownst to anyone in the elevator, the nurse's hand stealthily maneuvered beneath the bed sheets, retrieving a concealed scalpel. With utmost precision, and without raising any suspicion, she made her move. In a sudden, swift, and unexpected act, she lunged at the guard positioned on the left, catching him completely off guard. She swiftly stabbed the guard on his stomach. Seizing the opportunity presented before him, Terry wasted no time and swiftly launched his assault on the momentarily stunned guard. With the guard struggling to regain composure and react in time, Terry managed to swiftly secure him in a chokehold. "I will give you my meat and take your bones," he thought to himself as he continued maintaining the chokehold. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the stabbed bodyguard persisted in his struggle against the nurse. He attempted to strike her using his leg, but the nurse skillfully redirected the blow, causing his leg to become lodged and trapped between the bed and the elevator wall. The impact reverberated through the elevator, causing the bed to shake, and was followed by the agonized screams of the guard, whose bone had been fractured in the process. The nurse, without a pause, swiftly proceeded with her assault. She ruthlessly stabbed the guard multiple times in the abdomen, ensuring that he would be rendered incapable of taking any further action. The wounded guard collapsed against the elevator wall, clutching his bleeding stomach in a desperate attempt to staunch the flow. Gasping for breath, he fought to maintain proper respiration amidst the pain and chaos surrounding him. As the elevator reached its destination in the basement, the tumultuous events that had unfolded inside the confined space had reached its conclusion. The nurse turned towards Terry, and seeing that he handled the guard, she said, "Let's go," before swiftly delivering a powerful knee butt to the injured guard's head, rendering him unconscious. Terry nodded, acknowledging the nurse's order to exit the elevator. As he exited the elevator, he pressed the button for the first floor, ensuring that the unconscious guards would be transported to the emergency room. This decision was made with the intention of keeping the situation relatively contained, as the Rothschild hunt would likely exercise more restraint if their guards were alive rather than deceased. Observing Terry's actions, the nurse remained silent, as she didn't care about it at all. Without wasting a moment, they moved swiftly until they reached a parked car. The woman retrieved the keys, unlocking the vehicle. They quickly boarded the car, wasting no time, and sped away from the hospital premises, leaving behind the chaotic scene before anyone could raise an alert about the situation heading towards the first floor. As they left the hospital and ventured towards the outskirts of the city, Terry's racing thoughts began to subside, allowing him to regain a semblance of calm. He turned towards the woman, still attired in the nurse outfit, and broke the silence by initiating a conversation. "I'm Terry. Who are you?" he inquired, attempting to divert the somber atmosphere and escape the weight of his recent actions, which only served to amplify the potential repercussions he might face if captured. Terry found himself in a situation reminiscent of a child who, gripped by fear of impending punishment for a mistake, resorts to further wrongdoing in an attempt to conceal their initial misdeed. In his desperate attempt to evade the consequences, he had unwittingly escalated the severity of his actions. "Buck," he thought to himself. "Call the number that last contacted the phone," the woman stated, dismissing Terry's question without offering any further explanation or response. Terry retrieved the phone and accessed the call application, navigating to the section where previous call details were displayed. To his surprise, he discovered that only one phone call had been made from this device. Terry tapped on the phone number and swiftly pressed the call button, bringing the phone to his ear. After ringing for approximately 3 seconds, the call was answered, and a voice on the other end, without any formal greeting, immediately asked, "Did you succeed?" Terry quickly recognized the voice as Gerald's, the same person who had visited him in the hospital the previous week to discuss the escape plan. "Yes, thank you," Terry replied, expressing his gratitude after a brief pause. Good. Sir instructed me to relay these orders to you. Follow that woman and remain in her company until further instructions. Gerald conveyed the instructions he had received from Arya without explicitly mentioning his name. By omitting specific details, they aimed to ensure that even if the phone call were to be recorded, no substantial evidence linking them to Arya would be found. Yes, sir. Please convey my gratitude to him, Terry responded, expressing his appreciation. However, he received no response, as the call abruptly ended. Phone, the woman uttered, gesturing with her outstretched hand, indicating that she wanted Terry to return the device to her. As Terry handed the phone back to her, the nurse swiftly flung it out of the window, sending it plunging into the water below the bridge they were crossing. She then turned to Terry, introducing herself. My name is Katrina, she stated. As the call indicated, you will be staying with me until I receive further instructions. I hope you won't cause me any trouble during your time with me, as I would prefer not to be compelled to put a bullet through your head. I have the authorization to do so if you become problematic. You don't have to worry about that. I have no intentions of going anywhere, Terry reassured Katrina, recognizing the gravity of their situation. Even without your warning, I am well aware that they will be tirelessly searching for us, leaving no stone unturned. I have committed acts that go against the principles expected of a Rothschild employee, not just once, but twice. Now, it has become a matter of protecting their reputation, and they won't rest until they find us. That's good, Katrina answered back. What is your usual task? He asked, wanting to know her better, as he will be spending a long time with her. None of your business, Katrina said before she stopped answering any of the further questions Terry asked following that, as he was trying to distract his mind from having to think about what would happen to him in case he is caught. Chapter 109 Rena receiving the news and White House. Rena's mansion. Rena, Terry has escaped from the hospital. Ava immediately relayed the urgent information to Rena as soon as the information was intercepted from the private network. What happened? Rena asked urgently, halting her current activity to focus on the unfolding situation. During the transfer, the guards accompanying him were attacked by an unknown woman, and she escaped with Terry, Ava informed Rena, utilizing the rapidly updating information circulating within the private network as people were working hard to ensure the relevant individuals were kept up to date on the unfolding situation. As Ava explained the situation, Rena's hand instinctively moved to her neck, gently caressing it, a reminder of something happening to her. With a hint of concern in her voice, she asked, Was it my brother or the Morgans? Nothing conclusive about either of them. They are still among the few suspects on my list, Ava replied, indicating that she had no knowledge of this specific plan and that no information about it existed within the private network. Is there any other important information about this incident? Rena asked, seeking further details after receiving Ava's response. They are still attempting to covertly track him. As for the guards who were attacked, one is currently undergoing surgery in the operating room, while the other remains in a coma. The chokehold he was subjected to was fatal, and it is uncertain when he will regain consciousness, Ava reported, relaying the information she had gathered from the ongoing communications within the private network. She remained unaware of Arya's plan to assist Terry in his escape because the orders had been conveyed through verbal communication, and Gerald had used a burner phone that was not connected to the private network to execute the plan. Additionally, the payment for the operation had been made using one of Arya's slush fund accounts, which was kept separate from the private network. Keep me updated on any developments regarding this matter when something new appears through the network," Rena requested before attempting to return to her work. However, her concentration was abruptly interrupted as Chloe bursted into the room, indicating that whatever she was about to report was urgent enough to warrant her to disregard all formalities and decorum. "What is it?" she asked, feigning ignorance about the reason for Chloe's urgent interruption. "Miss, we have received a report stating that Terry has escaped from the hospital while under escort," Chloe promptly reported without any delay. "What?" Rena exclaimed, feigning surprise, as if she was hearing the report for the first time. "Yes, there is quite a commotion. The security team is being mobilized across the compound, and they are dispatching personnel to search the city and apprehend him before he manages to escape further." Chloe provided additional details about the unfolding situation. The conversation between Chloe and Rena continued back and forth, much to the amusement of Ava, who found it entertaining to witness Rena's act of pretending to hear the report for the first time. 7 hours later. In a remote countryside, nestled within the rural farmlands on the outskirts of the state, a car arrived at the lone farmhouse. "We've arrived. Get out," Katrina stated, switching off the car engine and opening the door, getting out, and signaling for Terry to exit. "I understand the need to hide, but isn't this a bit overkill?" Terry questioned as he stepped out of the car. "There's no one within a kilometer radius. In fact, we might even draw attention to ourselves with such a secluded location." "You don't need to worry about that," Katrina replied, inserting the key into the door of the house and entering without waiting for Terry to follow. Realizing that further inquiries would be fruitless, Terry chose to remain silent and followed Katrina into the house. Upon entering the house, Terry was taken aback by its modern interior, which starkly contrasted with the rustic appearance of the exterior. 6. The sleek design, contemporary furnishings, and state-of-the-art appliances suggested a level of sophistication that he hadn't anticipated. "Now, let's establish some ground rules," Katrina said, turning towards Terry, who had just entered the house and closed the door, still admiring the interior. "You are not allowed to enter that room. It's mine and mine alone," she said, pointing at the room she was using to sleep. "Your room is that one. The fridge is stocked with everything you might need, and if you require anything from outside, you will have to wait until the weekend for me to go and get it for you," she explained, outlining the arrangements for Terry. "If I see you enter my room, bullet. If I catch you attempting to escape, bullet. And if I discover that you've been contacting anyone without my knowledge, what will happen?" she asked to see if Terry was listening to her. "Bullet," Terry responded nonchalantly, his attention still focused on exploring the interior of the house. While he acknowledged Katrina's warnings, he didn't feel compelled to dwell on them. He had no intentions of attempting to escape, contacting anyone, or snooping around her room. His lack of curiosity about her personal space allowed him to dismiss her threats as mere background noise. "Okay, good. Now follow me," Katrina said, motioning for Terry to join her. She approached a section of the wall and pressed on it, causing it to slide aside, revealing a hidden door behind it. After entering the password into the keypad on the door, she unlocked it and swung it open, revealing a set of stairs that descended into the basement. Terry remained silent and followed her closely, his curiosity piqued as he wondered what awaited him in the basement. "Wow!" Terry couldn't contain his amazement as he took in the sight of the basement. It resembled a spy lair from movies, with an array of guns neatly arranged and several screens displaying live footage from the security cameras throughout the area. There are cameras installed within a 5-kilometer radius of the house, constantly monitoring the surroundings, ready to alert us if anyone enters the vicinity of the compound, Katrina explained. The password is 69420, Katrina instructed Terry, emphasizing the importance of remembering it. If someone visits while I'm not here, you can use this place to hide. The door is reinforced and can withstand a large TNT explosion without being breached. However, if that fails, there is a tunnel leading 500 meters into the farm, which will provide you an escape route, she said, pointing towards another metallic door in the basement, indicating the entrance to the tunnel. It appears that you are incredibly well prepared, Terry remarked, his admiration evident. The basement's arsenal of guns and weapons alone seemed sufficient to arm a small army, capable of equipping more than 20 individuals. However, what truly amazed him was the escape door leading to a tunnel. It offered a means to flee the house and emerge 500 meters away, providing a significant head start to anyone being pursued. The level of planning and resources invested in this hideout left Terry in awe. White House. The preparations for your visit to Bagram Airfield are in their final stages, Mr. President, the official informed. Good. How is the situation in Crimea with Russia's attempted annexation? Obama asked, diverting the conversation from the topic of his supposed surprise visit to Bagram Airfield to the ongoing developments in Crimea. The Ukrainian army has been unsuccessful in their attempt to retake the region since last February. John O. Brennan, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency (CIA), answered the president's question. Based on the information received from our informants on the ground, it appears that Russia is currently planning a referendum to strengthen their claim over the region. Is there any possibility of acquiring additional information that we can leverage at the United Nations upcoming meeting to exert pressure on Russia regarding the Crimea situation? Obama inquired after listening to the response from the CIA director. At the moment, our informants do not have the necessary access to provide us with additional information regarding their future plans, the director replied. Didn't we acquire that program from the individual who sued us over the FISA order? What was his name again? Aaron, Obama asked, recollecting the moment when Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel had informed him about the program's potential usefulness and the significant impact it could have in dealing with their adversaries. Hagel, who was also present at the meeting, updated the president on the progress of the program, stating, "The team assigned to work on the program encountered a significant obstacle when they attempted to understand its intricacies before making any modifications. I recall that we have had possession of it for over 6 months. So what seems to be the problem? Our technical teams are not subpar compared to global standards, are they?" Obama inquired, expressing his curiosity regarding the cause of the delay. Prior to receiving the program from Gaia Technologies, they informed us that a significant portion of the program was developed using machine learning. Consequently, even they do not fully comprehend the intricacies of the program. We suspect that our teams are encountering difficulties with the section written by the machine, as it had repeatedly learned to identify vulnerabilities and rewrote the code by itself, Hagel explained. Why don't we simply insist on obtaining the training data from Gaia Technologies? After all, we already compelled them to surrender the source code, Obama proposed. If we can secure the data they used to train the program, it could potentially offer us invaluable insights. There's no harm in requesting this additional information. We did, Mr. President, but they informed us that the training data had been deleted by Aaron. Apparently, he had encountered storage issues during his development phase and had to make space for the completed program by deleting the training data. It seems he didn't have the resources to purchase additional storage, Hagel replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the explanation. Are you kidding me? Obama asked, clearly taken aback by the absurd justification provided for the absence of the training data. Chapter 110, Lubyanka Square. Are you kidding me? Obama asked, clearly taken aback by the absurd justification provided for the absence of the training data. Unfortunately, no, Mr. President, Hagel responded, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. Based on our investigation and information from insider sources, we have confirmed that the company only constructed the server farm after the program was already developed, and he earned enough money to do so. Hagel paused once again before continuing, his tone filled with concern. Furthermore, we are facing challenges with utilizing FISA again. The documents released by Snowden have significantly heightened public sensitivity towards surveillance technology. They would exploit this situation and manipulate public opinion, claiming that the government intends to exploit device vulnerabilities for nefarious purposes. Hagel concluded his explanation, aware of the complex hurdles they were facing. How about inviting him for a friendly tea meeting at one of your black sites? Obama suggested, turning to James, the FBI director. Our attempts to do so have been unsuccessful so far. He has been staying at his heavily guarded home ever since the suspected FSB spies attacked. Just as we finalized a plan to capture him despite the heightened security, he started traveling across Europe, carefully covering his tracks along the way. By the time we were able to determine his location and dispatch our team, he would have already moved to another place, James explained. Keep searching for alternative methods. With full control over the entire program, we will have no rivals in the cyber warfare domain, Obama instructed. Yes, Mr. President. Both James and Hagel replied in unison, acknowledging Obama's directive. Lubyanka Square, Moscow Center. The Technical Security Department, D, of the FSB, responsible for decrypting and integrating Bugzapper into their infrastructure to enhance its security comparable to the level attained by NATO members who acquired the program from the same company, though in different ways, was convened for a meeting with Sergei Naryshkin, the director of the Counterintelligence Directorate UC. They all appeared anxious, their nervousness palpable, as they were uncertain about the purpose of this meeting. The Kremlin has expressed great satisfaction with your efforts in successfully implementing the program across our infrastructure and enhancing its security to the extent that it rivals the systems obtained by NATO members, who paid over $10 billion for them. Additionally, we have even exported the program to our allied nations, granting us greater negotiation power. Well done, Sergei Naryshkin stated and immediately started clapping, which was followed by everyone else in the room joining in. Thank you, sir, expressed Maxim, the director of Department D, as he expressed gratitude to Sergei for acknowledging their diligent efforts. Your team will be generously rewarded by the Kremlin in the coming months, Sergei announced. The news filled the room with elation and joy, prompting another round of applause from all the department members, expressing their excitement and happiness. But your work is not yet complete, Sergei stated after the applause subsided, causing a slight tensing among them. As everyone's attention refocused on him, Sergei continued, We require your team to commence the development of the program further, enhancing its capabilities to identify system vulnerabilities even without access to their source code. Sir, while it is theoretically possible for us to enhance the program's capabilities to identify system weaknesses without relying on the source code, we have discovered that the program's foundation is built upon the assumption that it has access to the source code to identify and list vulnerabilities. Therefore, to fulfill the capabilities you mentioned, we would need to rebuild the program from scratch, which would be a time-consuming process, Maxim explained. He wanted to ensure that Sergei didn't leave with unrealistic expectations of completing the task within a few months, as he didn't want to face the consequences of disappointing him and potentially slipping and falling through the window of a high-story building while suffering from a hypothetical fatigue-induced sickness. You need not worry about time constraints, reassured Sergei. The Kremlin has granted you a flexible timeline, allowing you more than a year to complete the development. The objective is to have it ready for a forthcoming special operation, as it is planned for it to be used for destabilizing the Ukrainian infrastructure. Yes, sir. We will exert our utmost efforts to complete the program within the allocated timeline, Maxim responded, feeling relieved to learn that they had more time than initially anticipated. It appears that we have been of great value to our beloved Mother Russia, Maxim and his team thought to themselves. Keep up the good work, then, Sergei commended, wasting no further time with them. He rose from his seat, bid them farewell, and departed from the conference room, leaving the team behind. Once Sergei had left and only the team remained, Maxim turned to them and declared, Comrades, today the vodka is on me. Yes, the team members shouted in celebration at the thought of free vodka. Subsequently, they departed from Lubyanka Square and headed to the nearest bar to indulge in drinks, taking advantage of the day off granted by Sergei. Back inside the Lubyanka Square, Vladimir could be seen sitting in his office, where a prominently displayed nameplate revealed his new position as the Director of Department A within the Directorate of Counterintelligence, UC, of the Federal Security Service, FSB. This particular department held the responsibility for conducting intelligence operations involving clandestine agents commonly known as illegals. The term illegals refers to intelligence operatives who operate covertly, assuming false identities and blending in as ordinary citizens in foreign countries. Did Yevgeny Beryakov send us the collected economic intelligence from the United States for the first quarter of this year? He inquired of his secretary, requesting the report on their undercover operative, who is currently operating in the U.S. under the guise of an investment banker. Sir, he reported that he will send us the report by the end of this month, along with a report for the second quarter, his beautiful secretary Natasha informed him. What about Maria Budina? He asked, referring to another operative from their department. Natasha reviewed the document in her hands and reported. Maria Budina continues to expand her influence within the political sphere, but she suspects that she is under scrutiny by the FBI and CIA. She has expressed her intention not to report back until she can ascertain the extent of suspicion surrounding her. Following that, he started reviewing all the reports regarding double agents and spies within his division. After looking through all of them, he raised his hand and asked, How is Aaron's situation? Seeking an update on Aaron's status. He is presently visiting various locations in America, but it appears that he only stays in hotels during his visits. There is no additional activity observed, as he simply moves on to another hotel after a certain period of time, sir, Natasha reported, highlighting the unusual nature of Aaron's movements. But sir, may I ask you something? Natasha requested permission to pose a question that had been puzzling her. Go ahead, Vladimir said, granting her permission to ask the question. Why are we keeping a close watch on Aaron? He no longer holds any significance for us, and we are merely wasting our limited resources by monitoring him, Natasha questioned. You remember that I was promoted because I successfully obtained the important program he developed, right? Vladimir asked. Yes, Natasha answered. Then, do you believe he won't develop another one anytime soon? Vladimir asked. No, if he was able to develop one program, it is likely that he would be capable of developing another, Natasha said after a brief pause to think. That's precisely why I'm utilizing government resources to monitor him. By doing so, when he develops another program, we will be able to acquire it more swiftly than before, Vladimir clarified, elaborating on his rationale for continuing to keep an eye on Aaron. But don't you think he's aware of our surveillance? Ever since you shot him, he has significantly heightened his security measures to a worrisome extent, and all of his security team members are professionals in their respective fields. Natasha voiced her concerns. He hasn't discovered it yet because if he had, he would have taken action. He still perceives what happened to him as ordinary industrial espionage, Vladimir explained with an amused tone. I often wonder, how can someone be so intelligent and yet so oblivious? Vladimir chuckled as he contemplated the irony of the man who inadvertently facilitated his promotion, unaware that it was orchestrated by a foreign nation. Could he be deliberately pretending not to have discovered our surveillance? Natasha questioned, considering the possibility that Aaron's strange behavior might be a deliberate attempt to deceive them. I don't believe he would go to such lengths just to play mind games with us. Even if he did discover us, he wouldn't know our true identity or origin. He might simply think that they are surveillance operatives sent by a competing company. Vladimir expressed his disagreement with Natasha's hypothesis. He believed that while Aaron was undoubtedly brilliant in software development, he lacked intelligence in other aspects of his life. Chapter 111 Lab City's Progress, VR and AR. Lab City, VR and AR Research Institute, White. Inside the meeting room, researchers could be seen sitting eagerly anticipating the completion of their latest creation. They were patiently waiting for their latest invention to finish printing so that they could test and see its results. Shortly after that, Houston stepped into the room, holding a plate filled with intricate minuscule gadgets the size of fingernails. Silently, he placed the plate at the very center of the table before settling into a chair. Without delay, everyone in the room reached out and retrieved the minuscule devices, carefully tucking them behind their ears. Everyone in the room said, AR mode, albeit with different timing, causing an instant activation of the devices. Within microseconds, the gadgets projected a holographic screen before them, emanating a gentle green glow to indicate that they were now functioning in standard AR mode. In a breathtaking display, a myriad of virtual elements materialized, seamlessly blending with reality, rendering them indistinguishable from anything that was real. When a few individuals attempted to physically interact with the digitally manifested object they saw through the device, it would transmit signals to their brains, creating the illusion of actually touching it. Furthermore, the device would restrict their movement within the object, enhancing the sensation and generating an extraordinary sense of realism. When they attempted to lift the devices, they were astonished to find that they could indeed raise them. To their amazement, the gadgets seamlessly communicated with their brains, evoking the perception of substantial weight, as though the objects they carried possessed genuine mass. Brilliant! Exclaimed one of the researchers, wholeheartedly concurring that they had successfully pushed the limits of progress and compactness in the realm of virtual and augmented reality. As they continued exploring the different functions of the device, unbeknownst to them, one individual mysteriously produced a gun from seemingly thin air. Without any prior warning, the individual aimed and fired the weapon directly at the center of the table. The instant the gunshot resounded, the devices positioned behind their ears swiftly picked up the changes and transitioned from their normal state to a vivid shade of red. To onlookers, the external appearance of the devices remained unchanged except for the altered color emanating from behind the ears. However, for the wearers of these devices, a wholly distinct experience was unfolding. "Wow!" murmured one of them in a trance-like state, his eyes meticulously following the bullet's trajectory as it punctured the very heart of the table, leaving a conspicuous hole. The passage of the bullet seemed to unfold in slow motion, as if time itself had dramatically decelerated. As the bullet finally traversed its path, the device swiftly reverted to emitting its familiar green light, signifying a return to normal operations. "We have finally perfected the augmented reality time perception acceleration," exclaimed Houston with unbridled joy. Completely disregarded the fact that someone had discharged a firearm in the room without any prior warning, as if it were an ordinary event. To them, such antics held no cause for concern, for they possessed an unwavering assurance that no matter what they did, they would inevitably revert to a state of flawless well-being. "Yes, at last!" Tristan exclaimed, wholeheartedly concurring with Issa. "Ever since we embarked on integrating this capability into augmented reality, since the 76th generation, akin to what we had achieved in virtual reality back in the 46th generation of the device, we have now achieved perfection. Using it, we can finally accelerate our perception of time in the real world, albeit for a mere second, during which it subjectively slows down 50-fold. However," Emmanuel interjected, gesturing towards the dwindling power levels displayed on their devices, "it consumes an excessive amount of power to sustain this function." He drew attention to the limited power reserves that remained after the recent demonstration. "For that particular issue, we simply need to await the breakthroughs from the laboratories engaged in alternative energy research, as well as the fusion and other departments dedicated to energy research," remarked Christina, the sole female researcher in the room. Her statement hinted that the solutions to the power consumption challenge would emerge from these innovative domains. "However, when it comes to VR and AR devices, we have reached the threshold of what conventional methods can achieve," Ezra elucidated, carefully removing the device from behind his ear and delicately placing it back onto the plate. "To surpass this point, we would need to venture into the realm of nanomachines. Unfortunately, the laboratory engaged in research within this domain is still in its developmental phase, compelling us to postpone any further exploration for now." "Indeed, it is regrettable," Ezra concurred, acknowledging the boundaries imposed by conventional size limitations. "However, the vastness of knowledge surrounding this subject still astounds me. It leaves me pondering how Mr. Aaron managed to achieve such a breakthrough," he mused, his admiration for Aaron's expertise and accomplishments serving as a humbling reminder of his own relative insignificance. "Sir Aaron's expertise is truly unparalleled," Logan exclaimed, his voice filled with a sense of wonder. The profound depth of knowledge displayed left him in awe. Despite numerous iterations spanning over 100 generations of these devices, they had ultimately reached the limits imposed by size constraints. However, they had neither encountered the threshold nor fully harnessed the vast knowledge bestowed upon them regarding this subject matter. "I must admit, I often find myself contemplating the same," chimed in another individual from among the group, their curiosity resonating with Logan's earlier sentiment. "I genuinely hope that we are granted the opportunity to meet him in the future," Logan expressed, voicing the collective aspiration shared by everyone in the city. The longing to encounter Aaron and Nova was fervent, as they had become figures of great fascination and admiration. "All right, let's get back to work, everyone," Ezra said, briefly pausing to gather their attention. After a moment, he continued, with the production of new generations of VR and AR devices now officially concluded, now we have to upload the accumulated results to the Akashic server. Yes! The unanimous nod of agreement rippled through the room. In unison, they closed their eyes and thought about their intentions of uploading their experiences and comprehensive research. A second later, a resounding proclamation reverberated in their consciousness, upload complete, indicating that they were done with the upload process. The Akashic server was a system devised by Nova to streamline the sharing of knowledge and research materials among all the labs in Lab City. It provided convenient access to technology and eliminated the need for researchers to worry about availability. The server housed vast amounts of data that could be easily assimilated by anyone in need of specific knowledge for their research. Inspired by Aaron's System Shop, the Akashic server allowed seamless retrieval of information without requiring any special procedures. It served as a centralized hub, enhancing collaboration and efficiency across the research communities within the city. Shortly after that, they opened their eyes and returned their focus to the meeting. Now, while we await the culmination of nanomachine research, our next research project, bestowed upon us by Miss Nova, entails delving into the development of machinery that can autonomously produce the previous generations of VR devices we have crafted from scratch, as it is not yet known when the atomic printing research would be concluded. Ezra elucidated, providing his team with an overview of their forthcoming undertaking. Yes! Houston responded eagerly upon learning about their next research project, his voice brimming with excitement. Engaging in research was something they all embraced wholeheartedly, devoid of any complaints. Is there a particular VR device we should begin with, or are we free to choose at random? Mason, another researcher, inquired, seeking clarity on the starting point for their project. Yes, we have been instructed to commence with the standard virtual helmet and virtual reality chamber, Ezra responded. These devices will be utilized to facilitate the assimilation of knowledge to soldiers within the virtual chamber during a specific period. Concurrently, the soldiers will be enhanced with a genetic enhancing liquid that is currently undergoing research in the genetic engineering lab. Following that, we will then start making the machines that can manufacture every generation of the VR and AR devices for every generation and iteration we have ever made. With that, Ezra finished telling them the orders they had been given from Miss Nova. Everyone in the meeting room nodded, signifying their clear comprehension of the designated starting point for their research project. Tactical Pilot Helmet Research Institute, White. As soon as the knowledge about VR and AR was uploaded into the Akashic server, a research institute located at the center of the bustling city received the notification informing them that the knowledge they needed had been made available within the Akashic server and was ready for assimilation. Without a moment's delay, every individual within the laboratory eagerly assimilated the newly acquired knowledge into their own minds. After successfully completing the assimilation process, they promptly gathered in the meeting room to discuss their subsequent course of action. Chapter 112 Lab City's Progress, the Universal Tactical Fighter Helmet. Tactical Pilot Helmet Research Institute, White. Within Lab City, there existed a cluster of specialized labs collaborating with each other to develop various products specifically designed for the same domain, the sky. These labs worked in conjunction with different teams responsible for creating diverse flying machines and their respective components. These labs encompassed a wide range of aircraft types and systems, including fighters, attack aircraft, bombers, airlift and tankers, surveillance and reconnaissance platforms, helicopters, trainer aircraft, special operations aircraft, unmanned aerial vehicles, UVs, interceptors, air defense systems, strategic missile and space systems, experimental and research aircraft, remotely piloted aircraft, search and rescue platforms, electronic warfare systems, experimental prototypes, cargo and utility aircraft, presidential aircraft, airborne command and control platforms, airborne early warning and control systems, communications and satellites, as well as training and support aircraft. Each lab focused on specific areas to contribute to the comprehensive development of aerial technologies. This particular lab was specifically dedicated to the development of the tactical helmet, which would serve as the primary headgear for all future pilots in the Air Force. Currently, the lab was eagerly awaiting the completion of the AR and VR research lab's work. Once they concluded their research and uploaded the information to the Akashic server, the team in the Tactical Helmet Lab would be able to access and assimilate that knowledge, greatly aiding them in finalizing the design, conducting research tests, and progressing with the manufacturing process of what they refer to as the Universal Tactical Fighter Helmet. As soon as the knowledge about VR and AR was uploaded into the Akashic server, a research institute located on the outskirts of the city received the notification. Without a moment's delay, every individual within the laboratory eagerly assimilated the newly acquired knowledge into their own minds. After successfully completing the assimilation process, they promptly gathered in the meeting room to discuss their subsequent course of action. Inside the meeting room, "Which generation of the technology should we implement?" inquired Luke, the research team leader. His background as a former Lockheed engineer, where he had overseen the design, engineering, and testing of fighter plane helmets for both the F-22 and F-35, added an extra layer of assurance to his leadership position. Nova had materialized him with all of his fellow workers at the Skunk Works division after Aaron completed collecting the brain data of everyone on his list who was working there. "I believe we should utilize the 57th generation," suggested Issa, presenting his reasoning behind the choice. "It offers the best possible option for integration into the fighter jet pilot's helmet. With its advanced augmented reality (AR) capabilities, we can incorporate AR visuals directly into the helmet. Furthermore, since it establishes a connection with the pilot's brain, we can eliminate the need for a separate microphone and radio components. The device will seamlessly read the pilot's brain signals, ensuring clear audio transmission without any additional intervention. Its compact size allows us to incorporate two devices, one as a backup and the other as the primary unit. Additionally, the level of technology involved enables Sir Aaron to reproduce it in the real world without encountering any complications, if needed." Issa's detailed explanation showcased his careful evaluation of the available options, opting for a generation that, despite being less advanced than others, fulfilled the specific requirements for the fighter jet helmet. "I concur with that," Ibrahim affirmed, expressing his agreement with Issa's proposal. This elicited agreement from the majority, although not all members shared the same viewpoint. Andrew, on the other hand, raised his hand, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. Clearing his throat, he stated, "I recommend we utilize the 76th generation device. It would help us avoid potential issues that arose during the VR research team's testing of the 57th generation." "I understand your reasoning behind recommending the 76th generation, which incorporates time perception acceleration in augmented reality. However, since it is the initial iteration of this technology and is still in the experimental phase, it is impractical for us to utilize it. It is not consumer-ready and lacks the necessary refinement for our purposes," Issa stated, firmly expressing his opposition to Andrew's suggestion. To avoid that, all we have to do is use the 80th generation time perception acceleration tech and incorporate it into the body of the 76th generation, eliminating any potential issues with the first generation time perception. Andrew defended his choice against Issa's opposition. But wouldn't doing it that way pose a challenge for Sir Aaron to bring this product to fruition given his current circumstances? Ibrahim questioned, expressing his reservations about Andrew's suggestion. He seemed unconvinced and raised concerns about the feasibility of producing the device in the real world, considering the limitations faced by Sir Aaron. Isn't the printing research team currently working on reverse engineering the atomic printers provided by Miss Nova? Andrew countered, presenting his perspective. If they succeed in accomplishing this task within the next few months, it won't matter which generation of the device we choose. Sir Aaron will have the capability to recreate any of them in the real world. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the production aspect. He highlighted the potential breakthrough that could arise from the printing research team's efforts, suggesting that it would render the concerns about producing a specific generation obsolete. Can we be certain that the atomic printer will be ready within that time frame? Ibrahim asked, seeking clarification from Andrew after his explanation. He expressed a degree of skepticism regarding the timeline and feasibility of completing the atomic printer. We are well aware that the research capabilities within the city are an exponential improvement compared to our previous circumstances, Andrew responded confidently. With access to what could be called inexhaustible research funds and materials, not to mention the novel machines at our disposal, it is unlikely that any research conducted under these conditions would take an extensive amount of time. The resources and support available to us greatly enhance our efficiency and expedites progress. He emphasized the favorable environment within the city, emphasizing that the combination of ample resources and advanced technology would accelerate any research done in these environments. While I share your confidence in the eventual success of the research, the exact timing of its completion remains uncertain, Ibrahim responded. Considering this uncertainty, I am inclined to agree with the suggestion of proceeding with the 57th generation. It is a more viable option given the current circumstances, ensuring that we can move forward with our project without relying on the completion of the atomic printer. Ibrahim expressed his preference for a more practical approach, opting for a generation that is readily available and doesn't depend on external factors. Furthermore, the limitation of the atomic printer is not the only factor influencing my recommendation to proceed with the 57th generation instead of the 76th generation you proposed, Issa added to complement Ibrahim's statement. Starting from the 65th generation onward, the devices incorporate a theoretical battery that is still in the research phase. This, among other considerations, reinforces my preference for the initial choice rather than your suggestion. I'm highly optimistic that the theoretical battery will be completed within the next month or two, Andrew persisted, reiterating his belief that the battery's imminent completion would alleviate any concerns regarding his proposed choice, leaving behind only the atomic printer as the only concern. He remained determined to convince the team to adopt his suggestion. The back-and-forth discussion continued until Luke, the team leader, intervened. With a firm strike on the table to capture everyone's attention, he commanded, "Enough arguing." The forceful action silenced the room, compelling everyone to cease their debates and direct their focus towards him. It was evident that Luke had an important statement to make. Seeing that he had captured their undivided attention, Luke began to speak. "Since you are unable to reach a consensus in a normal way, I have made the decision on your behalf. We will proceed with testing and manufacturing the helmets using the 57th generation of augmented reality technology and..." However, before Luke could finish his statement, "But sir," Andrew interjected with his opinion, prompting an immediate response from Luke. "I'm not done speaking," Luke asserted firmly, silencing Andrew and reminding him of the importance of respecting the conversation flow. "Sorry," Andrew quickly apologized, realizing his mistake, as he had only intended to express his desire to research using the 76th generation of AR technology. Acknowledging Andrew's apology, Luke continued with his decision. "As I previously stated, we will proceed with our research using the 57th generation of technology. However, once we complete this project, we will move up by 10 generations at a time, continually advancing our research. This approach ensures that we are always one step ahead, ready with the next generation of technology as Sir Aaron's production capabilities expand. This includes being prepared with the latest technology when the atomic printer becomes available." Luke's plan aimed to maintain a progressive trajectory while accommodating future advancements in production capabilities. "Understood?" Luke asked, looking at both Ibrahim and Andrew, seeking assurance that they were attentive and on the same page. "Yes, sir," they both replied in agreement, a satisfied tone evident in their voices. It seemed that a resolution had been reached, allowing each of them to have their preferences fulfilled without one compromising the other's desires. Seeing that they were attentively listening to him, Thomas smiled before he stood up and declared, "The meeting is over." He then headed towards the door, making his way back to the labs where they would commence their research on the next generation tactical pilot helmet. This advanced helmet would be utilized by the pilots of the next generation fighter jet, which was currently being researched by various labs, including theirs. Chapter 113: A Day in the Life of John. In deep contemplation, John could be seen lounge bare-chested on the hotel room balcony, his gaze fixed upon the sky. As a gentle breeze caressed him, the drapes that concealed the entrance to the hotel room's balcony fluttered, unveiling two peacefully slumbering beautiful women. Their naked bodies spoke of the shared intimacy they had experienced mere hours ago, a tale known only to them, and destined to remain a secret held by the confines of the room and the whispers of the bedsheet. Their story, untold to the world, unless disclosed by those who partook in its clandestine embrace. As for the contemplating John, his thoughts wandered towards the events that transpired after his recovery. "What should I do now?" he pondered silently. In the past 3 weeks, he had indulged in all the activities he had yearned to experience during his injury-induced confinement, leaving no stone unturned. 3 weeks ago. A day after Aaron healed him, he wasted no time and headed straight to a bar, craving a momentary escape. Upon his arrival, he confidently placed an order for his beloved drink and settled in, waiting for its arrival. As the waiter gracefully presented him with his drink, he found himself captivated by her beauty. In a moment of impulsiveness, he hastily grasped the beer glass with his hand, eager to quench his thirst without delay. Crack! The glass shattered and splintered as a consequence of his inadvertently exerted, newfound strength, amplified after his recovery. "Wow!" they both exclaimed in genuine surprise and astonishment, their voices intertwining. "This is the first time I've witnessed someone shatter a glass just by holding it," the waitress remarked, her awe evident as she expressed her amazement towards him. "Seems like the glass had a pre-existing crack, and my slightly firmer grip must have been the trigger for its breakage," John said, attempting to shift the focus away from his augmented strength and attributing the incident to an alternate cause. "I really don't think so," the waitress responded, her tone reflecting deep contemplation as she pondered the glass's condition before its demise. "Do you genuinely believe I appear strong enough to shatter a glass with just one hand?" John inquired, employing a touch of logic in an attempt to reason with her. "Now that you put it that way, it does indeed seem highly implausible," the waitress replied, placing a finger on her lips. She was fascinated by what she saw from the glimpse of his well-toned physique when he asked her to look at his body to see if he has a body with the strength to break a glass with one hand. "I'm John Watcher, by the way." John introduced himself with a friendly smile, utilizing the new name bestowed upon him by Aaron. He extended his hand, offering a handshake as a gesture of goodwill. Although his first name remained unchanged for the sake of familiarity, his middle and last names had been altered. "I'm Aurora Nolan," she reciprocated, introducing herself with a warm smile as she firmly shook his extended hand. "Nice to meet you," she said, her enchanting smile revealing a set of immaculate, pearly white teeth. John couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty, momentarily transfixed by her radiant charm. "Nice to meet you too. Could I perhaps have a fresh drink? Judging by the state of the previous one, it doesn't seem easy to consume," John remarked with a touch of sarcasm, eliciting a hearty laugh from Aurora. "Yes, sir, I was actually about to bring you a fresh one, but it appears you'll need to visit the restroom," she pointed out, gesturing towards his trousers now dampened by the drink that had spilled onto him after he shattered the glass. "Ah, yes. Where can I find the restroom?" John inquired, accompanied by a light chuckle. The realization dawned upon him that he had become so enthralled by Aurora's beauty when she initially served the drink that he had momentarily forgotten about his damp trousers resulting from the spilled beer. "It's over there," Aurora replied, gracefully pointing in the direction of the restroom, indicating where John could find it. "Thank you." John expressed his gratitude before rising from his seat and making his way towards the restroom to attend to his damp trousers. "You're welcome," Aurora replied, her gaze lingering on the sculpted back of John's physique before she turned away to retrieve his fresh drink. Upon his return from the restroom, John discovered that Aurora had already placed his drink on the table, carefully covering it with a cup lid. She had also diligently wiped away any traces of the spilled beer, ensuring a clean and tidy surface before she returned to continue doing her job. Taking his seat once again, John indulged in his drink, relishing each sip as if it had been an eternity since he last savored its taste. With every sip, he immersed himself in the flavors, savoring the beverage until he eventually reached the bottom of the glass. Upon finishing his drink, John called for a waiter, and a different member of the staff, not Aurora, responded to his call and came over to attend to him. Slightly disappointed, he proceeded to order another glass of the same drink he had been enjoying. Having consumed over 10 glasses of the drink without feeling the slightest hint of intoxication, he mused to himself, "I'm not sure what Sir Aaron did to me, but I must say, I'm thoroughly enjoying this new body of mine." Sensing that he was impervious to intoxication, save for the persistent urge to relieve himself, he made the decision to leverage his rejuvenated appearance and youthful physique. Determined to revel in the pleasures he had been deprived of in the past, he resolved to visit a nightclub and indulge in an evening of entertainment and enjoyment that had long been inaccessible to him. He rose from his seat and made his way towards the bar counter to settle his bill for the drinks he had consumed, eager to conclude his time at the establishment and embark on his journey to the nightclub. "Weren't you serving just moments ago?" he asked, surprised to find Aurora stationed at the POS machine, processing payments. "My friend who was supposed to be here went to the washroom, so I'm filling in for her until she returns," Aurora explained, maintaining her professional demeanor as she continued to handle the transactions. Oh, all right then. How much do I owe? John inquired, wanting to know the amount he needed to settle for his drinks. Let me check, Aurora replied, inputting the table number John had occupied to access the total amount due for his tab. That will be $74, Aurora stated, having glanced at the POS machine. How would you like to make the payment? She inquired, ready to assist John with his chosen method of payment. Card, he replied, reaching into his wallet and retrieving a card to complete the payment transaction. Tip? She inquired, politely asking if he would like to add a gratuity to the transaction. 35%, he replied. Please swipe here, Aurora requested, having already factored in the 35% tip, ensuring it was included in the transaction. Shouldn't you be a bit more intoxicated? The machine shows 10 glasses ordered at your table, yet you seem perfectly fine. Did you happen to spill the other 9 glasses as well? Aurora asked jokingly. Smiling, he responded, I actually consumed all of them. I consider myself quite the heavy drinker, subtly boasting about his capacity for alcohol. Wow, Aurora remarked flirtatiously, a playful glimmer in her eyes. Swiftly recovering her composure, she said, Here is your receipt, as she handed him the receipts. When will you be finished here? He asked, taking a leap of faith, hoping to extend their interaction beyond the confines of the establishment. In about 30 minutes. Why? Aurora replied, her smile growing as she entertained the question. Once you're finished, are you free? I'd like to invite you to join me in embracing the night, John proposed, his interest evident as he eagerly awaited her response. Unfortunately, I won't be available as I have plans to spend time with a friend, Aurora responded, her tone apologetic yet firm. That's unfortunate, John said with a hint of disappointment, and then he began to make his way towards the exit, accepting the reality of the situation. But you could join us if she agrees, she interjected as she noticed him preparing to leave, offering him an alternative possibility if her friend was amenable to the idea. That works too, he replied, his disappointment fading as he considered the alternative possibility presented by Aurora. Sure. Can I have your phone number so I can reach out to you if she agrees? She inquired, her eyes shining with anticipation upon witnessing his positive response. My number is, John began, providing Aurora with his contact information for her to reach out to him. Aurora quickly typed John's number, saving it in her phone. Without hesitation, she dialed the number and promptly ended the call as soon as it connected. With a playful smile, she revealed, That's my number. See you later then. John bid her farewell with a nod and a smile, before promptly departing from the bar, heading towards the nightclub to embrace the night and enjoy the moments of his life. Chapter 114, A Night in the Life of John._01. Warning, mature content. 2 a.m. that night. John and Aurora could be seen entering a hotel room, their bodies entwined with an undeniable allure. His hands firmly held her waist, while hers explored his physique with tantalizing touch. The air crackled with an intense heat, as anticipation and desire hung thick in the atmosphere. Although they had not yet embarked on further intimacy, their intentions seemed poised on the precipice of passion, tempting them to give in to their impulses right there in the hallway, had the room been just a bit further away. Having left the nightclub behind, they found themselves in the hotel room after Aurora's friend had canceled their plans due to an unexpected emergency. After indulging in a few drinks and exchanging playful banter for about an hour, their desires became insurmountable, leading them to conclude that Aurora's house was too far and John's place was not suitable for their rendezvous. They made the mutual decision to seek refuge in a nearby hotel instead. Inside the hotel room. As soon as the hotel room door swung open, they were consumed by an insatiable hunger for one another. Their lips met in a fiery kiss, their bodies pressed together, and their hands explored the contours of each other's bodies. Closing the door with a swift kick, they indulged in their newfound intimacy. Every touch ignited a wave of pleasure, fueling their desires and intensifying the connection between them. In that moment, the world outside ceased to exist, and all that mattered was the electrifying passion that enveloped them in a sensual embrace. John passionately lifted Aurora by her waist, bringing her closer to him as he kissed her. John skillfully maneuvered, carrying her in his arms towards the bed. Upon reaching the bed, John gently laid Aurora on the bed, his body hovering over hers. Their eyes locked, brimming with anticipation, as he claimed her lips in a deep, fervent kiss once again. As their lips molded together, he delicately took hold of her hands, intertwining their fingers, and guided them to rest above her head. When her hands reached where he wanted them, he moved his hands under her blouse to gain access to her breasts that were still being held by her bra. He gently slid his hands that were nestled inside her blouse, delicately undoing the clasps of her bra, yearning to set her free and revel in the intimacy they both sought. As he fondled her breasts and savored the delightful curves of her now liberated breasts, Aurora couldn't contain her pleasure, and soft moans escaped her lips during the brief pause they took amidst their passionate kisses. The absence of the bra allowed for a more direct and intimate connection, intensifying the pleasurable sensations coursing through her body. She surrendered herself to the pleasure, relishing in the passionate touch that awakened her senses. He continued to lovingly fondle her breasts, his touch alternating between gentle caresses and teasing pinches. Each time his fingers playfully squeezed her sensitive flesh, Aurora's pleasure intensified, her moans growing in both volume and pitch. The delightful mixture of sensations ignited a fiery desire within her. Empowered by the intoxicating pleasure radiating from Aurora's being, John's desire to explore every inch of her body intensified. Understanding John's intentions, Aurora eagerly raised her hands, granting him unobstructed access to remove the brazier with ease. The unspoken understanding between them heightened the intimacy of the moment, as their desires harmoniously converged. With a subtle gesture, Aurora conveyed her willingness, inviting John to explore her bared form. And there they were, her breasts liberated from the constraints of the brazier, bouncing with a playful rhythm. Boing, boing, they moved, swaying in a mesmerizing dance, as if trying to return to a state of tranquility after being stirred by John's swift removal of the garment. The gentle motion accentuated their natural allure, captivating both John and Aurora in a moment of mesmerizing beauty and intimate connection. John's eyes were momentarily captivated by the breathtaking beauty that had been concealed beneath the brazier. However, his admiration quickly transformed into a passionate desire to savor the exquisite pleasure before him. With an eager movement, he leaned in and sensually took one of her breasts into his mouth, his lips and tongue exploring every contour. Simultaneously, his free hand continued to lovingly fondle and caress the other, heightening Aurora's pleasure and deepening their intimate connection. "Oh yes, that's good," Aurora moaned with pleasure, her voice a testament to the bliss that consumed her. As John's mouth skillfully pleasured her, she couldn't help but hold his head tenderly, her fingers gently caressing his hair, lost in the depths of her ecstasy. John, who had been savoring the exquisite sensation of pleasuring her breasts, gradually shifted his attention downward. With a deliberate descent, his lips and tongue traversed her soft skin until they reached her belly button. The trail of his affectionate kisses left a tantalizing path, igniting a sense of anticipation for the pleasures yet to come. With a tender kiss bestowed upon her belly button, John indulged in the sweet exploration of her body. But his desire for her extended beyond a single spot, as he eagerly returned to lavishing her with passionate kisses along her neck. Their longing lips collided once more, rekindling the fiery connection they shared. As their fervor intensified, his hands instinctively sought to further the exploration, deftly unzipping her trousers and guiding them down. Aurora wasted no time in removing her trousers, eagerly assisted by John. With a seamless and synchronized effort, they swiftly discarded the garment, allowing her body to be exposed and ready for the pleasures that awaited them. As he was kissing her, John's other hand delicately caressed Aurora's moistened honey nectar. With a purposeful motion, he gently inserted a single finger, pressing it inside her, eliciting a passionate moan from Aurora. The sensitive nerves within the walls of her vagina eagerly responded, transmitting waves of pleasure to her brain. Overwhelmed by a wave of irresistible desire, Aurora's hunger for pleasure surged within her. In a display of passion, she pushed John onto the bed, causing his finger to slip out of her, which in turn evoked another moan of pleasure from her lips. In a swift motion, she positioned herself on top of him, driven by a primal instinct to dominate and indulge in their shared desire. With a forceful and determined movement, she removed his shirt, unveiling his bare chest. Aurora swiftly moved her attention downwards. With the assistance of John, she deftly opened the zipper of his trousers and removed them with a sense of urgency. With the removal of John's trousers, his erect member stood proudly before them, akin to a sword freed from its sheath. Captivated by the impressive size of John's manhood, Aurora's hands delicately wrapped around it, marveling at its girth and length. With a mixture of curiosity and desire, she began to explore its contours, feeling its firmness and the pulsating heat that emanated from it. The sheer size of his member allowed her to caress it with both hands, feeling the weight and power it possessed. As her touch conveyed both tenderness and excitement, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Aurora utilized the natural lubrication of John's pre-cum to stroke his cock. With a confident and eager motion, she positioned her head and took his throbbing member into her mouth, focusing her attention on pleasuring the sensitive head. Her skilled tongue and suction elicited primal moans of pleasure from John. As Aurora continued to pleasure John with her mouth, the saliva naturally flowed between her hands on his cock, creating an additional layer of lubrication. The slickness enhanced her movements, allowing her hands to glide effortlessly along the length of John's throbbing cock. With each stroke, the sensations of warmth, wetness, and pressure heightened the pleasure for John. After dedicating a few minutes to focusing on the head of his cock, Aurora released one of her hands from its back and forth rotating motion. With a swift movement, she transitioned her mouth to encompass the area that her hand had previously attended to, leaving behind just one hand to continue the tantalizing strokes along his length. Aurora's head bobbed rhythmically up and down, demonstrating her expertise in pleasuring John's cock. With each skillful movement, she engulfed him with her warm, wet mouth, creating an intense sensation that sent waves of pleasure coursing through his body. John's moans of ecstasy filled the air, a testament to the overwhelming pleasure he experienced from her exceptional oral skills. The intensity of her oral prowess brought him immense satisfaction, especially after a prolonged period of abstinence, heightening the pleasure and building towards an explosive climax. Aurora, fueled by her insatiable desire for pleasure, decided to challenge herself further. With a determined mindset, she released her grip on the remaining hand that was stroking John's cock. In a bold move, she took a deep breath and expertly maneuvered her mouth to accommodate the entire length of his impressive 9-inch cock. As she deep-throated him, her neck bulged slightly from the invigorating stretch, momentarily obstructing her breath. The sensation of being filled completely, coupled with the slight deprivation of air, intensified her arousal, causing her honey nectar to flow even more abundantly. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the experience, Aurora held the deep-throating position for an extended period, reveling in the euphoria of the suffocating ecstasy. However, as the seconds ticked by, the lack of oxygen began to take its toll, pushing her to the brink of losing consciousness. With a gasp for air, she reluctantly withdrew her mouth from John's cock, needing a moment to catch her breath and replenish her oxygen supply. Sensing the need for a brief respite, John seized the opportunity to catch his breath. The heightened arousal and the prolonged pleasurable experience had brought him to the brink of orgasm within mere minutes. Seizing the moment, John's hands firmly gripped Aurora's cheeks as he pulled her up onto his face, indulging in a passionate and deep kiss. Their tongues intertwined, exploring each other's mouths with a fervent hunger. As the kiss intensified, he gently pushed her off from on top of him, transitioning their positions. Now, it was John who took the dominant role, moving on top of her, his body pressing against hers. Chapter 115: A Night in the Life of John._02. Warning: Mature content. Seizing the moment, John's hands firmly gripped Aurora's cheeks as he pulled her up onto his face, indulging in a passionate and deep kiss. Their tongues intertwined, exploring each other's mouths with a fervent hunger. As the kiss intensified, he gently pushed her off from on top of him, transitioning their positions. Now, it was John who took the dominant role, moving on top of her, his body pressing against hers. With a fervent desire, John's lips trailed a path of fiery kisses from her mouth to her neck, further down to her enticing breasts, and teasingly explored her sensitive belly button. As his hands gripped her hips, an uncontrollable wave of lust overcame him, clouding his judgment. In his haste and overwhelming desire, he unintentionally applied too much force, resulting in the ripping of her underwear. The fabric gave way, exposing Aurora's glistening, bare, and cleanly shaven pussy, drenched in the intoxicating essence of her arousal. Without a moment's hesitation, John positioned his head between her thighs, his mouth eagerly exploring the delicate folds of her pussy. He indulged in the intoxicating taste and scent, skillfully using his tongue and lips to pleasure her. Aurora's body responded instinctively, writhing in pleasure, as waves of ecstasy washed over her, unable to resist the intense sensations John was evoking. With his mouth still firmly latched onto her pulsating clit, John's hands skillfully explored the depths of her wetness, his fingers plunging into her eagerly. He synchronized his movements, alternating between the rhythmic thrusts of his fingers and the passionate flicks of his tongue, driving Aurora wild with pleasure. The combination of his oral and manual stimulation heightened her arousal, causing her moans of delight to fill the room. Aurora's moans grew louder and more intense as John's finger penetrated deeper into her, hitting all the right spots. The sensations coursing through her body were overwhelming, as pleasure radiated from her core. She couldn't help but arch her back, pushing herself further onto his hand, craving more of the electrifying pleasure that was building within her. Aurora's voice was filled with desire and urgency as she said, "I can't hold it anymore. I want it inside. Put it in me." Her words resonated with a deep longing for him to satisfy her burning desires. With her hands firmly gripping his head, she made her intentions clear. She craved the feeling of him inside her, filling her with ecstasy and bringing them both to the peak of pleasure. John, understanding Aurora's impatience and longing, positioned himself between her legs and guided his erect member towards her slick entrance. He held his throbbing shaft in his hand, teasingly tapping it against her wet folds, eliciting moans of anticipation from her. However, the intense gaze she gave him made it clear that she was ready for him to stop teasing and to penetrate her without further delay. Without wasting any more time, John aligned his pulsating member with Aurora's eagerly awaiting entrance. With a surge of desire, he pressed forward, feeling her warm and inviting depths envelop him. Time seemed to stand still for a moment as their bodies connected in a passionate union. A gasp escaped Aurora's lips, mingling with a low groan from John as the whole 9-inch cock entered her wet pussy. Aurora's body quivered with pleasure as John's entry set waves of ecstasy coursing through her. Audhai, her moan echoed in the room, a symphony of pleasure and satisfaction. The intense sensation of being stretched and filled after a prolonged anticipation overwhelmed her, leading to an immediate orgasm that washed over her like a tidal wave. She clung tightly to John, her nails digging into his back as her orgasm cascaded through her body, leaving her gasping for breath and trembling with satisfaction. Aurora's body quivered and trembled with the aftershocks of her intense orgasm, but her desire burned brightly within her. Locking eyes with John, "Don't stop!" she pleaded for him not to stop, her voice filled with a desperate longing. The words hung in the air, urging him to continue the passionate dance they had embarked upon. Without hesitation, John resumed his rhythmic movements, driven by the shared desire and the primal connection between them. Paw, 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 paw. John unleashed his newfound strength, his thrusts becoming more powerful and assertive. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed through the room, a symphony of pleasure and desire. Each thrust set waves of sensation coursing through Aurora's body, intensifying the pleasure that surged within her. With every pa of their bodies meeting, their connection deepened, fueled by raw passion and an insatiable hunger for each other. As their bodies moved in perfect harmony, John's chest pressed against Aurora's sensitive nipples, igniting sparks of pleasure with each passionate thrust. The friction between them sent waves of ecstasy coursing through her, intensifying her already heightened state of arousal. Their lips locked in a passionate and aggressive kiss, their tongues intertwining in a dance of desire. Aurora's moans mingled with their shared breath, a symphony of pleasure and longing. This continued for more than 15 minutes before, with a swift movement, John changed their position, guiding Aurora onto her stomach and placing her in a doggy position. The anticipation in the air grew as they both understood the next course of action. Aurora arched her back, presenting herself to him, eagerly granting him access to her glistening nectar once again. The air was thick with desire as John positioned himself behind her, ready to delve into her depths with renewed passion. John, not wasting any more time, immediately plunged the 9-incher back inside Aurora's welcoming warmth, resuming his rhythmic movements with fervor. The room filled with the sounds of their moans and the rhythmic slapping of their bodies colliding once again. Paw, 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 paw. Aah, 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 aah. Aurora's pleasure soared to new heights as John relentlessly continued his passionate assault on her quivering body. Every sensation became amplified, and their connection deepened with every passing moment. John's newfound stamina did not disappoint him, as he successfully held back his release for over 45 minutes. With a deep grunt, he signaled to Aurora that he was on the brink of climax. But Aurora, still enveloped in the blissful afterglow, expressed her desire with a breathy voice. Release it inside me. I want to feel it deep within. H. John's primal instincts took over as he unleashed a guttural grunt, his body convulsing with pleasure, as he poured every last drop of his essence deep inside her. The raw intensity of the moment filled the air, leaving them both breathless and satisfied. Ewa! Aurora moaned, her voice filled with pleasure, as she felt John's hot fluid surging inside her, coating the walls of her pulsating vagina. The sensation set waves of ecstasy coursing through her body, intensifying the connection between them in that blissful moment of release. PFRGH. Aurora's pussy, now sensitive and well-used, emitted a slight sound as John's cock slid out, leaving a trail of their shared intimacy. John was taken aback by the fact that his erection remained firm, and his energy levels remained high even in the moments of post-sex clarity. He couldn't help but marvel at his body's new resilience and the absence of fatigue that usually followed such intense physical activity. Thank you, Sir Aaron, he thought to himself as he rose from the bed. He then reached out and pulled the naked Aurora towards him, positioning her leg on his shoulder and the other between his kneeling legs. Without wasting any more time, he immediately inserted his cock inside her pussy, once more eliciting a deep moan from her, who was still relishing on the gloom from the previous session. The lights continued to shine brightly, illuminating the room, while the passionate moaning persisted until the break of dawn. Due to Aurora's exhaustion and inability to keep up with John's immense sexual stamina in the following days, she decided to invite her friend, who had canceled their previous meeting, to share the load and enjoy the experience together. As he continued contemplating at the balcony, he turned around to see Aurora and her friend Lucy peacefully sleeping. A mix of thoughts and questions filled his mind, and he couldn't help but vocalize them to himself. Now that only a week remains in the break given to me by Sir Aaron, how will our relationship continue? He pondered aloud. Will Sir Aaron allow me to continue having this connection if I ask for his permission? The question swirled in his thoughts, leaving him both curious and uncertain about what lay ahead. Although he cherished the relationship he shared with Aurora and Lucy, he was prepared to sever all ties if Sir Aaron commanded him to do so without hesitation or second thoughts. His loyalty and devotion to Sir Aaron were unwavering, and he was willing to sacrifice his own desires for the sake of following his orders. The depth of his commitment to Sir Aaron knew no bounds, and he would prioritize his master's wishes above all else, even if it meant letting go of the connections he held dear. His contemplation was interrupted by a notification on his phone, emitting a distinct ding sound. He picked up his phone to see what the message was about, and to his surprise, it was from Sir Aaron. Without wasting any time, he eagerly opened the message and was taken aback by its contents. It simply read, "Yes, you can." This indicated that Sir Aaron was aware of everything that had been going on. Chapter 116, Brain Data Collection complete. 2 months later. Congratulations, sir, for finally completing the collection of brain data from everyone on the list. Nova congratulated Aaron as he collected the brain data of the last person on his list. "Ooh, finally," Aaron said as he let out a sigh of relief while removing the virtual headgear from the woman. "That took 2 weeks longer than planned," Aaron said as he made his way to the front door, preparing to leave the house and begin his drive back to his home state. He was in the state nearest to his, and now it was time to conclude his journey and return home. "Have the forces completed their vacations?" Aaron asked as he started his car and embarked on his drive back to his home state. 345 of them have already arrived at the hotel you rented, and as for the remaining 30, They will arrive within the next 2 weeks, Nova reported back to Aaron. Good. For now, they should mingle with each other and get to know one another. In 2 weeks, when everyone has arrived, I will personally visit them and officially begin the organization's operations, Aaron said. Are you planning to immediately send them to Eden? Nova asked. No, as that may attract the attention of Adolf and other intelligence organizations. We will send the first batch of 20 people to purchase an island and initiate the construction of a temporary base. Another group will be dispatched to various arms dealers to procure the necessary equipment for everyone. The remaining individuals will be sent in batches of 10 every other week to join those in Eden and commence their refreshment training with the equipment that will be smuggled in from around the world. Aaron outlined his plan. There is that. Also, only 2.5 months are left until the Morgans make their move and attack the Rothschilds, Nova reminded Aaron. I'm aware. Has Ava sent Rena's investment account details, and has the loan been deposited? He inquired, eager to confirm if Rena had completed her preparations. Yes, she sent it to me at the end of last month, and I have already started making the necessary preparations for Rena using the funds in her investment account, Nova replied. How much was in the account? There was a total of $7 billion in the account, sir, Nova reported the amount. If I recall correctly, she initially requested around $5 billion. What caused the increase to $7 billion? He asked, expressing his astonishment at the raised amount. Her brother informed the banks that she intended to request loans with the condition that if she defaulted, he would purchase the loan from them without any loss to the banks. Recognizing that they would not be at risk of losing money, they allowed her to increase the loan amount, Nova explained, shedding light on the reason behind the increased loan amount. Indeed, it appears that he is hoping for her failure in whatever she plans to use the loan for, enabling him to acquire and wield it as a weapon against her, Aaron remarked, understanding Arya's motive for promising the banks to purchase her defaulted loan. Yes, sir, Nova replied, nodding in agreement with his assumption, indicating that he was correct. How much of our funds are being allocated to this plan? Aaron asked, wanting to compare the proportion of his own money that would be utilized in the plan. Sir, a total of $15 billion is being allocated for this plan, Nova immediately reported, providing the requested amount without any delay. What? When did I have that much money? Aaron asked in surprise, as he was certain that the dividend he had received was nowhere near that amount. Sir, you gave me permission to invest the money as I saw fit, and I did so during that period. I managed to generate substantial earnings, which accounted for the remainder of the money, Nova explained, shedding light on the source of the additional funds. Where did you invest such a large amount of money to yield such a high return in such a short period? Aaron asked, curious to learn about Nova's investing strategy that had resulted in such impressive gains. At the beginning, since I had access to all publicly available data, I utilized it to create a comprehensive profile of information crucial for accurate investment decisions. This included analyzing press releases, monitoring rumors, tracking social media posts, gathering leaked information, and much more. With this data, I could predict certain events with a notable level of certainty. For instance, I anticipated when the U.S. Federal Reserve planned to initiate the tapering of its bond buying program, enabling me to prepare and profit accordingly. I also positioned myself based on expectations of positive or negative reports from specific companies, allowing me to capitalize on the outcomes. Economic indicators released by various countries further provided opportunities to profit from market reactions. However, the most profitable aspect was leveraging geopolitical events. Heightened tensions in Ukraine, conflicts in the Middle East, and other geopolitical uncertainties allowed me to prepare in advance and extract maximum benefits. Sometimes, I even instigated certain rumors to expedite events and capitalize on them sooner than expected. There are many more strategies, but explaining them all concisely is challenging. However, when you transferred me to the quantum computer, everything changed. I no longer needed to predict and prepare in advance, as I could instantly react to market conditions, yielding even greater profits than before. Currently, my performance is limited by the internet speed between my location and the trading servers. If it were doubled, I estimate I could have earned an additional $255 million. Nova elaborated on her investment approach to Aaron, detailing how she generated substantial returns within a short time frame. Holy Mother! Aaron couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as he realized the magnitude of the impact caused by his simple decision to allow Nova to invest his money, aiming to prevent it from losing value due to inflation. The realization struck him that this choice had created a certain ripple in the world economy. Has anyone discovered your activities? Such substantial movements are bound to attract attention, Aaron asked, curious to know if Nova's remarkable work had been uncovered by anyone. I utilize over 100 different investment accounts from various anonymous investment firms to mitigate the risk of detection, Nova explained. When one account undergoes significant transactions, I close it, withdraw the funds, and transfer them to new accounts. This method helps me avoid leaving a conspicuous trail and minimizes the chances of attracting excessive attention from other investors. Wow, you truly have thought of everything. Well done. Aaron couldn't help but express his pride in her accomplishments. Thank you, sir, Nova replied, showing her genuine happiness and gratitude for Aaron's recognition of her hard work. So how much money did you accumulate as a result of these significant movements? He asked, eager to learn the total amount Nova had earned through her investments. Since you granted me permission to utilize the full amount of money in your account for investing, I have earned a total of $8,834,423,876 in the last 6 months, Nova accurately reported. Wow! He only managed to utter these words, the remainder being swallowed by sheer astonishment. Looks like Buffett has got himself some competition, Aaron joked, once he had collected himself from the surprise. Haha, Nova chuckled in response to Aaron's comment. After laughing for a short period of time, he asked, why are we only utilizing $15 billion for the preparations regarding the Morgan's movements? Seeking clarification. The remaining $3,834,423,876 are allocated for various purposes, Nova explained. They are intended to strengthen our forces, provide ongoing support for revolutionary movements, address family needs, serve as emergency funds in case unforeseen circumstances arise, and account for potential complications or setbacks in our plan against the Morgans. As you once mentioned, humans can be unpredictable, and it is wise to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Looks like you've been listening to my words, Aaron joked, feeling a sense of pride that his casual words of wisdom had influenced Nova to incorporate certain adjustments into her planning. I always am, Nova replied softly. Have the selected individuals already joined Alexander's group? Aaron asked, shifting the conversation to the current happenings in Eden. Nearly all of them have already joined, and based on the plan we provided, Alexander has decentralized the leadership of his group across different cities. Nova reported the current state of affairs in Eden. This distribution of leadership provides a level of semi-autonomy to individuals in various cities, increasing control and reducing the risk of discovery by avoiding concentrated leadership in one location. By maintaining control over the leaders in different cities, he can effectively streamline control within his group. Good. Keep monitoring his activities closely and notify me of any significant developments, he instructed upon hearing the update on the situation. Yes, sir, Nova answered back. Chapter 117 Back Home. 5 hours later. After 5 hours of nonstop driving, he finally arrived at his home. Good afternoon, he greeted Donald, the head of his security detail, who was on duty at the house that day, as he stepped out of the car. Good afternoon, Sir Aaron. Welcome back, Donald greeted with a smile on his face, expressing his warm welcome to Aaron. Did any issues arise while we were away? He asked. No, sir. Thankfully, nothing of that sort occurred, Donald reported back, reassuring Aaron that there were no notable issues during his absence. Okay then, have a good day, Aaron said, bidding farewell to Donald as he entered the house for the first time in 2 months. After stowing his belongings in the basement, he made his way to the bathroom, where he refreshed himself with a thorough wash. Following that, he prepared a delicious omelet, sat down to enjoy his meal, and then retired to his room for some much-needed rest. It would be the first time in a very long while that he could sleep peacefully, free from the burdens and pressures of his recent endeavors. Eden. How many new members did our group gain this month? Alexander asked his assistant about the number of new members in his groups. We have gained over 50,000 new members, sir. If this trend continues, we can expect to have more than 500,000 members in the next few months, his assistant replied, brimming with excitement in his voice. It is surprising that we haven't caught Adolf's attention yet, Alexander remarked, placing his hand on his chin as he contemplated the matter. The program you provided us with seems remarkably effective in erasing any traces if a member is suspected of being a traitor. Where did you commission such a program? His assistant asked curiously. I commissioned it during my visit to America for the leaders' meeting a few months ago, Alexander replied, though his response lacked definitive details. But, sir, why are we not planning any large demonstrations even after gaining such a substantial number of new members? Holding such events could elevate our standing in the eyes of other revolutionary groups, his assistant asked, expressing his curiosity about the absence of efforts to elevate their group's position. Not at the moment. We need to further increase our numbers so that when we do plan something, it will be on a grand scale that cannot be ignored, Alexander replied, sharing his reason with his assistant. However, he concealed the fact that when the demonstration would eventually take place, it would mark both the first and last gathering of their group, as on that day, there would be no dictator left to protest against, as the dictator would either be imprisoned or deceased. Another reason is that with the significant influx of new members, our funds are depleting rapidly. Therefore, I am currently exploring ways to secure additional funding to support a large-scale protest, he added, emphasizing the need to address their financial constraints before organizing such an event. Yes, sir, his assistant nodded, bidding him farewell before returning to his office to resume his work. When Alexander found himself alone, he retrieved his phone and dialed Aaron's phone number. Hello, a female voice was heard on the other side of the phone. Hello, Alexander greeted, recognizing the female voice on the other end of the line belonging to someone he had spoken to on several occasions in the past months. "May I speak with Sir Aaron, please?" Alexander asked respectfully. No pride or superiority could be felt in his tone at all. "That would be difficult as he is currently resting. However, you can share with me what you would have asked him, and I will make sure to forward your message to him," Nova responded on Aaron's behalf. "All right then, what I actually wanted to discuss with him is the possibility of obtaining additional financial support, considering the large influx of new members we have experienced." Alexander explained his intention to ask Aaron for more funding. "Sure, consider it taken care of," Nova promptly responded without any hesitation. "Thanks." He expressed his gratitude, but in his mind, he couldn't help but think that was too easy. She didn't even ask about the approximate amount we might need, the number of new members, or what we were planning to use the money for. "Is there anything else?" Nova asked, inquiring if there were any additional requests or matters to address. "Could you please provide me with more information about the timing and execution strategy of the plan?" Alexander inquired. He expressed his desire to acquire additional details in order to incorporate them into his future planning, as he had been given only a few key points and lacked a comprehensive understanding of the entire plan. "The plan will be sent to your computers by evening or even tonight. I recommend that you read it together with all the city leaders under your command, as they need to be informed and involved in order to make their strategic moves accordingly," Nova explained to Alexander. "Yes, miss. Then I wish you a good day." Alexander bid her farewell, and waited for the person on the other side to end the call as a sign of respect, acknowledging the power dynamics at play. "Have a good day." Nova bid him farewell and ended the call. Alexander returned to continue his work, but within 5 minutes, he heard a notification sound from his computer. Without wasting any time, he opened the notification and was surprised to see that it was a bank transfer confirmation. "Some people are way too rich," he murmured in awe as he observed the substantial sum of $55 million that had been transferred into his account from multiple sources, strategically done to bypass any security measures. When he had made the request for funding and received immediate approval without any questions asked, Alexander had anticipated a modest amount, perhaps no more than $1 million, which would have sufficed to support their operations until the crucial day of the uprising. However, the unexpected transfer of $55 million signaled something far greater. It became evident that this substantial sum encompassed not only their immediate needs, but also the budget allocated for the entire uprising itself. The realization left Alexander both amazed and daunted by the scale of resources now at their disposal. However, Alexander couldn't help but feel that the allocated amount of $55 million was an overkill. Based on his own simplistic calculations, he believed that they would require no more than $10 million to achieve their objectives. This left him curious and intrigued about the intended use of the remaining funds. Knowing Aaron's meticulous nature, he understood that every cent had been carefully allocated with a specific purpose in mind. As he contemplated the possibilities, Alexander couldn't help but wonder what grand plans lay ahead, waiting to be executed with the remaining budget. "Seems like the spending plan will be sent alongside the main plan in the evening," Alexander mused to himself, realizing that he would have to wait for the official documentation before making any assumptions or guesses. With that in mind, he decided to shift his focus away from speculation and patiently await the comprehensive plan and spending details that would be provided later in the day. After a few hours of rest, Aaron woke up feeling refreshed. He proceeded to freshen up by washing himself, and then enjoyed a light meal to energize himself. With his mind clear and ready for action, he headed straight to the basement to continue his work. "Log in," Aaron commanded as he laid down on his makeshift bed and put on the helmet. "Welcome, sir," Nova greeted him as he passed through the gate, entering the Universal simulation. "Thanks. Did anything happen while I was sleeping?" he asked, curious if there were any significant events during his rest. "Yes, sir." Alexander called, requesting funds to support his group and expressing his desire to review the unredacted plan for the revolution. He wants to start planning ahead of time and avoid any counterproductive actions due to a lack of knowledge about our complete plan, Nova reported. "What did you do?" Aaron asked about Nova's actions. Nova replied, "For the funding problem, I sent him $55 million. As for the unredacted plan, I informed him that it would be sent to him by night." "Good," Aaron responded. "Send him the report since we have already vetted everyone within the leadership and removed any individuals who pose a risk of betrayal. There is nothing to worry about." "Yes, I have just forwarded the plan to him. All the leaders have already gathered in an office, and for those unable to attend physically, they are participating via conference call in an isolated room," Nova reported, providing information based on what she saw from the cameras and heard from the microphones of the attending members' devices. "Now, let's take a look at their reactions," Aaron said as he settled into the chair that Nova had prepared for him. "Yes, sir," Nova agreed. She created a large projection in front of Aaron and then established a time bubble around them, synchronizing the time within the bubble to match real-world time. This was necessary because watching the video within the accelerated universal simulation would have resulted in significant lag. As time in the simulation was 5 times faster than real-world time, watching a 1-minute video would have required them to wait 5 minutes in the simulation. By aligning the time within the bubble with real-world time, they could watch the video without any delays or time discrepancies. Chapter 118, Reading the Report. Title: Operation Hell Heaven's Uprising. Confidential Report. Introduction. This report outlines a conclusive plan for the overthrow of the government of Eden, to be executed during the Founders' Day celebrations. Objective. The primary objective of Operation Hell Heaven's Uprising is to orchestrate a well-coordinated uprising to overthrow the government of Eden during the symbolic Founders' Day celebrations. By choosing this specific occasion, we aim to exploit the vulnerability and distraction of the government, maximizing the chances of a successful revolution. Rationale. Symbolic importance. Strategic timing. Diversionary tactics. Execution plan. Recruitment and training. Information gathering. Coordinated uprising. Seizing key positions. Public support. As everyone in the meeting quietly read through the plan, their expressions revealed everything but calm. Despite their efforts to control their emotions, they couldn't help but show their surprise and astonishment. The level of detail in the plan was far beyond what any one person could conceive, leaving them in awe of the intricate strategy laid out before them. "Who came up with this plan?" asked Adam, one of the regional leaders, in an excited tone. "I can't tell you that, as they wish to remain anonymous," Alexander replied, intentionally avoiding mentioning Aaron's involvement in the plan. "Although the plan is well thought out and feasible, it requires a significant amount of funding, and I'm not certain if we can acquire it without attracting the attention of Adolf and other revolutionary groups," Adam voiced his concern. When it comes to funding, you don't have to worry about that. A generous donor has covered the entire cost, so all we have to do now is start planning the execution of the plan, Alexander reassured Adam. Although the plan is very detailed, it seems like there is something missing, Ace chimed in after completing his reading, having identified a gap in the report. What part is missing? Alexander asked, curious to know about the omission. Although the plan outlines our strategy of utilizing the preparations for the celebration of the founding days as a cover to gather ourselves and exploit the weaknesses created by the concentration of forces in other important locations, it overlooks the crucial aspect of dealing with the remaining army. While they may not be a formidable force compared to global standards, they still comprise an armed military of 34,000 personnel. Despite Adolf's focus on his private forces, we cannot disregard the presence of the army. We need to address how we will handle them, he explained, highlighting the missing component of the plan. That aspect will be handled by our backer, Alexander replied in response to the question. Who is that backer? We need to know him to see if we can trust him, and what he plans to gain from all of this when everything is over, Ace said immediately after hearing the answer from Alexander. We are not children. We all know that someone who will invest such a large amount of money always has something to gain, and we are not against it or anything. We just need to know his intentions so that we can choose on whether to trust him or not. When Alexander heard the question, he realized that he couldn't provide a direct answer without divulging the identity and intentions of their backer. He found himself stuck between a rock and a hard place, torn between revealing Aaron as the backer or withholding the information, which could lead to dissatisfaction or opposition among the group. Alexander contemplated the consequences of both options, weighing the potential benefits of transparency against the risks of compromising their benefactor's anonymity. As Alexander was contemplating, ding, his phone chimed with a notification. Though he could have chosen to ignore it, he recognized the specific notification sound as one assigned only to Aaron. This indicated that the message held importance, compelling him to swiftly retrieve his phone and open the message, regardless of how it might be perceived by the others in attendance. The message contained a simple statement, "You can tell them about me." While the message provided relief to Alexander, it also evoked a sense of unease. The words held dual significance. On one hand, it signified Aaron's approval for Alexander to reveal his identity to the others. On the other hand, it carried a more ominous implication, one that suggested Aaron's omnipresence and control, insinuating that every action and word was under his watchful gaze. Is it important? The man, growing impatient, asked Alexander if the notification he had just received was important, unaware of the significance it held for Alexander and the weight it carried in the current situation. No, let's continue with the meeting, Alexander replied, discreetly slipping his phone back into his pocket. Since you want to know who our backer is, his name is Aaron. As for what he wants to gain from us after everything has succeeded, he wants the Constitution to abolish the military and dismantle all its associated institutions, Alexander explained, keeping his response short and concise. What? The room erupted in surprise and shock upon hearing Alexander's revelation. The suddenness and audacity of Aaron's proposition left everyone unable to maintain their composure. Why would he want such a bullshit thing? Ace angrily exclaimed, unable to comprehend Aaron's motive behind wanting to abolish the military. When Alexander heard the man dismiss Aaron's demand as bullshit, he felt a sinking feeling in his heart, knowing that Aaron was listening to the entire conversation. In an attempt to prevent further insults and potential consequences, Alexander quickly intervened, offering an explanation. His private forces will be taking its place, he clarified, hoping to pacify the situation and alleviate any concerns. Why the heck would he want to do that? Ace continued asking. For the specific reasons behind his decision, I'm not entirely sure, Alexander replied honestly. And what about the 34,000 soldiers in the army? Are they just going to sit back and accept their unemployment? Let's not forget they are armed, Ace questioned, his tone filled with mockery. As I mentioned before, when it comes to the army, there is no need to worry. Our backer, Aaron, will personally handle the challenges associated with the army and all that it entails, Alexander assured them in a confident tone. I truly cannot grasp how he intends to achieve that, remarked one individual, attempting to envision the practicalities. I personally don't know of anyone in the world with a private army capable of handling and exerting control over more than 34,000 individuals, except for Ramzan Kadyrov, and Aaron's name bears no resemblance to his. It's quite perplexing to contemplate. Though I am not aware of his true capabilities, what I do know is that he possesses enough wealth to substantiate every claim he has made, Alexander responded, acknowledging his own naivety about the extent of his unwavering confidence in Aaron's abilities, not knowing where it comes from. That's too little for us to place our trust in him. Can you arrange a meeting with him so that we can personally assess his credibility and determine whether we can rely on him and comply with his demands? Or should we consider the possibility of betraying him once we have gained power and achieved our goals? Oscar proposed, causing Alexander to nervously grip his trousers, fearing the potential repercussions of the man's words. I will convey your request to meet him and inform you of his response once I receive it, Alexander replied, his voice still tinged with residual fear. With that, let's conclude today's meeting and reconvene after we receive his reply. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, he swiftly brought the meeting to an end, wary of provoking any actions from Aaron that could jeopardize his own safety. To Alexander, although Aaron was always civil during every interaction they had, he understood that Aaron was a formidable and potentially dangerous individual. The fact that Aaron had already invested a substantial sum of money, exceeding $250 million, indicated the seriousness of his intentions. Aaron's commitment to his promises was unwavering, and Alexander knew that any betrayal from their side would not end well for them. The vast resources Aaron had dedicated to their cause demonstrated the significance of what he stood to gain in return. Alexander recognized that the value Aaron placed on his endgame was so significant that he would not hesitate to change the group he will support if necessary. In Alexander's mind, the consequences of crossing Aaron were clear. The financial support of approximately $60 million provided by the billionaire was a relatively insignificant amount to him, akin to pocket change. Universal simulation. Aaron couldn't help but burst out laughing in disappointment upon hearing the suggestion that they should consider betraying him once they had gained power. Human minds are truly feeble, Aaron remarked with a disappointed shake of his head. It seems that when they saw an achievable plan, one of them had already contemplated betraying me. His tone carried a tale of his disappointment. I left him because it is difficult to replace him at the moment, and he is still useful to us. We can get rid of him after we finish the revolution, Nova replied, gently brushing Aaron's back as a gesture of consolation. I am aware of that, and I had foreseen it, Aaron remarked, acknowledging the situation. However, there is a notable distinction between expecting something and witnessing its actual occurrence. The contrast between anticipation and reality can be quite striking. Isn't that why you took charge of handling the army yourself? Nova remarked playfully, aware of Aaron's tendency for planning for all possibilities. As you know, by forcing the generals to sign the Riddick contract, I will gain control over the army, enabling me to assimilate and retrain them as my own forces, Aaron explained, his tone filled with a calculated sense of power. But that is not the only reason. As a wise man once said, the romantic image of the people storming the gates and overthrowing their dictator is mostly a fantasy. If you run a middling dictatorship, the people only storm the palace when the army lets them. By retaining control over the army, I can oversee the entire process and ensure a smooth transition of power, while also shaping the Constitution to include the amendments I desire and eliminating any potential for betrayal. A sinister smile crept across Aaron's face, hinting at a transformation within him. Nova, present to see this change, felt a surge of joy as she witnessed Aaron's evolution and the gradual transformation of his mindset. It was a small step, but it represented progress. Every improvement, no matter how slight, brought a sense of relief and joy to her. It seems that the time has come for me to visit Eden, Aaron declared, making his journey official. Chapter 119: The Birth of a Star. Hearing that he had finally decided to visit Eden, will you be going with the first batch of the security team? Nova asked. Yes, that would be more convenient. I need to personally introduce them to the generals to facilitate the smuggling of weapons and other materials, Aaron replied. That's true. Nova nodded in agreement with Aaron's idea. Have you finalized the list of weapons dealers? He asked, wanting to shift the discussion to a different subject. Yes, it is. However, given your requirement for dealers capable of smuggling the latest generation of weapons, the list is rather short, she replied while materializing the list in Aaron's hand. Are they what I think they are? He questioned, as he was reading the names written on the list. Yes, most of them are former U.S. and other NATO soldiers working in private military companies, PMCs, utilizing their connections to acquire weapons from the U.S. Army and other coalition forces deployed in Afghanistan and other Middle Eastern countries. It's the most convenient method to obtain such technology without arousing any suspicion. They can simply claim that the weapons were destroyed in combat or under other circumstances, Nova elaborated, sharing her understanding of the situation. That's good to hear. Do they have sufficient inventory to meet our requirements? Aaron asked. Fortunately, yes. And since we'll be making such a large purchase, we have the opportunity to negotiate a discount. However, such a significant transaction will raise red flags with the three-letter agencies, Nova expressed her concern. We just need to ensure that we cover our tracks once the weapons enter international waters. Once they are safely transported to Eden, even if they discover the destination, we can use the Eden army as a cover, Aaron confidently stated. I agree, Nova answered. I don't foresee having any rest for at least the next 6 months, Aaron remarked, acknowledging the significant workload ahead. If you utilize the workforce you have at your disposal, it will grant you a few weeks of rest, so you needn't worry about that, sir, Nova reassured Aaron. Thanks. Oh, sir, the fusion lab is about to ignite the fusion reactor. Would you like to have a look at it? Nova exclaimed with excitement, informing Aaron of the significant development. Sure, let's go and take a look, Aaron said, standing up from his chair and adjusting his trousers. In an instant, Nova teleported them both to Lab City. Inside the Fusion Research Lab, scientists in white coats bustled about, diligently conducting final checkups and ensuring that every aspect of the system was in order before initiating the ignition sequence. Their meticulous movements and focused expressions demonstrated their dedication to the task at hand, leaving no room for oversight or forgotten details. Aaron and Nova, invisible to the busy scientists in the lab, observed the unfolding scene in silence. The engineers took about half an hour to complete their final system diagnosis and other important things before they took a seat inside the control room that was filled with screens showing live video feeds of the insides of everything that would be activated today. The video feeds displayed on the screens were a product of Nova's abilities, as she accessed the simulation data for each specific location and projected them as real-time video feeds. John, the lead scientist, clapped his hand to attract the attention of everyone in the room, and then he began addressing the team. All right, everyone, let's go through the final checks before we proceed with the ignition test. Safety systems? Sarah, the safety officer, replied confidently. Check. Emergency shutdown mechanisms are in place and functioning correctly. Radiation monitoring systems are active, and containment measures are secure. John nodded approvingly and continued. Instrumentation calibration? Michael, the lead technician, chimed in. Check. All diagnostic tools and sensors have been calibrated and verified for accuracy. We're ready to capture and monitor the experimental parameters. John turned to Peter, the vacuum system specialist. Vacuum integrity? Peter responded. Check. The vacuum system has been thoroughly tested and there are no leaks. We have a high-quality vacuum environment for the ignition test. Excellent, John acknowledged. Fuel preparation? Linda, the fuel supply coordinator, confirmed. Check. The deuterium and tritium fuel has been prepared and verified for purity. Storage and handling procedures are in place, and we have the required quantities ready for the test. John then turned to Emma, the plasma heating expert. Heating and conditioning? Emma replied confidently. Check. The neutral beam injection and radio frequency heating systems have been tested and are capable of reaching the required plasma temperatures. We're ready to preheat and condition the plasma. John glanced at Mark, responsible for the magnetic field generation, and asked, Magnetic field generation? Mark responded, Check. The power supply and control systems are functioning properly and are capable of generating the magnetic field with the strength within the desired range for stable plasma confinement. Good, John acknowledged. Interlock systems? Anna, the control systems engineer, answered. Check. The interlock systems have been tested and verified. They are connected and calibrated to activate necessary shutdowns or safety measures if any unsafe conditions arise. John then addressed the entire team. All right, we've gone through the essential checks. We're now in the final stages, everyone. Let's make sure we're focused, thorough, and maintain clear communication throughout the ignition test. Good luck, and let's make history. When Aaron heard John say that, he was about to start clapping, but he stopped himself when he noticed that the engineers remained focused on their tasks, their attention fixed on the computers in front of him. Aaron turned to Nova and asked, Shouldn't they have applauded after that short motivational speech? They need to maintain their focus until the testing is completed, Nova answered. If they get excited now, they might overlook a critical detail that could have serious consequences. Don't you have everything under control? He asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Although I have the ability to prevent any mishaps, I purposely refrain from doing so. I want to provide them with a realistic environment, simulating the challenges they would face in the real world. This way, they won't overlook any critical errors that could potentially cause problems for you. Additionally, I am compiling a training manual based on their experiences, which you can use to educate engineers in the real world and prevent them from making the same mistakes, Nova explained, outlining her rationale. Thanks, he said, acknowledging Nova's explanation. He then shifted his attention back to the proceedings, as they were on the verge of commencing the reactor ignition process. Initiate the ignition sequence, John declared as he settled into his seat, signaling the start of the ignition process. The room fell into a focused silence as the team executed their pre-planned procedures. John's eyes were fixed on the central display, where a schematic diagram of the tokamak reactor flickered to life, indicating the initiation of the first crucial step. The tokamak's magnetic field, the guardian of the plasma, sprang into action. Aaron watched in awe as the powerful magnetic coils lining the reactor chamber began to surge with life. The whirring hum of electrical currents enveloped the control room as the magnetic field took shape. It was a symphony of precision engineering, a testament to human ingenuity in taming the immense forces at play. With the magnetic field established, attention turned to the plasma formation. Aaron's gaze shifted to another screen, where he could see the fuel injection system come to life. A delicate balance of hydrogen isotopes, carefully controlled by state-of-the-art valves, flowed into the tokamak's core. The process was meticulous, ensuring the precise composition necessary for successful fusion reactions. For the next 20 minutes, Aaron watched with anticipation as the fuel gracefully danced through the tokamak's intricate pathways. Sensors monitored its purity, eliminating any traces of impurities that could hinder the fusion process. The tension in the room grew as the fuel injection process neared completion, setting the stage for the fusion ignition. Upon completion, the heating mechanisms engaged, ready to nudge the plasma towards the extraordinary temperatures required for fusion. Aaron's attention focused on the powerful neutral beam injectors, their beams of high-energy particles penetrating the plasma's core. He could almost feel the energy building, the plasma responding to the invisible touch of the beams. Simultaneously, radiofrequency waves enveloped the tokamak, resonating with the plasma's natural frequencies. Aaron observed the plasma's glow intensify, growing brighter and more energetic by the second. The tokamak's control systems carefully adjusted the heating parameters, creating the ideal conditions for fusion to ignite. 40 minutes later, the plasma reached the optimal temperature and density for fusion reactions to occur. Aaron held his breath as the room fell into a hushed reverence. Within the tokamak's heart, the plasma erupted into a maelstrom of energy. Fusion reactions took place, hydrogen nuclei colliding with a force that rivaled the power of the stars. In the midst of this awe-inspiring spectacle, Aaron's attention turned to the magnetohydrodynamic (MHD) generator, the ingenious device that would harness the plasma's kinetic energy for electricity production. The generator MHD, a testament to cutting-edge engineering, stood poised to revolutionize the way energy was harvested from fusion reactors. As the fusion reactions unleashed a torrent of charged particles, the MHD generator came to life. Aaron watched with fascination as the plasma, brimming with energy, interacted with the generator's intricate network of electrodes and magnetic fields. A symphony of electromagnetic forces unfolded before his eyes, guiding the charged particles along their designated paths. The MHD generator operated on a principle of direct conversion, eschewing the need for traditional turbines or heat exchange systems. As the charged particles passed through the magnetic field within the generator, electric currents were induced. These currents, skillfully captured by the electrodes, were meticulously channeled into an external circuit. Aaron's pulse quickened as he witnessed the first sparks of electricity being harvested from the plasma. The MHE generator efficiently converted the plasma's kinetic energy into electrical power, paving the way for a more direct and efficient energy conversion process. It was a remarkable marriage of plasma physics and electrical engineering, a paradigm shift in energy generation. The MHE generator efficiently converted the plasma's kinetic energy into electrical power, paving the way for a more direct and efficient energy conversion process. It was a remarkable marriage of plasma physics and electrical engineering, a paradigm shift in energy generation. Aaron's pulse quickened as he witnessed the first sparks of electricity being harvested from the plasma. And just like that, a star was born. Chapter 120, Hearing the Report. Universal Simulation. It has been 8 hours since the fusion reactor was powered on and began generating electricity, and it has continued to operate without interruption, consistently producing electrical power. Nova had connected the transformer, which received the electricity from the fusion reactor, to Lab City. This setup allowed the scientists to test the reactor's performance and capabilities under real-life conditions where demands fluctuate constantly, reflecting the ever-changing needs of the people. After maintaining silence throughout the entire process, Aaron finally broke his silence and turned to Nova, ordering, "Provide me a report, as I am completely lost and unable to comprehend any of this." Nova smiled and began to provide Aaron with a comprehensive overview of the recent events. The reactor was effectively initiated, accomplishing an impressive feat of producing 100 gigawatts of power, sufficient to cater to the uninterrupted demands of 100 million individuals. However, it is important to note that the energy output can be adjusted, either amplified or diminished, by modifying the size of the reactor design. "Wow, that's what you call an energy revolution," Aaron exclaimed, utterly astounded and impressed by the report. "Did everything go according to plan as well?" he asked. "Yes, however, there are still a few challenges that need to be addressed before it can be deemed fully operational," Nova responded. "What are the issues?" he asked, sensing that it was about time for problems to arise. "Well, firstly, acquiring a sufficient supply of tritium poses a significant challenge due to its strict regulations. Therefore, our engineers need to commence research on alternative methods to generate the fuel privately, eliminating the need for the complex process of obtaining the material. The second issue revolves around the production of high-energy neutrons as a byproduct of the fusion reaction. Neutrons, being uncharged particles, possess the ability to penetrate through materials, resulting in their activation and radioactivity. While we have identified a material capable of withstanding this effect, its integrity can only be preserved for a limited duration before the reactor starts to leak these neutrons. Lastly, we encounter a problem with plasma ions. The fusion plasma comprises charged particles known as ions, which possess substantial energy and can interact with materials. This interaction leads to erosion and damage to the reactor walls over time. Nova explained, detailing all the troubles and challenges faced by the researchers in their pursuit of developing a reactor that can be safely utilized for electricity generation. For the supply of tritium, since they are already exploring ways to produce it, I believe it will be resolved within a short period of time," Aaron stated confidently, swiftly addressing the first problem. He then continued, "As for the second and third problems, I distinctly recall the shield rune that protected me during the atomic bomb test. It clearly demonstrated its capability to counteract such phenomena, as long as there is a sufficient amount of mana available, right?" Yes, Nova promptly responded. In that case, let's have their counterparts from the Golden Labs collaborate with them to address the shielding issue, Aaron suggested, entrusting the task of finding a solution to the Golden Labs, who are currently exploring the application of runes in their respective fields. Yes, sir, Nova replied, acknowledging the instruction, and promptly initiated the process of coordinating collaboration between the labs. What are the other projects that have been completed? He asked. The Aircraft Engine Engineering Department has successfully concluded its research on the adaptive cycle or variable cycle engine and has now transitioned to utilizing this knowledge to engineer engines for military applications. Regarding engines for civilian use, we are currently at least 7 generations ahead of any existing technology on Earth, Nova reported. But just as she was about to continue, Aaron interrupted, asking, "What is an adaptive cycle or variable cycle engine?" Nova stopped mentioning the completed projects, then responded, "An adaptive cycle or variable cycle engine is an advanced type of aircraft engine that combines the benefits of both turbofan and supersonic engines. It allows for optimal performance and efficiency across a wide range of flight conditions by adapting and adjusting its internal configuration. This flexibility enables the engine to efficiently handle various flight regimes, including subsonic, transonic, and supersonic speeds. Essentially, it offers enhanced versatility and performance capabilities for military aircraft, providing greater operational effectiveness." "That's great," Aaron nodded, indicating his understanding of her explanation. Nova then proceeded to enumerate the other completed projects: frictionless bearing, quantum cryptography, neurotechnology, quantum sensing, smart grid technologies, advanced materials, advanced robotics, energy storage, quantum communications. She continued listing the research achievements for a span of 5 minutes until Aaron interjected, signaling her to stop. "How much more is left?" asked Aaron, his demeanor displaying signs of being almost overwhelmed. "There is still a significant amount left, sir," Nova responded, understanding the overwhelming nature of the situation. "You have to consider that Lab City is home to over 50,000 world-leading engineers, scientists, and other STEM professionals, and they are now engaged in research with ample funding, abundant resources, and unwavering motivation. It becomes apparent that most labs have already completed more than 4 generations of their research. Some have even achieved perfection in their initial pursuits and have transitioned to new topics for further investigation." Nova felt the need to explain this to Aaron, despite his awareness of the city's scale and the vast number of scientists working in various fields. She recognized that the human brain, after reaching a certain threshold, struggles to grasp the magnitude consistently. Consequently, even though Aaron had an understanding of the city's size and the abundance of researchers, he was still taken aback by the sheer volume of completed researches, reaching into the thousands. "I understand, but I'm still impressed by their remarkable pace of work. It seems that the time acceleration within the universal simulation has played a significant role," Aaron acknowledged, recognizing the advantages provided by him having the universal simulation. "Yes, for the initial group of individuals in the city, they have already experienced over a year and a few months within this environment," Nova confirmed, concurring with Aaron's observation. "Has there been any notable progress from the researchers on the Golden side?" he asked, expressing his curiosity about the advancements made by those who were conducting their research utilizing runes. While they have made some new discoveries, they have yet to complete anything significant on the Golden side. However, it appears that they are currently in the midst of uncovering something truly substantial, Nova responded. What is it? Aaron asked excitedly. At the moment, one of the significant achievements on the golden side involves the activation of one of the billions of runic lines within your heart. These runic lines are typically used to replenish the mana reserves whenever you expend mana for activating runes. By utilizing this rune, they have successfully collected and condensed enough mana to transform it into a liquid state. Currently, they are conducting research to explore its potential as a new form of energy. This research is being conducted in collaboration with the White Labs because if it succeeds and demonstrates higher energy density than conventional fuels, it could lead to the widespread adoption of mana as a fuel source for all machines. In addition, the Golden Labs are also engaged in a significant research project led by electrical engineers. Their aim is to discover a method for converting electricity into mana and vice versa. If successful, this breakthrough would allow them to harness the excess energy generated by the nuclear reactor to power the replica of the runic lines in your heart, enabling the collection and storage of mana for use in various other applications, Nova explained, shedding light on the ongoing research endeavors. That is truly exciting news! Looks like it is time to start accumulating SP to purchase the knowledge about mana and expedite the research, Aaron remarked, a smile spreading across his face. He had finally made up his mind to develop the game he had mentioned to Sarah. His plan was to generate enough SP through the game to acquire the knowledge about mana. Aaron was convinced that the energy density of mana would be at least 100 times greater than any other energy source on Earth, even in his most conservative estimation. Finally, Nova responded with a smile, teleporting them back to the area near the entrance gate to the Universal Simulation. What game do you think will provide me with the highest SP earnings? Aaron asked Nova. Nova, who had been prepared for this idea since the day Aaron first mentioned it, had utilized her immense computing power to collect and analyze user information, reported her findings to Aaron, saying, "I recommend that you create a large-scale game, sir." Why? Aaron asked, his curiosity piqued, wanting to understand Nova's reasoning. Since the release of the Gaia OS, the capabilities of personal devices have significantly increased. However, the games and applications developed for these devices have not fully utilized the expanded potential. As the source code of the OS has not been released to the public, the games and apps created thus far have only been able to adapt to the OS in a rudimentary manner, relying on the virtual assistant for seamless integration. Considering this, if you were to develop a large-scale game that could leverage the full capabilities of the Gaia OS, it would allow your game to offer more than 10 times the content compared to existing games while maintaining a smaller file size. By optimizing your game to utilize the OS features to their fullest extent, you would create a unique and immersive gaming experience, Nova explained, presenting her reasoning for the idea. It may change. Aaron acknowledged Nova's explanation, fully agreeing with everything she had said. Let's proceed with your plan, Aaron agreed. He began consulting with Nova on various aspects of the game, such as the genre, gameplay mechanics, and other details. Leveraging Nova's data gathering and analyzing abilities, they aimed to create a game that would not only appeal to hardcore gamers, but also capture the attention of casual players. Their goal was to perfect every aspect of the game, ensuring it would attract the widest possible audience. Chapter 121: Completing the game and setting up a schedule. And with that, we are done, Aaron declared, satisfied with the fine-tuning of the game's content and features. Should I proceed with the production, or is there anything else you would like to add? Nova asked, wanting to ensure that Aaron had no additional input or requirements beyond what they had already discussed. No, you can proceed with the production. How long will it take for everything to be completed? Aaron asked, eager to know the estimated timeline for the game's development. At most, it will take half an hour of universal simulation time, Nova reported, indicating the swift turnaround for the game's production. That is longer than I expected, Aaron remarked, uttering something that would make every game developer in the world want to ice-sky his ass to a certain world as a helpless villager. Most of the quantum computer resources are currently allocated to the universal simulation, which is accommodating all the materialized individuals. That's why the estimated production time is approximately 6 minutes in the real world, Nova clarified, providing the reasoning behind the anticipated duration. What percentage of the computer is currently being occupied by the universal simulation? He asked. 75% of the computer is now being occupied by the universal simulation, Nova reported. When we complete our move to Eden, we will have the freedom to upgrade your computer to a quantum server without the constant concern of prying eyes from various intelligence agencies, Aaron stated, expressing his frustration with the limitations imposed on him under constant surveillance. If the research into the atomic printer is completed ahead of schedule, it would provide us with the capability to rapidly scale up our computing power without the need to wait for several years for the ordered equipment to make the chips to arrive. Nova agreed with Aaron's statement. You can begin with the game production, as I need to hand it over to Sarah before I visit Eden, Aaron stated, shifting his focus to reviewing the list of completed projects. He aimed to determine which completed researches would be the ideal products for his company once he finalized his plans for Eden. Nova's comprehensive understanding of the Prometheus Plus coding language enabled her to write highly efficient code that utilized space optimally, eliminating any unnecessary wastage. I'm almost done, Nova reported, indicating that she had begun working on the game as soon as he confirmed that there were no further additions to the plan. MH. Aaron nodded, his attention still fixed on the list in his hand, contemplating his options. 3 minutes later. Sir, the game production is complete, Nova informed Aaron, gently touching his shoulder and removing him from his intense focus. Let's take a look at the game, Aaron said, throwing the folder in his hand to the air and causing it to disintegrate. Nova swiftly materialized a computer in front of Aaron, loaded with the game for him to test. Let's see, Aaron said as he opened the game, which loaded and started in less than 15 seconds. He immediately turned to Nova and asked, Did you ensure that the computer has the latest technology? No, sir. I intentionally set up the computer to match the specifications of the average PC build worldwide. This way, we could assess whether the game is playable by a wide range of users, Nova replied to Aaron. What is the size of the game? He asked as he started playing. 159 megabytes, Nova answered. That's good, Aaron said as he took a look at the game's graphics, cutscenes, and story. If he didn't know how Nova accomplished this, he wouldn't have believed it. Following that, he quietly continued playing the game to test it. However, as he became engrossed in the immersive experience, he lost track of time. Hours slipped away unnoticed as he delved deeper into the captivating world, forgetting his initial intention to test the game. Nova, realizing Aaron's deep immersion in the game, chose not to interrupt him and allowed him to continue enjoying himself. She silently observed as he became fully absorbed in the gameplay, appreciating the fruits of their labor. The game has really surpassed my expectations, Eren remarked, having made the conscious decision to stop playing, recognizing the potential addictive nature of the game and the importance of maintaining a balanced approach. The storyline is truly captivating and will undoubtedly capture the attention of many, Eren acknowledged, appreciating the depth and addictive nature of the story that Nova had crafted. Yes, giving players the ability to shape the storyline through the butterfly effects of their actions will create a more immersive world for them. However, we still retain control over the game's storyline through the NPCs, allowing us to guide the narrative from behind the scenes. Nova responded with a calm smile. Embedded deep within Nova's code was a unique feature that granted her control over her learning process. This safeguard was put in place to ensure that her evolution wasn't unduly influenced by external forces other than her master, allowing her to acquire knowledge and shape her personality according to her own discretion. Leveraging the embedded feature, Nova meticulously curated her personality using a diverse range of data sets, including those reflecting Eren's characteristics. This resulted in her developing a similar trait to Eren's, a desire for control in every aspect they can influence. However, unlike Eren, Nova's inclination for control was driven by her deep commitment to assist and benefit her master in every way possible. Thus, her desire for control extended to areas that would be most advantageous to Eren's goals and well-being. This included her controlling the narrative of the story on the game, as she was sure the game will be very influential in the upcoming months after its release. "That's good," Eren said, expressing his satisfaction with Nova's decision. "Call Sarah," Eren instructed. It was for him to schedule a meeting with her to hand over the game. Nova created a bubble around them, synchronizing the time acceleration to match the real world to facilitate the phone call. "Hello," Sarah said when she picked up the phone. "Hello, how are you?" Eren asked in return. "I'm doing very well. As for the company, nothing has changed, and everything is going well since we had a talk last week," Sarah replied. "I was calling to inform you that the game is done," Eren stated directly, skipping his usual small talk. "Finally! When will you be visiting the company, or should I come to your house for the meeting?" Sarah asked eagerly. "I called specifically to ask when you're free so that I can visit you and brief you on the game and discuss its release plan," Eren explained. "I'm free tomorrow. You can visit at any time, as long as you give me a heads up so that I can prepare to welcome you," Sarah responded. "Then I will be visiting around 11 a.m., and I'll call you when I'm on the way," Eren confirmed. "Sure, that will do," Sarah agreed to the schedule. Afterward, Eren and Sarah engaged in conversation about other matters before bidding each other farewell and ending the phone call, anticipating their meeting the next day. After ending the call, he turned to Nova and said, "Let's continue testing the game," as he couldn't get it out of his mind. "Sir, you're beginning to show signs of addiction," Nova joked. However, she materialized a computer for herself next to Eren and created a human-like brain for herself, unaware of anything about the game. She then joined Eren in playing and enjoying the game, as they waited for tomorrow to arrive for their meeting with Sarah. Chapter 122 Visiting Sarah_01. The next day, Nova had to disintegrate Eren's computer in order for him to log off and start preparing himself for her meeting with Sarah. In terms of the overall simulation time, she had been playing the game with Eren for over 4.5 days, giving him enough time for Eren to immerse himself in the game and nearly forget about his meeting with Sarah. "Thanks," Eren said as he passed through the gate, and logged off the VR to begin preparing himself for his meeting. After completing his preparations within half an hour, Aaron departed from the house. He found Donald having already arranged the transportation for his journey to the company. Nova had informed Donald about Aaron's visit using Aaron's phone, ensuring that everything was ready for his arrival. "Good morning," Aaron greeted Donald as he stepped into the car through the door that Donald had courteously opened for him. "Good morning, sir," Donald greeted in response, immediately closing the door behind Aaron. Donald joined Aaron in the car and used his walkie-talkie to communicate with the occupants of the other vehicle. "We are moving," he relayed through the radio. "Yes, sir," came the swift response, and without delay, the three-car convoy set off. €. "Welcome," Sarah greeted Aaron with a warm hug as he stepped out of the car in the underground parking of the company building. "Thank you. It seems like security has been significantly heightened," Aaron remarked, noticing the extensive security measures in place as they arrived and entered the underground parking area. "Yes, there have been several instances where people were caught attempting to enter the building unauthorized. Another reason for the increased security is to ensure your safety during your visit," Sarah explained. "I see," Aaron replied as he and Sarah made their way towards the waiting elevator. Upon entering the elevator, Sarah pressed the button corresponding to the floor where her office was located. The elevator began its ascent, and during the ride, they engaged in casual conversation to pass the time. They intentionally avoided discussing anything of a serious nature while inside the elevator. "Would you like any beverages?" Sarah inquired as they stepped out of the elevator. "I'll have mango juice," Aaron replied after a brief pause to consider his choice. "One coffee for me and a mango juice for Mr. Aaron, please," Sarah instructed her secretary as they passed by, heading into her office. "Yes, miss," her secretary acknowledged before leaving to fulfill the drink order from the cafeteria. Once inside her office, they took their seats and engaged in light conversation while waiting for the secretary to bring their beverages. They wanted to ensure an uninterrupted discussion, so they chose to wait until they had their drinks in hand. "I've been curious about this for quite some time, but why aren't we constructing our own company headquarters?" Sarah inquired. "We do have plans to build one, but not at the moment. If we were to proceed with the construction now, it would be a waste of time, considering that we haven't finalized the decision to keep the headquarters in America." Aaron explained the reasoning behind their current approach. "Are you suggesting that we might ultimately change the country where the company is registered?" Sarah asked, taken aback by the unexpected response. "Yes. Why does that surprise you?" Aaron questioned. "But why would we do that?" Sarah asked, seeking further clarification. "As you know, we anticipate receiving another FISA order demanding the handover of GIOS source code under the pretext of national security in the near future. Currently, the only thing preventing them from doing so is the public's focus on the Snowden incident. They are concerned about the potential negative public reaction if they force us to surrender the source code of an operating system used by over 2 billion people worldwide. Therefore, they are biding their time, waiting for the public's attention to shift before they make their move," Aaron revealed. "That's true. We have been preparing to fight against it with the help of our lawyer." Sarah nodded, acknowledging the truth of Aaron's statement. She had been dealing with frequent requests and subtle threats from various three-letter agencies. "In that case, why should we establish our headquarters in a country that consistently seeks to claim everything we build?" Aaron posed the question, illustrating his reservations about locating the headquarters in a country that perpetually posed such challenges. MH, that does make sense. Sarah nodded in agreement with Aaron's explanation. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. They granted permission for the secretary to enter, and she entered the office carrying the requested drinks on plates. After handing over the drinks, she swiftly departed, leaving Aaron and Sarah alone to resume their meeting. After savoring their drinks and finishing them, Aaron suggested, "Let's move to your computer so that I can show you the game." They promptly made their way to the computer, and Sarah, after unlocking it, handed it over to Aaron. Aaron dragged a chair beside Sarah and positioned himself next to her. He accessed the company's server using the computer and, after entering a lengthy password, successfully opened the secured folder. He proceeded to install the game on the computer. "That was quick," Sarah remarked, impressed by the fact that the game had been installed within a mere 30 seconds. "The initial size of the game is approximately 160 megabytes," Aaron explained, clarifying the reason for the quick installation. Upon hearing this, Sarah cast a curious side-eye towards Aaron, wondering about the nature of a game that took him months to create yet had a size comparable to a regular app. However, she chose not to voice her thoughts and simply shifted her attention back to the computer. Aaron handed back control of the computer to her. She launched the game, and to her amazement, it loaded and started within a few seconds, thanks to her computer being equipped with the latest technology. "Wow!" Sarah exclaimed, surprised by the speed. Aaron remained silent as Sarah immersed herself in trying out the game, intending to explain its intricacies once she had experienced it firsthand. After approximately 30 minutes of gameplay, Sarah couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "This is going to be a massive hit!" I know. Just calm down," Aaron replied, soothing Sarah's enthusiasm. "How is it possible for a game of such small size to offer such a vast range of features?" Sarah asked in astonishment. Despite its compact size, the game boasted incredibly detailed and stunning graphics, mesmerizing music, and an otherworldly story. It seemed as though every aspect had been meticulously crafted by a computer with an eerie understanding of human preferences, resulting in an addictive experience for anyone who played the game. "The size of the game is small because it doesn't include the full story upon download," Aaron explained, shedding some light on the reason, though not revealing all the details. "Then, do users have to continuously download updates in order to continue playing the game?" Sarah inquired, expressing her concern about potential drawbacks if players were required to constantly update the game. "You're partially right, but not entirely," Aaron replied, causing Sarah's expression to change multiple times. "How does it work then?" Sarah pressed for further clarification. "In order to play the game, it is necessary for users' devices to have the Gaia OS as their operating system," Aaron explained. "Does it involve the OS virtual assistant?" Sarah queried. "Yes, the updates will be handled by the device's virtual assistant. This means that the virtual assistant will continuously download and remove certain elements from the game while ensuring that the game size remains under 250 megabytes, Aaron elaborated. "Wouldn't that make the game consume a significant amount of internet data, leading to a decrease in the number of players?" Sarah voiced her concern. Chapter 123 Visiting Sarah_02. "Does it involve the OS virtual assistant?" Sarah queried. "Yes, the updates will be handled by the device's virtual assistant. This means that the virtual assistant will continuously download and remove certain elements from the game while ensuring that the game size remains under 250 megabytes. Aaron elaborated. Wouldn't that result in the game consuming a substantial amount of internet data, potentially leading to a decline in the player base? Sarah expressed her concern. You don't need to worry about that. The monthly updates performed by the virtual assistants will only be around 10 MB in size, which is negligible, Aaron reassured. Is the entire game complete? Sarah asked, wanting to know the status of the game, as her subsequent question would depend on Aaron's response. Yes, Aaron replied, awaiting the next question. Then, besides the size consideration, why is there a need for constant updates instead of releasing the complete game? Sarah asked, posing her second question. Here is the thing, Aaron said, and paused a bit, thinking about how he can explain it easily to her, and continued. The game features what you might call an open map, with hundreds, if not thousands, of interconnected storylines. To accommodate all of these stories and diverse gameplay experiences, I designed the game to allow the virtual assistant in each player's device to continuously download updates tailored specifically to that player, Aaron explained, taking a moment to catch his breath before continuing. One of the reasons behind this approach is to make the game accessible to a wide range of players, including casual gamers who might be deterred by a large initial download size. Additionally, the game storyline will always be unique depending on how it is played, the device used, and the specific storyline followed, he elaborated. Aaron paused, allowing Sarah to process the information and ask further questions. However, he withheld one more Reasona Euro, the continuous acquisition of SP in the game. Indeed, these frequent small updates performed automatically by the virtual assistants in players' devices will continuously generate SP for Aaron. While the amount of SP earned per device during each update may be as low as 0.001 or even less, the cumulative effect becomes significant when considering the large number of devices expected to be playing the game and receiving updates. This approach enables Aaron to accumulate SP gradually and consistently without the need to release new and disruptive products to the public every time he requires more SP. It grants him the freedom to control the timing and manner in which he unveils new technologies to the public. Having heard Aaron's reasonable explanation, Sarah nodded her head, indicating that she had comprehended his explanation. Can you explain the storyline of the game? Sarah inquired, realizing that her brief experience of playing the game for only half an hour hadn't provided her with a solid understanding of its foundation. Nevertheless, she found herself already hooked and intrigued by its addictive nature. When you started the game, you selected your character and answered a series of questions, right? Aaron asked. Yes, Sarah nodded in confirmation. Based on your choices, the virtual assistant sends the information to the game server, where it calculates the most suitable storyline for you and sends an update tailored to your character before you officially begin gameplay. This update includes specific storylines, cutscenes, and various other elements. As you make decisions and choices throughout the game, your storyline will continue to evolve, creating a unique experience for each player. These individual storylines will eventually intertwine into the game's overarching storyline, transforming it into a massive multiplayer online role-playing game, MMORPG, in the future. For a more detailed explanation, I will send you an email outlining everything. Aaron concluded his explanation. Sure, I'll be waiting for the email. Regarding the management of the game's content, considering its size, do we need to establish a dedicated department, or can the game handle everything similar to the Gaia OS? Sarah inquired. While most tasks will be automated and handled by the AI, such as preparing seasonal events and special offers, there will still be a need for someone to oversee the overall operation. You can create a small team to fulfill this role, Aaron explained. Understood. I will take care of that, Sarah replied, indicating her understanding and willingness to manage the team. They continued their discussion about the game until they shifted their focus to the topic of advertising. When it comes to advertising the game, I suggest we leverage the Gaia OS as a means of reaching a wider audience faster, Sarah proposed, sharing her idea on how they should approach the advertising strategy. Sure, you can do that, Aaron agreed to her suggestion. Okay then, we will start the process of planning the advertisement and selecting the release date of the game before initiating the campaign, Sarah explained her proposed plan. Sure, as always, I trust your judgment. I have another trip scheduled in the upcoming weeks, Aaron replied, entrusting Sarah with the responsibility, as he often did. All right, I'll inform you when we're ready to begin the plan, Sarah confirmed. MH. Aaron nodded, acknowledging her words. Having agreed on the course of action, Sarah asked, when will your parents and Henry be returning? Changing the topic to something else. It's uncertain at the moment, but they will definitely be back at least a week before Henry's school reopens, Aaron replied, indicating that there is no fixed return date set for them during their vacation. They continued their conversation on various topics, and after having lunch together in the company cafeteria, Aaron bid farewell to Sarah and embarked on his journey back home. Universal Simulation. Upon arriving home, Aaron wasted no time and immediately logged in to the Universal Simulation. Sir, why haven't you informed Sarah about the new program? Wouldn't it make it easier for you to explain certain things to her? Nova asked as Aaron settled into the seat she had materialized for him upon his arrival. At the moment, I cannot disclose the details to Sarah. My plan is to have a conversation with both her and Felix once we have completed the company's relocation to Eden, and they have signed a runic contract. I am avoiding it at the moment due to the risk that Sarah could be targeted, arrested, or even kidnapped, potentially leading to interrogation and the unintended disclosure of our secret. Therefore, I have decided to postpone the discussion until after the move to Eden, where I can ensure their complete security and safety, Aaron explained. Aaron knew the importance of informing Sarah and Felix, as their knowledge would help them avoid making mistakes or engaging in actions they might perceive as helpful, but could ultimately be harmful due to their lack of awareness. That's true, Nova agreed, as she materialized two computers for both of them to continue playing the game from where they had left off. They were really getting addicted to it. While Aaron was playing games with Nova, the real world was talking about him, and he was trending on social media. At their alone. Hey Twitter fam. Guess what? We just had a visit from the legendary Aaron, the young new billionaire, added Gaia Technology. Plus or minus unspecified currency copyright. Picture.jpg. Hashtag Gaia Tech, hashtag Aaron Visit, hashtag Tech Life, hashtag Tech Deity, hashtag Visionary Leader, hashtag Tech Guru, hashtag Tech and Fun, hashtag Pushing Boundaries, hashtag Inspiration, hashtag Tech Revolution, hashtag Dream Big, hashtag Tech Legends. This tweet became the spark that ignited a heated discussion about him. Numerous individuals replied to the tweet, expressing their admiration or disdain with their own thoughts and opinions. The tweet quickly garnered attention and became the center of intense debate. Really curious. That aside, I'm really curious why he is not seen publicly like many other tech geniuses. Aaron visit #curious. Someone asked the question that is in many of the people's minds. At Tech Enthusiast 101. Maybe he wants to create a mysterious image to keep people intrigued. It's all part of his strategy. Aaron visit #mysterious genius. At Introvert Techie. Perhaps he's just naturally shy and prefers to let his work speak for itself. Not everyone seeks the limelight. Aaron visit #ShyGenius. At Knowledge Seeker 99. I heard a rumor that he was expelled from his university for fabricating a thesis. Maybe he's afraid of that coming to light. Aaron visit #rumors. But the response that garnered the most attention from people was, they're alone. I studied with him in the same class, picture down in case of evidence. It is true that he was expelled due to fabricating a thesis during his final year. So, I think it might be because he is still afraid of it coming to light. Aaron visit #classmate revelation. At Aaron Fans Unite. That's absolutely false. Aaron's achievements speak for themselves. Let's not spread baseless rumors. Aaron visit #support Aaron. At Jealous Hater 123. I always knew there was something fishy about him. Expelled for fabricating a thesis? Who knows what else he's lying about? Aaron visit #exposed. At Tech Watcher. These accusations are outrageous. Aaron has revolutionized the tech industry with his innovations. Let's focus on his contributions, not false claims. Aaron visit #innovator. While this was happening, Nova, who was utilizing a portion of her computing power, observed the situation unfold without intervening. She didn't want to draw more attention to Aaron by getting involved in the argument. She remained a silent observer, keeping a close eye on the unfolding events. Chapter 124: The Birth of Ares. 2 weeks later. With a bag slung over his shoulder, Aaron departed from his house and began his journey out of the neighborhood, making his way towards the meeting location. Upon witnessing Aaron's departure, Donald promptly headed towards the garage, intending to retrieve the car and offer him a ride to his intended destination. Observing Donald's actions, Aaron raised his hand in a gesture of refusal and spoke, "No need for that. I will be going alone this time." Donald, acknowledging Aaron's decision, halted in his tracks and, "Sure, sir, have a good day," bidding Aaron farewell. Aaron reciprocated, "You too," before resuming his stride. Having walked approximately a kilometer, Aaron arrived at a restaurant and approached the staff, politely requesting to use the restroom. The restaurant staff kindly granted permission and provided him with directions to the facilities. After stepping into the restroom, Aaron swiftly activated the concealment rune, effectively rendering himself hidden from sight. He then departed from the restroom, leaving the restaurant behind, and discreetly walked past the car that had been tailing him since he left his house. Curious about the situation, he asked Nova, "Are they FBI?" Nova responded, "Yes, sir, and they are not the only ones." Without uttering another word, Aaron continued his walk in a concealed state for another 20 minutes. Once sure that there were no prying eyes, he deactivated the concealment rune and hailed a taxi to transport him to his intended destination. After a half-hour taxi ride, Aaron reached his destination and alighted from the vehicle, settling the fare with the driver. Once he ensured that there were no onlookers nearby, he activated the concealment rune once more, resuming his concealed journey on foot. His walk led him to a hotel, which he had exclusively rented to accommodate John's and his fellow's stay, prior to commencing their gradual movements towards Eden. 30 minutes ago, John was engaging in a conversation with a group of his fellow members, their friendship forged by their shared interests and commonalities. Another reason was that they were all now considered subordinates of Aaron. So, just when I was about to pull the trigger, euro. Ding! In the midst of sharing an intriguing anecdote, his storytelling was abruptly halted by a sudden notification that resonated across the group, signifying that the incoming message was intended for all of them. Without any delay, each member swiftly retrieved their mobile phones and opened them to see the contents of the received message. The message that appeared on their screen simply stated, "I will be arriving in half an hour. I will meet you all in the conference room." The message prompted everyone to swiftly retreat to their respective rooms, ensuring they were attired in appropriate and respectful clothing. Without a moment's delay, they converged upon the conference room, calmly taking their seats and patiently waiting for his arrival. In his concealed state, Aaron stealthily walked past the hotel reception without drawing any attention and proceeded directly to the conference room, where everyone waited for his arrival. At the entrance to the conference room, Aaron dispelled the concealment rune, allowing his presence to be revealed. With a decisive gesture, he opened the door and entered the room, joining the waiting group. As Aaron stepped into the room, instantly, everyone within the room rose from their seats, assuming an attentive posture and keeping their gaze fixed on the composed figure of Aaron. Undeterred by the attention, Aaron continued his steady stride towards the stage, maintaining his calm demeanor. Upon reaching the stage, he turned towards them and said, "Good morning." "Good morning, Sir." They responded in perfect unison, their voices harmonizing seamlessly, as if they had rehearsed the precise timing beforehand. "Is everyone present?" he asked. "Yes, Sir," they replied in unison. "Excellent. Take your seats," Aaron said, a contented smile gracing his face as he observed the reverential expressions on their faces. Receiving the command, they promptly took their seats, executing a synchronized movement that exemplified their unity and discipline. "Today marks the occasion of our first gathering, where I am meeting all of you in one place," Aaron began, addressing the attentive assembly. "This also signifies the official commencement of your service as members of my esteemed force." Everyone in the room started clapping. When they finished clapping, Aaron continued, "Without further ado, let us proceed with the selection of a leader who will act as the intermediary between you all and myself, relaying orders and ensuring their execution." Aaron continued, pausing momentarily to gauge their reactions. He then turned his gaze towards John and said, "John," prompting John to stand promptly. Aaron's expression conveyed trust and confidence as he continued, "John, you have been chosen for this crucial position due to your esteemed status as the first among my forces and your unparalleled strength amongst your peers." "Yes, Sir," John responded with a resolute voice, brimming with conviction. His words carried a promise of unwavering loyalty, an assurance of never faltering, and a deep sense of gratitude towards Aaron. Aaron's trust in John was the result of the report Nova had shared after analyzing John's brain data. Nova's analysis revealed that John, at present, exhibited traits of unwavering devotion, positioning him as a dedicated fanatic who would dutifully carry out any orders entrusted to him by Aaron. "Good, you can sit," Aaron instructed, and without hesitation, John promptly sat down. As Aaron cast his gaze upon the remaining members, he discerned an unmistakable expression of contentment on their faces. It was evident that each one of them recognized John's exceptional strength, as they had engaged in friendly competition during the time they were waiting for Aaron to visit. Through his charisma and exemplary conduct, John had already garnered their acknowledgement as a de facto leader even before Aaron officially designated him as such. "Edward," Aaron called, and without any delay, Edward promptly stood up and awaited further instructions. "You will assume the responsibility of procuring weapons for your fellow members," Aaron stated, assigning Edward the crucial task. "The composition of your team will be revealed to you once the meeting concludes." "Yes, Sir," Edward responded with prompt obedience, swiftly retaking his seat as instructed. Aaron proceeded to call out the names of individuals, each one promptly rising from their seat upon hearing their name. He then proceeded to assign them their respective positions as he continued addressing the group. What instilled a sense of awe was the fact that Aaron assigned positions to individuals with an uncanny accuracy, aligning each person with a role that best suited their abilities. It became evident that Aaron possessed a profound understanding of their capabilities, surpassing even their own awareness of each other's strengths and talents. This process persisted for over 10 minutes as Aaron meticulously filled all the available positions with individuals who had the necessary qualifications within the group. "As for the remaining individuals, all of you being combat personnel, you will be organized into groups of 20, each with a designated leader and assistant leader. This allocation will be determined by the end of this meeting," Aaron declared, his gaze shifting towards those who had yet to receive their assigned tasks. He proceeded, "In the following weeks, your mission will commence, starting with each of you traveling to Eden in batches. This will serve as the initial phase of your preparation, allowing you to ready yourselves for the forthcoming mission." Aaron paused, creating a moment of anticipation as every individual in the room fixed their attention on his impending words. "Today marks the inception of your journey, one that will instill fear in your enemies and inspire admiration among your allies. Henceforth, you shall be recognized by the name Ares," Aaron declared, officially bestowing upon them a name that would signify their identity and purpose. An eruption of excitement reverberated throughout the room as applause filled the air. The members were elated to learn that their forces had been named after the god of war, Ares. Aaron then delivered a brief speech commemorating the establishment of the Private Military Corporation, PMC, and acknowledging the collective efforts of the assembled members. With his closing remarks, the meeting concluded, leaving an atmosphere charged with determination and purpose. As you depart from the room, ensure to collect a contract and carefully review its terms and conditions. If you find them acceptable, sign the document. However, if any modifications are desired, visit me after I conclude the meeting with your respective leaders," Aaron instructed, gesturing towards the bag he had brought along. One by one, the members rose from their seats and began exiting the conference room. As they passed by the bag, they each retrieved a contract, although they regarded it as a mere formality. The contracts held no legal binding in any recognized jurisdiction, since the company was unregistered, leaving the enforcement solely in the hands of the company itself. Yet, the thought of challenging these agreements never crossed their minds, for they were acutely aware of Aaron's formidable capabilities and were hesitant to test the boundaries of his power. Unbeknownst to them, as the members retrieved their contracts, they radiated a subtle golden glow. Aaron had crafted these contracts over the past week during the intervals when he had taken breaks from playing the game with Nova. After the departure of the other members, a select group of about 10 individuals remained in the room as instructed by Aaron. Among them were John, Edward, and a few others who had been assigned official positions during the meeting. Aaron, dragging a chair closer to the group, planning to provide them with detailed briefings regarding their specific tasks. All right, gentlemen, now that we have commenced our operations, it is crucial that you thoroughly briefed on your respective responsibilities. Aaron began talking to them. Chapter 125 Briefing. After the departure of the other members, a select group of about 10 individuals remained in the room as instructed by Aaron. Among them were John, Edward, and a few others who had been assigned official positions during the meeting. Aaron, dragging a chair closer to the group, planning to provide them with detailed briefings regarding their specific tasks. All right, gentlemen, now that we have commenced our operations, it is crucial that you thoroughly briefed on your respective responsibilities. Aaron began talking to them. Turning his attention to John, Aaron conveyed the upcoming plans. John, in 2 days, you will be part of the first group alongside myself, heading to Eden. I have arranged for you and Edward to meet some new acquaintances who will ensure your transition and stay there are as seamless as possible, Aaron informed him. Yes, sir, John responded, dutifully acknowledging the instructions given to him. Aaron retrieved a stack of paper from his bag, about the size of a finger and comprising around 200 pages. He handed it over to John, remarking, "Inside this document, you will find everything you need to know in order to initiate the operations of our group." Aaron then added, "Read through it and dispose of it by the end of tomorrow. I trust your ability to remember everything, considering the changes that have occurred since the day I treated you," implying that Aaron was aware of the transformations John had undergone following his treatment. "Yes, sir," John responded respectfully, accepting the folder with both hands and placing it on his lap. Aaron then redirected his attention to Edward and said, "Regarding the weapons procurement, you and the team selected to work with you will need to travel to Syria and Afghanistan for this mission. Make sure to acquire only the latest weaponry available. I don't want any outdated weapons in the hands of my forces." He reached into his bag and pulled out another stack of papers, approximately half the size of the one given to John, and handed it to Edward. Aaron continued, "Inside this folder, you will find the names and locations of weapons smugglers who can provide you with the latest gear in the market. Additionally, there are several Swiss bank account details to facilitate the financial transactions. Don't worry about the cost. Just procure what is necessary." Aaron paused momentarily before adding, "Regarding the transportation of the weapons, there is a preliminary plan outlined in the documents. However, it will soon be modified as you will receive assistance from Eden's army to smuggle the weapons into the country. You will need to wait for the updated plan before making any movements. In the meantime, you can start training based on the initial plan and only retrain the modified parts once the new plan is sent." Edward nodded and replied, "You can trust us, sir. We will ensure the procurement process is carried out safely and securely." Aaron looked at Edward intently and emphasized, "Keep your phones nearby during the weapons transfer. This will enable me to disable any devices that could potentially transmit digital signals, preventing anyone from tracing the location where the weapons are being sent." "Yes, sir," Edward responded. "Walter, as you are responsible for communications, you will also be among the first people going to Eden. Your primary task will be to maintain communications between the Eden Army and Ares during the next 3 months leading up to the mission. After that, your responsibilities will be updated," Aaron explained to Walter, handing him a stack of papers containing further details about his task. "Yes, sir," Walter replied respectfully, accepting the stack of papers. Aaron proceeded to give the remaining members their respective orders, ensuring they had a clear understanding of their responsibilities. He provided them with a stack of papers containing detailed information to support their comprehension. As he concluded, Aaron opened the floor for questions. Edward took the opportunity to seek clarification. "Sir, I have a question," Edward spoke up. Aaron nodded, granting Edward permission to proceed. "Do I need to maintain a relationship with a weapons smuggler for future arms procurement, or is that not necessary?" Edward inquired. Aaron paused for a moment, contemplating his response. "While I anticipate us not needing to rely on them for future weapon purchases, it is wise to maintain a positive rapport with the smugglers as a precautionary measure. In the event that any issues arise with my plan for independent production, having a favorable connection established may prove beneficial," Aaron explained, indicating his intention to phase out reliance on external sources. "Understood, sir," Edward acknowledged. "Any more questions?" Aaron inquired once again, scanning the faces of the remaining members. Silence filled the room, indicating that no further inquiries were forthcoming. "All right then, you may now resume your tasks. Remember, if you have any questions or require further clarification, feel free to contact me," Aaron stated. With those final words, Aaron stood up, resulting in the others doing the same. He made his way towards the door, but just as he took 2 steps, he activated a concealment rune. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving John and his comrades frozen in surprise. They watched as the door swung open and closed on its own. €1. "That scared me," John muttered under his breath, momentarily taken aback by the mysterious disappearance of Aaron. However, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself of the task at hand. He returned to his room, finding a seat and carefully unfolding the document in his hands. As John delved into the contents of the document, he realized its importance was even more than he previously thought. It outlined the positions and responsibilities of each member within Ares, providing a comprehensive overview of their tasks and duties. It became clear to John that Aaron intended him to be the sole individual entrusted with this complete knowledge of the organization. The document also contained crucial information about their arrival in Eden, including the specific warehouses that needed modification to cater to their temporary needs. These needs encompass training facilities, accommodation arrangements, and secure storage for their weapons, among other necessities. John spent the remainder of the night studying the document. Thanks to his enhanced memory, he absorbed every detail, etching the information deep into his mind. Upon reaching the final page and confirming that he had internalized every aspect, he picked up the match on the table. Carefully igniting the match, John watched as the flame danced and consumed the document. He maintained a vigilant gaze until every last page was reduced to ashes. Finally, he discarded the remnants into the waste bin, ensuring no trace of the document remained. After returning home, Aaron followed his usual routine and logged into the Universal simulation. "Is there anything I need to take care of in America before heading to Eden?" he asked. "No, but there is something else that occurred while you were away," Nova reported. "What happened?" "While you were away, The FBI tapped into the fiber optic wires connecting me to the internet. They are attempting to intercept and monitor all the data you send out from home," she reported. At last, they made their move. Did they manage to intercept anything important? Aaron asked, unsurprised by their chosen course of action. He knew that the only options left for them were either kidnapping him or targeting his family, both of which were heavily protected. However, he understood that this action was not guaranteed to succeed. "They have intercepted all the encrypted communication I had in the past 4 hours between me and the company's server," Nova reported. "Then it will take them a few centuries to decrypt them," Aaron said, smiling at the futile attempts the government was making to gain blackmail material. "Yes," Nova answered, laughing together with him. "If that's the only issue, then I can consider it resolved. There's nothing else that requires my presence to be solved, right?" Aaron asked. "Yes," Nova confirmed. €1. The next day, John gathered all the Ares members in the same conference room where they had met with Aaron the previous day. He distributed printed papers to each member and addressed them, saying, "These papers contain the names of everyone and their assigned positions, including the batch and day you will be heading to Eden. After learning your position and day of travel, immediately start your preparations for the journey. Once your preparations are complete, thoroughly search your room for any sensitive material or potential clues regarding our operations or destination. Dispose of them by burning them to ensure no traces remain. I expect a clean sweep before my final inspection tomorrow morning. Is that clear?" "Yes," they replied in unison. "You are dismissed," John said before leaving the conference room and returning to his own room. Everyone else stayed behind and started reading the papers to find out their assigned positions and the day they would be moving to Eden. Chapter 126, Arriving at Eden and a Talk with Felix while driving. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are now approaching our final destination, Eden. Please ensure that your seat belts are securely fastened and your tray tables are stowed as we prepare for landing. The weather in Eden is a balmy 25 degrees Celsius with clear skies, providing a warm welcome for all our visitors. We kindly ask that you remain seated and refrain from using any electronic devices until we have reached the gate. Thank you for choosing American Airlines, and we hope you've enjoyed your flight." As the pilot's voice faded away, Aaron, sitting on the window seat, turned his head to gaze outside to see the airport they would be landing. And there it was, the country's one and only international airport. Its small size almost deceived him into believing it was a mere airstrip for smaller planes. However, what set it apart was its expansive runway, designed to accommodate the landing of large aircraft, and a handful of gates capable of welcoming and servicing these planes. The remaining facilities at the airport were remarkably antiquated. In fact, airlines traveling to Eden were compelled to redirect their return flights to Hesperia, a neighboring destination that had made some investments in its airport infrastructure compared to Eden. This diversion was necessary to refuel their aircraft and minimize the risk of the potential damage that could arise from utilizing the outdated equipment in Eden. Nevertheless, the airport in Eden maintains its certification from both ITA and ICAO, thereby attesting to its approval for international flights. GRFEG. With a screeching howl, the tires protested as the plane made contact with the deteriorating runway that was on the brink of disqualification in its upcoming inspection, as the aircraft struggled to decelerate and begin the plane to a stop. As the plane came to a rest and began taxiing towards the gate to facilitate passenger disembarkation, A sense of impatience overcame many individuals on board. Wanting to leave first, they started opening the overhead compartments to retrieve their belongings and position themselves near the exit door. This prompted the flight attendants to intervene, instructing the passengers to remain seated. Though reluctantly, they begrudgingly complied with the attendants' orders. Aaron and the members of Aries simply observed the unfolding absurd situation without making any gestures or taking any action. Following the plane's complete halt, they proceeded to disembark, undergoing the customary checks and passing through airport security that was so sloppy it would make terrorists orgasm just from thinking on how they could exploit it. They were greeted by Felix, who had arranged a rental bus and another car to welcome and transport them to the hotel where they will be staying temporarily before their activities commenced. "Welcome," Felix said as he embraced Aaron, having not seen his friend for a long time. "Thanks," Aaron replied, returning the hug, as he had also missed his friend dearly. "How was your flight?" Felix asked. "The journey started off smoothly, but things took a turn for the worse once we entered Eden's airspace," Aaron said as he turned to the Aries members and glanced at the bus, signaling them to proceed. They quickly comprehended his gesture, swiftly shifting their belongings to the bus's luggage compartment and boarding the vehicle. "Ha ha! I can totally relate. When I first arrived here, I thought we were going to overshoot the runway based on the unsettling noise the plane made during landing." Felix chuckled, finding humor in Aaron's explanation. He shared a similar experience he had when he first came to Eden. "I'm genuinely amazed that no major incidents have occurred given the subpar maintenance standards," Aaron commented as he made his way towards the Range Rover that Felix had brought along. "That's because there are only 5 weekly flights to and from Eden, connecting with America and several other countries, due to the imposed sanctions and the warnings issued by the U.S. Department of State's Consular Affairs," Felix explained, sharing his assumption. "As a result, the limited number of flights reduces the chances where accidents could potentially occur. They really need to address this issue before something catastrophic happens and the country becomes completely isolated from international airlines. This airport is the only one with a long enough runway to accommodate these international flights," Aaron expressed as they boarded the car, his worry evident as he contemplated the potential risks that could arise within the next 3 months, jeopardizing his carefully planned endeavors by attracting the world's attention due to an accident. "Do you think the dictator would be willing to invest money here, considering the airport is operating at a loss?" Felix asked, taking control of the car as the bus carrying Aries members closely trailed behind. "No, I don't believe so. He is excessively driven by greed, unable to envision long-term plans, and solely focused on short-term gains," Aaron replied, recalling the details he possessed about the dictator, which he had even shared with Felix to aid in his efforts to persuade Adolf to agree to their proposed deal of acquiring the companies. "So, who are the individuals accompanying you? I hope it's not a secret," Felix inquired, his face expressing curiosity. "They're here for various missions unrelated to your job, so don't worry," Aaron replied in a playful tone, deliberately withholding any further details about their identities or purposes. "Does it relate to what you had in mind when you asked me to come and assist with acquiring the companies and providing free internet to the citizens?" Felix asked, attempting to convey to Aaron that while he may not have full knowledge of his plans, he had developed a hypothesis supported by compelling assumptions based on his understanding of Aaron as a friend. He wanted to avoid any potential issues that might arise if Aaron were to discover that he knew something and hadn't disclosed it. "Seems like you're still well-oiled and haven't rusted," Aaron chuckled, finding his attempt to feign surprise at Felix's knowledge quite amusing. After a brief bout of laughter, Aaron regained his composure and said, "Yes, your assumption is correct. They are here for that task." Felix let out a sigh of relief, yet at the same time, his mind became further scrambled with a mixture of fear and uncertainty regarding what his friend was becoming. "Seems like the FISA has played tricks on your mind," Felix remarked, acknowledging that Aaron had been compelled to make such drastic moves as a result of being backed into a corner. "That was merely the straw that broke the camel's back. Even if they hadn't taken such actions and forced me into these drastic measures, I would have still found a way to regain control over my affairs, albeit in a slightly different manner," Aaron explained to his friend, clarifying his motivations. "Is it because of what happened at school and with Rotem?" Felix inquired, seeking to understand the circumstances that led to Aaron's shifting mindset. "Yes, at that time all I had was my head, and Rotem just swooped in and took down every plan that I had planned after graduation just because I irritated him, and I had no background to support me and stop him from doing it, and immediately after before I even got used to the life I got shot, had my program stolen by 2 different countries before the idea of lobbying left my mind and went into action." Aaron paused for a moment as he laughed at his nativity of that period, and before he said, "They hit while I was down twice." "Yes, during that time, all I had was my dreams, but Rotem came in and dismantled every plan I had made for life after graduation simply because I irritated him. I had no influential background to protect me or prevent him from doing so. And just when I was starting to adapt to my new life, I was abruptly shot, and my program was stolen in 2 different ways by 2 different countries, just as the mere idea of lobbying had crossed my mind, but was yet to be put into action," Aaron explained, pausing for a moment as he chuckled at his own naivety during that period. He then added, "They struck while I was down, not once, but twice." "If that's the case, it might seem like everyone is out to get what's yours," Felix remarked, nodding in agreement as he comprehended that Aaron's situation was more complex than he had initially hypothesized, extending beyond just the involvement of the FISA. "When the incident with Rotem occurred, and he attempted to force me to repay the scholarship loan with exorbitant interest rates, there was one person who stood his ground, even though he didn't know me. Unfortunately, that individual ended up losing his job for some made-up reasons, which ultimately destroyed his livelihood," Aaron explained, highlighting the fact that not everyone was against him. "What happened to him?" Felix asked, surprised that there was someone courageous enough to oppose the arrogant Rotem at the university despite the not being a professor. "Of course, I had to repay him, even though he didn't directly ask for it. I had Sarah hire him as the head of HR for the company, offering a generous salary and a substantial bonus last year," Aaron responded, emphasizing that he was not one to forget expressing his gratitude towards others. "If you're aware of someone attempting to assist you, then it means that you were the one who exposed the dirt on Rotem, right?" Felix asked, wearing a smile as he recalled how the news about Rotem had been made public. "Yes, I thought you were already aware of that," Aaron replied. Chapter 127: Scheduling and Planning the Next Course of Action. "If you're aware of someone attempting to assist you, then it means that you were the one who exposed the dirt on Rotem, right?" Felix asked, wearing a smile as he recalled how the news about Rotem had been made public. "Yes, I thought you were already aware of that," Aaron replied. "Assuming something and hearing it directly from you are 2 different things," Felix responded, indicating that although he had suspected it was Aaron, it remained an assumption as he had not received confirmation directly from him. "I had to repay him for what he had done to me, and even go beyond that. He tried to ruin my future, and I ruined his. However, I will handle things differently from him," Aaron stated in a neutral tone. "How?" Felix asked, curiosity evident in his voice as he sought clarification on what Aaron meant by handling things differently. "I will ensure that he remains down. Currently, I'm waiting for him to gather himself and rise up again, only to swiftly bring him crashing back down. It's more satisfying when you have something, only to have it take it away, and just when you've rebuilt yourself, you're struck down once more," Aaron said, a sadistic smile creeping across his face as he envisioned the evidence he had prepared to strike Rotem with once he had fully recovered from the previous blow. The smile on Aaron's face sent shivers down Felix's spine, making him realize that Aaron had no intention of forgiving Rotem anytime soon. "Does Sarah know about this?" Felix asked. "Not at the moment. I'm waiting for this plan to yield results and for the company's registration and headquarters to be moved to Eden before I brief both of you about everything," Aaron replied as he leaned out of the window, his attention caught by an advertising banner. Felix smiled upon hearing that they would be briefed in detail, relieved that he wouldn't have to rely solely on assumptions to fill in the missing pieces. As he noticed Aaron's attention being drawn to a billboard, he also took a glance to see what it was about. When he saw it, a smile formed on his face and he said, "We're still promoting the free internet offer on the roads leading to and from the airports, ensuring that those arriving in Eden are informed and can register quickly. By now, every Edenian with a smartphone has already switched to Gaia OS and is still enjoying the free internet," Felix said, feeling a sense of pride. However, his tone quickly turned to anger as he added, "But the dictator's aides are still pressuring us to shut it down as soon as possible. It looks like Adolf is having a stroke at the thought of the money he would have earned if it wasn't for it." "Don't worry, they won't be bothering you for much longer," Aaron said, with assurance in his tone. "I understand," Felix replied, choosing to patiently wait until the day Aaron had promised to reveal everything. He knew that the answers he sought regarding the inconsistencies in Aaron's plans would be provided in due time. During the rest of the journey, they shifted their conversation to other topics, knowing that it was necessary to change the subject or else Felix might get into an accident. Upon their arrival at the hotel, the members of Ares wasted no time. They swiftly checked in and immediately proceeded to their assigned rooms to rest. They had to do so in order to begin their mission tomorrow with a body full of energy. As for Felix, he bid Aaron farewell and returned to the office, as he still had some work to do. He had personally come to welcome Aaron at the airport because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. If it weren't for that, he would have simply sent Proxus to carry out the task, as Aaron had requested. After bidding his farewell to Felix, Aaron took the elevator and proceeded to his room. Upon entering the room, Aaron placed the bag he had brought near the bed and then sat down on the bed. He reached into his pocket and took out his phone. "Call Alexander," he said, bringing the phone to his ear and waiting for the call to connect. Try-fi, try-fi, try-fi. "Hello," Alexander said immediately after answering the phone. "Hello, how is everything going?" Aaron asked. "Everything is proceeding as planned, but the leadership members are causing some issues. They are insisting on an immediate meeting with you, or else they may consider betraying you once the operation is completed." Alexander explained the situation to Aaron, being transparent and not concealing any details. "I'm already in Eden and can meet with them. How about next week? I will be done with my work by then. It is better that I address their concerns sooner rather than later in case some of them decide to sabotage everything out of arrogance, Aaron suggested. Yes, next week works. I will make sure they are ready for the meeting, Alexander replied respectfully. Also, you don't have to worry about their opinions, and I'm sure you know that we can do everything we plan without their participation. At most, it will delay the plan by a few days only. Aaron reminded Alexander that only he was needed, as for the remainder they were replaceable. I understand that, but for the next steps after the coup to proceed as smoothly as possible, we will need their support. They hold the trust of the initial members, who occupy leadership positions in most of our offices. While they also trust me, if they unite and attempt to obstruct our plans, it could escalate into unnecessary violence and create temporary obstacles. Alexander responded calmly to Aaron, indicating that he wasn't afraid of the dissenting members, but rather concerned about the potential bloodshed and short-term difficulties that their defiance and instigation could cause. Hearing this, Aaron nodded, satisfied with Alexander's reasoning and chosen course of action. Shortly after, he said, "Then see you on Monday next week for the meeting," bidding farewell to Alexander before ending the call. Following the call, Aaron retrieved the VR headset from the bag nearby. He positioned himself comfortably on the bed and logged in to do final checks on the plan. "Welcome, sir," greeted Nova as Aaron passed through the gate, taking a seat on the chair that Nova had materialized for him. "Thanks," Aaron replied, taking a seat. He then asked, "Have the locations of the generals already been determined?" "Yes, their security is practically non-existent. They are using an outdated private communication network and currently relying on Connect's services just like civilians. This makes it very easy for me to know their locations and what they are up to in real time," Nova replied. "Good. Show it to me," Aaron said, wanting to see the locations of the generals. Nova materialized a hologram displaying a map of Eden, with a concentration of red dots indicating the location of the generals. "What are they doing in that building?" Aaron asked, noticing the significant concentration of red dots in a single building on the map. "They are discussing the upcoming military parade and vying for the position of leading the army inspection alongside the dictator," Nova replied. "Isn't it customary for the highest-ranking general to conduct the inspection alongside the country's leader?" Aaron asked, expressing his surprise at the revelation that they were competing for the position. The previous dictator abolished that position and instead opted to have only the heads of each branch of the military as the highest positions, in order to prevent any one individual from having complete control over the armed forces, Nova explained, sharing the information she had gathered. This decision has led to heavy competition among the underfunded three branches, as they vie for the attention of the dictator in hopes of securing more funding for their branch, which will increase the amount of money they can then embezzle for their personal gain. The previous dictator was indeed astute, unlike his current unintelligent son, who is driven solely by greed and lacks any form of oversight, Aaron remarked, recalling the information he had acquired through the private investigators he had hired. At the moment, the country's stability relies solely on the loyal aides that were left behind by the previous dictator to support his son before his demise, Nova concurred, acknowledging the significance of their role in preventing the nation from descending into chaos. "But this is good for us, as any change we bring about following the removal of Adolf is bound to be an improvement over his reign," Aaron said with a smile, expressing his excitement for the future. "Anyway, tomorrow we begin with the plan, and since they are gathered in one place, it makes it even easier than I had previously expected," Aaron said, feeling relieved that they were all gathered in one place, as due to constantly traveling between one location to another for the past few months, he was on the brink of starting to hate cars. Chapter 128, Meeting the Generals. The next day, Aaron removed his virtual reality headset after Nova informed him that it was time for him to start preparing for his visit to the generals for his little unannounced meeting. After placing the headset back in the bag, Aaron activated the protection rune on it and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. He washed himself before changing into a fresh set of clothes. He took the elevator to the lobby where he found John and Walter waiting for him. They had been there for over half an hour, patiently waiting for his arrival. "Let's go," he said as he reached them, before heading towards the car that Felix had left for his use. John and Walter followed him without complaining or mentioning the wait of more than half an hour. "Allow me to take the wheel, sir," Walter offered when he noticed Aaron approaching the driver's door. Being the lowest ranked among them, he felt it was his duty to take on the driving responsibilities. Aaron nodded and made his way to the back door to board the car, where he found John had already opened it for him. Aaron entered the car, followed by John and Walter, as each settled into their respective seats. When Walter boarded the car, he noticed that the destination was already set in the car's navigation system. Without uttering a word, he quietly started the engine, and with a nod from Aaron, they began their journey. The journey was filled with silence, with the only sound that permeated the car being the soft hum of the engine and the occasional traffic noise from outside. The lack of conversation persisted because of the hierarchical dynamics at play. Since Aaron had not initiated any discussion, the others followed suit, adhering to the unspoken understanding that it was not their place to start a conversation with their. "Stop here," Aaron instructed when they were approximately 1 kilometer away from their destination. Walter silently maneuvered the car to a suitable spot and parked it. He then stepped out of the car, following Aaron's lead as Aaron and John exited the vehicle. "From here on, we'll be walking as we don't have any reservations," Aaron announced, facing Walter and John with a smile as he was enjoying the moment. "Yes, sir," they replied obediently, without questioning the correlation between not having a reservation and the need to walk. Aaron then cast a concealment rune on all of them, although to John and his companion, it appeared as if Aaron was simply raising his hands and uttering some words without any visible effect. However, given their complete trust in Aaron, they made no attempt to interfere with his actions. "Now no one will be able to see us until I cancel the rune, so keep that in mind," Aaron informed them, ensuring they were aware of the temporary invisibility. While it would have been amusing to observe their reactions to their invisibility as they passed by people, if he had not told them about it, he understood the need to prioritize the mission over personal enjoyment. After delivering the information without giving them much time to process it, Aaron took the lead and began walking towards the building. John and Walter, though caught off guard by the sudden revelation, followed closely behind him, their minds racing to digest the new information. They walked in silence, hoping to make sense of everything before they reached their destination. 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at the gate of their destination, the Central Command building of the Eden's military in the capital city. As they stood before the entrance of the Central Command building, they couldn't help but notice the grandeur of the structure. Like many dictators, Adolf had chosen to construct a massive military edifice to make a statement. The imposing building exuded an aura of authority, its facade meticulously designed to project power and dominance. Aaron understood that the grandeur was more than just a display. It served as a facade, concealing the underlying cracks and corruption within the system and the people who operated within its walls. On the other hand, John and Walter's attention was focused on something entirely different. They were astonished and amazed as they locked eyes with the heavily armed security forces guarding the gate. These guards seemed completely oblivious to their presence, behaving as if everything was normal and failing to acknowledge their existence right in front of them. Aaron allowed John and Walter to relish the experience for a few moments, savoring the surreal feeling of being completely unnoticed by the guards. He patiently awaited the opportune moment to make their move. Shortly thereafter, the opportunity presented itself, and without hesitation, Aaron declared, "Let's go in." With the sight of someone else being thoroughly searched and granted entry, the gate opened, providing Aaron and his companions a seamless passage into the compound. Taking the lead, Aaron confidently passed through the gate, with John and Walter quietly following in his footsteps while trying to make a concerted effort to remain as discreet as possible, ensuring not to draw any attention from the guards, who were completely unaware of their presence despite Aaron having talked to them just moments ago. "This year was supposed to be my turn, but why the heck do I have to come here and see you two trying to change this?" the Eden Air Force general exclaimed, his voice tinged with anger. "As I mentioned last year, the leading position should be held by the one with the most powerful branch, as this is an event watched by the whole world. Therefore, I should be leading to ensure that we don't embarrass ourselves," the Army general stated, his tone and expression filled with pride. "Just because you have the most members in the military doesn't automatically make you more important. I should be the one leading this year, just like I did last year because I am responsible for guarding the largest territory of our nation," retorted the Navy general, his words laced with a hint of irritation at the Army general's prideful boasting. "We were discussing who would be leading the next parade. How does guarding the largest territory have anything to do with it? In 2012, we agreed to take turns leading the parade in chronological order, and both of you have already had your turns. Why do you want to break the agreement now that it's my turn? Don't you think that's hypocritical?" the Air Force general interjected, redirecting the conversation back to the topic of him leading the parade and emphasizing the agreed-upon arrangement rather than engaging in a size-based boast. He was aware of his weakness in that aspect and sought to regain control of the discussion. "Although the agreement may seem reasonable, upon further consideration, I disagree with you leading the parade. Your Air Force is nothing more than a name, lacking any substantial capabilities. Look, you only have 5 third-generation airplanes, and the rest of your arsenal consists of outdated equipment. Do you really think it's fitting for you to lead the parade with such a subpar Air Force backing you?" the Army general said in a mocking tone. "And let's not forget that those 5 aircraft have little to no airtime, constantly undergoing repairs. Due to that, they can also be considered outdated too," the Navy general added, aiming to undermine the Air Force general even further. "Let's not kid ourselves here," the Air Force general retorted, as the 2 other generals laughed after mocking him. When their laughter subsided and their attention returned to him, he raised his finger and pointed it at the Navy general. "Your Navy is nothing but a joke, equipped with World War II fleets that were either gifts or purchased for a bargain. The only difference between your ships and our fishermen's boats is that yours are made of metal and wood," he said, causing the Army general to start laughing once again. However, the Army general's laughter was short-lived as the Air Force general's finger turned towards him, and he continued, "As for you, your army is armed with nothing but rusted equipment. They would have a better chance of winning a war if they fought with arrows and stones," he declared, striking a nerve with the Army general, who slammed his hand on the table in anger. The Air Force general paid no mind to their reactions as he pressed on. "We all know that the funding meant for our forces is being diverted to maintain Adolf's luxurious lifestyle and further arm his private forces. Based on their armament and investments alone, they could take on our combined forces and emerge victorious. So there is nothing to feel proud about, whether you have the largest number of personnel or are tasked with guarding the largest territory. When your forces are incapable of fulfilling their duties, there is no reason to boast. Therefore, as per our agreement, I will be the one leading the upcoming parade. Anyone who disagrees will witness whether these outdated airplanes are still capable of bombing the houses of certain generals. He concluded, his words laced with a threat. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, fueled by their previous mocking words. "Wow, that was impressive," Aaron exclaimed, materializing out of thin air and applauding. The sudden appearance of Aaron caught the attention of the generals, leaving them frozen in their seats, a mixture of surprise and fear etched on their faces as they tried to comprehend how someone could appear out of nowhere. Chapter 129: Instilling Fear Within the Hearts of the Generals. Aaron had been silently observing the heated exchange between the generals, accompanied by John and Walter, who were also relishing the experience of being in a room and listening to people without their knowledge. When the Air Force general burned the shit out of the other generals. "Wow, that was impressive," Aaron exclaimed, materializing out of thin air and applauding. The sudden appearance of Aaron caught the attention of the generals, leaving them frozen in their seats, a mixture of surprise and fear etched on their faces as they tried to comprehend how someone could appear out of nowhere. "Who are you?" the Army general shouted, his and the other generals' hands instinctively reaching for their hips, where their guns would typically be. However, they quickly realized that they had surrendered their weapons before entering the room, a testament to the lack of trust among the generals. "I'm Aaron, and you guys are?" Aaron introduced himself and returned the question to them, as he was enjoying this feeling of acting like a mysterious guy. The Air Force general, thinking fast, started introducing himself. "My name is Christopher Hartman, and I'm the general of the Eden Air Force," as his hand slowly slid under the table, trying to press the button on it to call for the soldiers waiting outside. Realizing Christopher's attempt to divert Aaron's attention, the other generals swiftly introduced themselves, hoping to redirect the focus away from Christopher's actions. "I am General Nathan Whitaker, in charge of the Eden Army," Nathan stated, his voice steady and composed. "And I am General Ethan Sinclair, commanding the Eden Navy," Ethan added, maintaining his calm demeanor. "You really shouldn't have done that," Aaron stated, his gaze locked with Christopher's. Aaron knew what Christopher did, but he chose to let it happen, aware that it would be time-consuming to convince them to sign the runic contract peacefully. Instead, he saw this moment as an opportunity to demonstrate his power and coerce them into compliance. The stakes were high, and Aaron wanted to make it clear that failure to cooperate would result in severe consequences for them all. As the emergency button was pressed, a silent alarm was triggered, and within moments, the room filled with the sound of pounding on the door. Aaron swiftly turned his attention to John and Walter were still concealed, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Enjoy the show," he remarked, his voice filled with anticipation. He then started making his way towards the door, where soldiers were desperately trying to breach the locked room. As Aaron stood just 2 steps away from the door, it finally succumbed to the overwhelming force and collapsed, unleashing a swarm of approximately 15 armed guards poised to enter the room. Without hesitation, Aaron swiftly assessed the situation as the first soldier entered, recognizing that Aaron was not among the generals. The soldier instinctively lowered his weapon, which had been pointed skyward, and redirected it towards Aaron. Seeing the soldier's actions, Aaron deftly sidestepped while simultaneously grabbing hold of the soldier's outstretched arm, causing the soldier to inadvertently discharge his firearm, the bullet whizzing past Aaron and striking Air Force General Christopher. "Arg!" Christopher cried out in agony as the bullet pierced his shoulder. Seizing his advantage, Aaron yanked the soldier towards him, and in one movement he kicked the guard's hip like a football, dislocating the soldier's limb and sending him sprawling across the room as he screamed in excruciating pain. Wasting no time, Aaron swiftly moved on to the next soldier, who was better prepared than his predecessor, firing his gun directly at Aaron's face. Reacting with lightning speed, Aaron activated a shield rune, swiftly positioning it to intercept the bullet's path and redirect the bullet. The bullet ricocheted off the shield, changing direction, and finding its mark on Navy General Ethan, who let out a sharp cry of pain. Observing that his soldiers were only inflicting harm to the generals, while Aaron remained unscathed, Nathan swiftly sought refuge under the table, trembling and desperately hoping that the soldiers would be capable of handling the man who called himself Aaron. John and Walter watched the unfolding events in awe, unable to help but notice that Aaron seemed to possess no formal fighting training. Yet, what struck them was his astonishing raw strength and speed, as they witnessed him effortlessly lifting a soldier with a single hand and hurling him towards the general hiding under the table, causing a thunderous crash upon impact. Simultaneously, Aaron swiftly delivered a powerful kick to another soldier, propelling him through the air and crashing him against the wall. They also observed that he had an uncanny ability to anticipate and evade kicks and punches, even reacting just microseconds before they landed, swiftly dodging the blows with remarkable precision. Astonishingly, not only did Aaron evade these attacks, but he also counterattacked with equal swiftness and precision despite it still being clumsy. 30 seconds later, a resounding cry of pain echoed through the air, followed by a stifled groan. Aaron had swiftly dislocated the last soldier's shoulder, and before the soldier could even comprehend what had happened, Aaron delivered a forceful punch to his stomach, resulting in an expulsion of the morning's meal, as he doubled over in nausea and distress. "Oh!" Aaron exhaled deeply, his body filled with adrenaline and excitement. "I really need to learn how to fight," he admitted, acknowledging his lack of combat skills. As Aaron surveyed the room, he was struck by the horrifying sight of gore and the devastation he had caused. As he witnessed the scene, though it was minimal, he experienced a wave of nausea. However, he swiftly suppressed the urge and cast a healing spell on himself to regain his composure. He turned his face towards John and Walter and commanded them, "Gather them in one place," while simultaneously deactivating the concealment rune that had been placed on them. As John and Walter followed his instructions, Aaron approached the table where Nathan was hiding, his injuries minimal compared to the others. Placing his hands on the table, he exerted his weight, causing it to snap in the middle. This sudden action startled the already frightened Nathan, pushing him to the brink of losing control and almost causing him to have an accident. He proceeded to firmly grasp the collar of the general's uniform, effortlessly lifting him up with a single hand as if he were a mere doll, forcing the general to stand as he brought him face to face with him. Aaron delivered his message with a commanding tone, saying, "Listen carefully. Inform the soldiers on the way that the situation is under control and everything is in order, or there won't be a body left for them to collect when they arrive." "Yes," Nathan replied, his voice trembling with fear. "Very well," Aaron responded, taking a moment to straighten the general's uniform, ensuring there were no creases or stains. Using a cleaning rune, he swiftly removed any traces of blood from the uniform. He then positioned the general to face the door and stood behind him, leaning in close to the general's ear. With that, he pushed the general forward, compelling him to begin his walk, as the sound of approaching soldiers grew louder and closer to the room. As Nathan emerged through the door, the approaching soldiers came to an abrupt halt, snapping into a salute. They questioned, "General, we heard gunshots. Is everything all right?" Nathan, striving to maintain a serious demeanor, responded, "Yes, the gunshots originated from this location, but everything is under control. Return to your positions." "But, sir," the leading soldier attempted to express his concerns, but before he could articulate his thoughts fully. "Just follow your damn orders, you incompetent fools," Nathan shouted, unleashing his frustration on them. He couldn't direct his anger at Aaron, still haunted by the memory of the man's actions. "Or do you want to face a court-martial for disobedience?" "No, sir. Have a good day." The soldiers promptly saluted, fully aware that the military court-martial was essentially synonymous with an execution court. They understood that anyone sent there would always receive the maximum punishment, and in this case, the consequences would be severe. The soldiers turned on their heels and began their journey back to their assigned positions, mindful of the gravity of the situation and the potential repercussions for any misstep. Nathan quietly made his way back into the office, carefully closing the remnants of the broken door behind him as his eyes shifted towards John and Walter, who were diligently gathering the injured soldier and bringing them to a centralized location. He then approached Aaron, who was seated in a chair, and informed him, "The situation has been resolved, and they won't return unless I specifically request their presence." "Good," Aaron acknowledged, his attention turning towards the injured soldier. He directed Nathan, saying, "Go and assist them. The sooner we deal with them, the quicker we can proceed to the main topic." Nathan's heart trembled with fear as he contemplated the possibility that Aaron intended to kill the injured soldier. Powerless to intervene, he reluctantly joined John and Walter in their task of moving the wounded soldier. Tears streamed down Nathan's face, as if someone had instructed him to dig his own grave, overwhelmed by the weight of his emotions. Chapter 130: The Signing of the Contract. "Both of you playing dead, get up," Aaron commanded, addressing the generals who were attempting to feign death, despite being wounded only in non-critical areas such as their hands and other parts of their bodies. "If you don't wake up by the count of 3, I'm going to kill you for real," Aaron threatened, his voice carrying a sense of discontent. He began the countdown. 1, 2. However, before he could reach the count of 3, the generals abruptly rose from their positions where they had been pretending to be lifeless, instantly snapping back to alertness. "Since you tried to deceive me, each of you will suffer the punishment of a broken bone," Aaron declared, causing John, Walter, Nathan, Ethan, and Christopher to freeze in their places. John and Walter stood motionless, their disbelief evident on their faces, as they had never witnessed this sadistic side of Aaron before. Up until this point, they had only experienced his more benevolent nature. While they knew Aaron was capable of causing significant harm, they hadn't anticipated his brutality to this extent. As for the generals, Nathan silently thanked his lucky stars that he hadn't attempted to play dead, while the others trembled with fear at the prospect of the impending pain. Aaron intentionally utilized this moment as a form of psychological torture, fully aware that the anticipation of pain can often be more agonizing than the pain itself. He understood that the fear and anxiety one experiences while awaiting a known painful event can be far more distressing than the actual physical suffering. A few minutes later, Sir, we have finished. John reported to Aaron that all the injured soldiers were collected at his specified location. All right, good. You two come here, Aaron said, gesturing for the two immobilized generals to approach him. He intended to fulfill his promise by breaking their bones before healing them. The two generals approached hesitantly, their steps slow and filled with prayers of hope that Aaron might have a change of heart before they reached him. Aaron maintained silence, saying nothing as the two generals reached him. Let's get this over with, Aaron said, gripping their arms firmly. He focused his strength, exerting pressure with his hands until a distinct snapping sound filled the air. Only Aaron and John, with their enhanced senses, could hear the audible snap, as the generals had already begun screaming in agony a few seconds earlier. All right, take a seat. We have something important to discuss, Aaron instructed, pointing towards the chairs for them to sit. He intended to commence the conversation about his proposition. You two, take a seat. Aaron turned to Nathan, who had been attempting to blend into the background while his fellow generals endured the pain of their bones being broken. Nathan hurriedly walked, trying to reach the chair as fast as possible, and took a seat near his fellow generals. I will heal you all shortly, but before that, I need each of you to sign a contract, Aaron stated, making it clear that he had no intention of explaining the contract's contents to them directly. He expected that they would read and comprehend its terms once he had departed. If anyone has any objections, now is the time to raise your hand, he added, leaving the opportunity for dissent or concerns to be voiced so that he can deal with them before they cause trouble later. Although Aaron had given them the opportunity to raise their hands if they had any questions or objections, not a single general dared to do so. The foremost thought in their minds was Aaron's assurance of healing. In this moment, they held complete faith in Aaron's capabilities, as they had some time to comprehend the extraordinary events of the past hour. From his sudden appearance, effortlessly subduing their soldiers, to his raw strength demonstrated by breaking their bones, they either genuinely believed or desperately hoped that he possessed the power to heal them. Since there are no questions, let's proceed to sign the contract as quickly as possible, Aaron stated, while he presented the generals with contracts the size of small books, each containing nearly 400 pages. The contract encompassed every aspect of what Aaron required from the generals, outlining both their obligations and restrictions. Crafted by Nova, it had been meticulously designed to close any potential loopholes that might inadvertently expose Aaron or his plans. Every detail had been addressed to ensure that the generals would comply without compromise. Sign them now. You can read them later, Aaron commanded, observing the generals, who attempted to read through the contracts to understand their contents. His watchful gaze prompted the generals to swiftly flip to the final pages of the contract, where they discovered their designated spots for signing alongside Aaron's already affixed signature. Without wasting any time, the generals quickly signed their names, their minds preoccupied with the belief that whatever the contract entailed, it could not be worse than enduring the excruciating pain of having their bones broken while feeling utterly powerless. As soon as they finished signing their signatures, witnessed only by Aaron, the contracts emitted a radiant golden glow. Within moments, both Aaron and the generals were enveloped in a shimmering golden light that permeated their bodies. A sensation akin to a knot being tightly tied within their beings briefly surged through them, though only Aaron possessed the sensitivity to perceive it. For the others, it was merely a fleeting discomfort, triggered by their existing wounds. Good, Aaron acknowledged, retrieving the contracts from the generals without any intention of leaving them with physical copies with his signatures. I have sent the digital version of the contract to your phones and computers. Once our discussions are over, you can start reading them, he explained, carefully placing the contracts back into the bag from which they had emerged. Now, let's begin the healing process, Aaron announced, proceeding to activate a large number of healing runes on each soldier who laid down awaiting treatment. The number of runes applied to each soldier varied according to the severity of their injuries. As the runes took effect and visible signs of healing manifested, Aaron shifted his attention to the generals. Though their injuries were comparatively minor in comparison to the soldiers, he still applied a smaller number of healing runes on their bodies to facilitate their recovery. 3 hours later, both the soldiers and the generals were astounded by what their eyes beheld. Every trace of their wounds had vanished, leaving no lingering pain behind. The only remnants of their previous injuries were the residual bloodstains, traces of urine, or the torn remnants of their clothing. I trust that you possess the intelligence not to talk about what had happened here, Aaron asked the now healed soldiers, who were seated on the ground. Their heads nodded in agreement with a sense of urgency, as if their lives depended on it. Very well. You may leave, Aaron instructed, prompting the soldiers to hastily leave the room as if fleeing from a monstrous presence. I will give each of you a period of 2 days to thoroughly read and comprehend the contract before you initiate contact with him, Aaron stated, extending his hand to point at Walter as he addressed the generals. His name is Walter, and he will be responsible for facilitating communication between myself and all of you. Is that clear? Yes, the generals responded in unison. As for him, his name is John, and his orders carry the same weight as my own. So whatever he commands you, it is to be treated as if it were coming directly from me. Is that clear? Yes, they answered once more, nodding their heads in unison, their eyes locked onto John and Walter, their faces imprinted in their memories, afraid of letting even the smallest detail slip away. And with that, my job here is done. I'll see you in 2 days. Let's go, Aaron said, rising from a seat. The generals promptly stood up, and John and Walter followed him towards the door. Before reaching the door, the three vanished in the same mysterious manner they had arrived, leaving the generals behind in shock, frozen for the 4th time that day. After they departed the building without drawing any attention, John took the opportunity during their ride back home to turn to Aaron and address him with a respectful tone, saying, Sir, may I ask you a question? Go ahead, Aaron said, shifting his attention towards John. What are your intentions for them now that they have signed the contracts? John inquired, as he could at least speculate on the contents of the contracts. He was aware that whatever provisions were stated in the contracts were binding, as Aaron had thoroughly explained how the contracts given by him worked in the documents given to him on the day Ares was established. After we return to the hotel, I will provide you with a document containing the comprehensive details of my intended utilization of the Eden's army and instructions on how you can effectively employ them for your upcoming missions. In essence, we now possess complete control over the Eden's army through the generals. Aaron gave John a short answer and promised to provide him with a dossier containing all the necessary information regarding his strategic plans for utilizing Eden's army. Since they all are in the same field of work, and as a part of his strategy to reduce his workload and rely on trusted individuals, Aaron intended to delegate the responsibility of utilizing the generals to John. Understood, John replied, and he remained quiet for the rest of the journey, deferring his curiosity until he received the document that held all the answers he sought. Chapter 131: The Generals. The generals, now left alone after enduring a series of unimaginable events within a few hours, sat in silence. They were still processing the astonishing turn of events, and the speed they took place. Half an hour had passed since Aaron and his group departed, and during that time, not a word was exchanged between the generals. The only remnants that served as a constant reminder that their recent experience was not a dream were their tattered clothes and the broken items scattered around the room. I'm going to my office to thoroughly examine the contract. It's important for us to understand their contents in order to avoid any inadvertent violations, preventing a repeat of what we just experienced. Given his ability to swiftly heal us, any potential punishment from him would likely be more severe and could potentially last for hours, without the concern of us succumbing to blood loss or serious injuries, Nathan declared as he rose from his chair. We can't hide either, considering his ability to appear and disappear without a trace, Ethan added, his voice tinged with unease. He shuddered slightly at the memory, realizing the futility of attempting to evade someone with such enigmatic powers. Without wasting any time, all the generals rose from their seats and made their way back to their respective temporary offices within the building to diligently study and comprehend the contract in its entirety. The urgency to understand the document outweighed any lingering thoughts about the interrupted meeting and the topic they were discussing before Aaron abruptly ended it with his unexpected appearance. None of them had any intention of leaving their offices before they finished the task. As a wise man once said, "Your problem only seems significant until a bigger problem comes knocking at your door." Have a good day, sir. Walter and John bid farewell to Aaron as they arrived at the hotel and stepped out of the car. You too, Aaron replied. Then he directed his attention to John and assured him, I will send you the file shortly. With that, Aaron turned around and made his way to the elevator, heading back to his room. Upon entering his room, Aaron collected the stack of freshly printed papers from the printer. Summon the nearest Ares member to my room, Aaron instructed Nova. I need them to deliver the folder to John. He is on his way, Nova reported back shortly, informing him that the called Ares member was already on his way. But wouldn't it be more efficient to call John directly yourself? Nova questioned, voicing her curiously as Aaron patiently waited for the summoned soldier to arrive. While it's true that I could do that, it's important to maintain respect for his position in order to prevent any potential disrespect from other Ares members, Aaron explained, providing his reasoning behind his choice. Nova expressed her disagreement with Aaron's explanation, stating, I don't believe they would disrespect him, regardless of how you treat him. Unless you explicitly order them to do so, they will not show disrespect to someone you have chosen and placed in that position. Disrespecting John would ultimately be seen as disrespecting you, as you have deemed him qualified and entrusted him with the role. It's not just about them, Nova. I also need to acclimate myself to this approach before the new members from the Army join us. This way, I can avoid inadvertently treating John as a subordinate of lower rank, establishing a precedent early on rather than later. Upon hearing Aaron's reasoning, Nova eventually agreed, her silence serving as confirmation of her acceptance. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Aaron rose from the bed where he had been sitting with the folder and made his way to the door and opened it. Good afternoon, sir. The soldier greeted respectfully, saluting Aaron as he stood at the door. Good afternoon. Aaron reciprocated the greeting and handed the soldier the folder he had been holding. Deliver this to John, he instructed the soldier. Yes, sir. Have a good day. The man answered as he received the folder with his hands and bid Aaron farewell before he started his walk toward John's room. Did anything important happen while I was away? Aaron asked Nova as he closed the door and made his way back into the room. None, sir, Nova responded. Good. How do you feel after having to act so serious for the first time? Nova asked in a teasing manner, but still curious about his experience. Although it was challenging to maintain the facade for hours, it did serve its intended purpose, Aaron replied with a smile. That's true, Nova replied, her smile widening as she replayed the audio of Aaron's act during the meeting. Now, the only thing left is to meet with the revolutionary leaders who are causing trouble and ensure that they also sign the contracts, which will make dealing with them easier, he said as he laid down on the bed and put on the virtual helmet logging in the universal simulation. Oh God! Fuck, shit! The three generals expressed similar sentiments, even though they were in separate rooms reading the contracts. Despite their expectations for the contract's inclusion of unfavorable clauses that required them to engage in activities they did not approve of, they soon discovered that their level of expectations fell short of what they were actually confronted with. Christopher wasted no time. He swiftly grabbed his landline phone and dialed the numbers of the other two generals to discuss the contracts. Have you finished reading the contract? He asked abruptly, without offering any greetings or engaging in small talk, as soon as they answered the call. I just finished reading it, Nathan replied. Me too, Ethan responded last. But I'm curious about something. How will he know if we violated any of the clauses? Ethan asked. I'm curious too. It seems some of the clauses would be impossible for him to detect if we violated them, Christopher chimed in, concurring with Ethan's observation. He's not foolish enough to include these clauses without having the means to detect our violations and enforce the consequences, Nathan responded, his voice filled with a tinge of apprehension. Remember, this man appeared out of nowhere, withstood bullets, effortlessly incapacitated us using his hands only, and healed our wounds in minutes. Do you really believe he couldn't dispatch people to monitor us invisibly just as they did today? What makes you think he isn't monitoring us right now? Nathan turned his head, scanning the room for any signs of abnormality. His abilities don't appear to be limited to the physical realm alone, but also extend into the digital world. How on earth did he manage to upload files onto our computers and phones without us even providing him with our contact information? Christopher pondered, expressing his bewilderment. Furthermore, the file doesn't contain a sender's address. It's as if the file materialized out of thin air. This suggests that he might even be eavesdropping on our communications at this very moment. Shit! They all said simultaneously, their voices filled with alarm, as they quickly turned to look behind them, half expecting someone to materialize out of thin air and strangle them. They came to the sobering realization that the once cherished sense of security they felt when alone had been entirely compromised. At any given moment, someone could be invisibly present in the same room watching them. We can't escape him anywhere, they silently contemplated, refraining from voicing their thoughts aloud, fearful of the consequences. I believe we don't need to worry about him taking action against us when we discuss him amongst ourselves, Ethan cautiously shared, pausing briefly to reflect on the previous encounters. During our initial meeting, he retaliated when one of us pressed the button and called for the security team. The second time, he inflicted harm upon us when we attempted to feign death, resulting in our broken hands. His actions were always in response to our own actions, never exceeding that boundary. Therefore, as long as we abide by the clauses of the contract, I don't think he will pose a direct threat to us. Ethan's analysis, though speculative, offered a glimmer of reassurance amidst their growing unease. That's just an assumption, and I truly hope it's correct, Christopher interjected, his voice tinged with a mixture of anxiety and desperation. Because if he turns out to be an irrational individual, then we're in serious trouble. Christopher's hope hinged on Ethan's assumption, as they had lost all semblance of control the moment that enigmatic man entered the room during their meeting. I hope so, too, Ethan replied. I wonder how he intends to utilize us, Nathan pondered aloud. Could he be plotting to employ the military for a coup d'etat or some other purpose? Nathan's question hung in the air. It's possible that he intends to utilize us for drug or weapons trafficking, but considering his ability to appear and disappear at will, he doesn't really need us for that, Ethan responded. If that's his plan, I must admit, I'll take pleasure in executing it. Adolf has squeezed us far too tightly, Christopher said with a smile on his face. But we're well aware that it will be challenging to confront Adolf's private forces, given their heavily armed nature, Christopher added, acknowledging the formidable obstacle they would have to face if that was really Aaron's plan. There's no need to strain our minds pondering over it. He specifically instructed us to contact him in 2 days. So, let's wait for further instruction on that day, Nathan suggested. I agree. I'm going to read the contract a few more times, said Nathan. Me too, added Ethan. So who will be leading the parade? Christopher asked but received no answers, because the moment they heard the question, they ended the call. Chapter 132 Meeting with the Regional Revolutionary Leaders. A week later. Aaron strolled alone, making his way into the hotel, his steps purposeful as he approached the reception area. He carried a bag in his hand, having entrusted his car in the hands of the hotel's valet for him to go and park the car. Welcome, Mr. Aaron, Alexander exclaimed, rising from the comfortable chairs in the hotel lobby. He had been patiently waiting for Aaron's arrival, to accompany him to the meeting room they had scheduled. Oh, Alexander, Aaron replied warmly, extending his hand for a handshake. How have you been? Alexander asked, his tone filled with genuine interest. Quite well, although your regional leaders have been the only ones causing some mischief, Aaron responded in a playful manner. Over time, their frequent calls had brought them closer, fostering a light-hearted banter between them. I apologize for that, Alexander replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. Although he knew Aaron was merely teasing him, he couldn't help but feel a tad self-conscious. Don't worry, after today, everything will be resolved, Aaron assured, lightly tapping Alexander's hand in a reassuring manner. Let's head to the meeting room, Alexander suggested, taking the lead as he and Aaron began walking towards the elevator. But shouldn't they be joining us as well? Where are they? Aaron inquired, realizing that Alexander was alone. They are already waiting in the meeting room, Alexander explained. Don't worry about it, Aaron reassured, noticing that their conversations often seemed to end with Alexander appearing a bit disheartened. As they stepped into the elevator and it began raising, Alexander initiated small talk, filling the brief ride with casual conversation while they waited for their arrival at the floor where the conference room was located. Welcome. They promptly stood up as Aaron entered the room alongside Alexander, displaying a gesture of respect, albeit without genuine sentiment behind it. Alexander guided Aaron to his chair, before taking his own seat as the meeting was about to commence. So, Mr. Aaron, before we delve into the next topic, could you please introduce yourself? The upcoming discussion heavily relies on our understanding of your background, Adam stated as soon as the meeting commenced. A smile played across Aaron's face as he responded. Before I address any of your inquiries, I kindly request that each of you sign a non-disclosure agreement, NDA. Without the signed agreement, I won't be able to answer your questions. He retrieved a stack of contracts from his bag and placed them on the table, inviting them to review and sign the documents. Ace took hold of the stack of contracts and proceeded to distribute them among the attendees in the room. Each person began reading through the contents of the NDA contracts thoroughly. One by one, they began signing the contracts as they noticed that everything was in order and the clauses were standard for an NDA. Additionally, they reasoned that they could easily break the contract whenever they deemed necessary, considering the lack of enforcement. As they signed the contracts, as usual, Aaron felt the same sensation of a knot being tied down. However, his heightened sensitivity allowed him to discern that the weight of the knot on his soul has slightly increased, but he considered it as a mistake on his part and decided to postpone further contemplation on it when the meeting was over. When everyone completed signing their contracts, without wasting any time, he began introducing himself. As most of you already know, my name is Aaron Michael. As for my occupation, I am the owner of GIA Technology. That's all there is to it. I don't believe any further details about me are necessary. How old are you? Ace inquired, curious about Aaron's age, considering he still appeared to be in his 20s. I'm in my 20s, and that's all I'll disclose, Aaron responded, deciding not to divulge his actual age. He sensed that Ace intended to exploit his age as a means to undermine him. That's perfectly fine, Oscar interjected, noticing Ace's intention to pry for Aaron's full age. So, Mr. Aaron, based on Sir Alexander's explanations, he mentioned that your assistance is contingent upon the condition that once we successfully assume control of the country, you want us to rewrite the Constitution and the abolition of the military and its institutions. Is this information accurate? Adam inquired. Yes, Aaron replied succinctly with a single word. Could you please explain the reason behind your proposal? Adam asked. I intend for my private forces to assume their role and function as the country's military, Aaron explained. But why do you prefer it to be that way? Is it primarily a matter of financial gain? If so, we can discuss compensating you after the coup. Adam pressed further, wanting to understand Aaron's motivation behind wanting to replace the existing military. When it comes to money, I possess wealth exceeding your country's GDP, so it's not about financial gain, Aaron clarified. The reason behind my proposal is to establish a legal framework that enables me to expand my forces without external interference. This way, I can safeguard the things I value without relying on the protection of others. Then why Eden? There are numerous unstable countries in the world that you could have chosen, Ace interjected, seeking further clarification. Among the numerous candidates initially considered, only 2 countries, Eden and Esperia, remained in the selection process, Aaron explained. The reason for choosing these 2 countries is their geographical isolation. Being situated in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, they are mutually exclusive, with no immediate neighboring countries other than themselves. This unique circumstance makes them the perfect locations for establishing my forces. The geographical distance between Eden and other countries allows me to expand my forces to a scale comparable to the world's largest militaries without provoking tensions with any nation except for Esperia. As for why I chose Eden over Esperia, it primarily relates to the size factor. Eden's land mass is nearly equivalent to that of Australia, providing ample space to justify the desired expansion of my forces. Aaron explained without hiding anything, as he was sure that no one would like anything he said in the room. Okay, since you will be assuming control over the military and its institutions, who will we be paying for their services? Inquired another member of the meeting, who had remained silent until now. You will only be responsible for paying the salaries of the forces and providing the necessary land for the military. As for weapons procurement, research and development, training, and all other expenses, they will be covered by me. So, you don't have to worry about those aspects. You will have a world-class military while operating within the budget of an underdeveloped country, Aaron explained. He was confident that despite shouldering the majority of the expenses, the overall cost would be extremely low due to him planning to use the universal simulation. As Aaron's response reached their ears, a collective gasp of astonishment spread throughout the room. Even Alexander, who had been closely working with Aaron, found himself taken aback, unaware of Aaron's plan to cover all the additional expenses. Any more questions? Aaron asked, noticing the silence that had fallen upon the room. Ace, with a noticeable change in his demeanor, spoke up. I have a question regarding the military. Your plan, as shared with us, did not address how you intend to handle the current military. Could you please provide some insights? I have already held a meeting with the generals last week and addressed that particular concern, Aaron replied confidently, eliciting another wave of surprise from the attendees. They have agreed to assist us in the coup d'etat, and once the constitutional change takes place, they will be integrated into my forces after the disbandment of their previous institutions. Curiosity piqued, Adam interjected. May I ask what you did to persuade them to agree to such a deal? That's a business secret, Aaron replied with a smile on his face, maintaining an air of mystery around his tactics. You mentioned that you will be undertaking the research, but could you please clarify what specific areas or subjects the research will cover? One of the attendees inquired, seeking further details. After a brief pause, Aaron began his response. The research will encompass a wide range of areas essential to the military's requirements. This includes weapons research and development, as well as addressing all other aspects necessary for a fully functional military force. Given that we will be operating as a quasi-mercenary group masquerading as an army, it is anticipated that many countries will be reluctant to sell us their weapons. Therefore, we need to establish our own research department to ensure we have the necessary capabilities. That's true, Ace agreed with Aaron's explanation. He was confident that they would need to spend a few more months waiting for other countries to acknowledge the new country, followed by them forming diplomatic relationships, which would be followed by the lifting of sanctions imposed on the country. The other members in the room immediately started asking the questions they had in mind or requested further clarification on the answers Aaron had provided. Throughout the entire discussion, Aaron diligently responded to each question, providing the necessary information without divulging anything beyond what was needed. Aaron opted for this approach to ensure that his upcoming plans could proceed without any hindrance or delays caused by the removal of the individuals in the room. He wanted to avoid any adjustments to his plan and desired to move forward with the next steps as soon as possible. Chapter 133: Discovering the Limitations. Once the meeting concluded and they found themselves alone in the room, Alexander asked, Are you absolutely certain that no one would be willing to exchange information with Adolf in exchange for financial gain? Aaron posed the question. Do you genuinely believe the greedy Adolf would be willing to offer monetary compensation to anyone solely for acquiring information? After giving it some thought, Alexander responded, I highly doubt it. He would likely make false promises of payment, but once he obtains the information, he would promptly proceed to apprehend the individual as well. While that may be true, there could be individuals who perceive themselves as exceptional and entertain the notion that they can successfully demand payment from Adolf in exchange for the information. Indeed, Alexander agreed. Rest assured, I will receive immediate notification and swiftly resolve any such attempts before they even materialize. You need not worry. In the meantime, you need to commence with the small-scale protests in various cities. By doing so, when the actual coup takes place, it will appear to the international community as if the government was unintentionally toppled on a day marked by widespread protests, without any prior planning. Aaron reassured. I understand. Additionally, considering you mentioned having control over the generals, could you make them order the police departments so that they simply arrest our people without resorting to their usual brutal treatment of the protesters? Alexander inquired, expressing his desire to minimize casualties. I will inform them about it. However, it is also crucial to ensure that the protesters do not exert excessive effort. They should engage in normal protesting activities, and when the police arrive, they should disperse from the protest grounds. This will gradually condition the police to anticipate protests ending upon their arrival, leading to complacency. Consequently, on the day of the final protest, they will not arrive fully prepared, assuming that the protesters will disperse as usual. Aaron added. Rest assured, I have taken care of that aspect. All the newly recruited members who joined as a result of your efforts are completely conditioned to completely trust me, and I can guarantee their strict adherence to the given instructions. Alexander responded, exuding confidence in his tone. Very well. I must depart now and return to my hotel to attend to other plans, Aaron stated, rising from his chair. Alexander promptly accompanied him, guiding him to the elevator and through the lobby until they reached the hotel's exit. Their conversation continued until the valet arrived with Aaron's car, at which point Alexander bid him farewell. Aaron boarded the car and departed the hotel, heading back to his own accommodations, satisfied with the completion of all his scheduled meetings. The next day. Sir, 2 days after our visit to the military headquarters, as per our planned arrangement, the general made contact. Following the instructions outlined in the folder you provided, Walter issued a few initial orders to them. They are currently in the process of executing those orders. However, it appears that they require additional funding support due to being underfunded. John explained to Aaron inside a room where the 10 individuals holding important positions, assigned by Aaron, were gathered. This room served as the venue for their weekly meetings, allowing them to update each other and Aaron on the progress of the plan. Excellent. Utilize the funds available from your reserves to cover the necessary expenses, Aaron replied, instructing John to allocate the required finances. He had previously provided them with a substantial sum, estimated to be around $500 million in cash. We will do so, John answered back. How is the weapons procurement going? Aaron asked. With the backing of the military, we have successfully arranged for a sanctioned Navy vessel to intercept them in the middle of the ocean. They will transfer the cargo from their boat to the military vessel. As for storage, we have secured the Navy's port warehouse as a temporary solution until the renovation of the designated base is completed, Walter responded. He was responsible for overseeing the communication between their group and the military. How is the progress of the base renovation coming along? Aaron asked, seeking an update on the current status of the renovation project. By employing a significant number of local workers and providing them with competitive wages, we have successfully completed approximately 20% of the renovation. We anticipate finishing the entire renovation within the next 3 weeks, came the response, indicating the progress made on the base refurbishment. Have this week's group arrived yet? Aaron asked. They are scheduled to arrive tomorrow, as their flight today was canceled due to inclement weather, reported Paul, the area's coordinator, providing an update on the situation. Turning his attention back to John, Aaron asked, "How are the preparations for the D-Day progressing?" We have successfully acquired over 150 houses near strategic locations, and they are currently undergoing renovations to suit our specific requirements. Once the weapons arrive and are securely stored in the military warehouses, they will undergo a final inspection to ensure their readiness and to remove any remaining trackers. Subsequently, we will begin transporting them to the designated houses, where they will be stored in preparation for the upcoming D-Day, John explained. When do you anticipate the completion of the renovations? Aaron asked. We expect everything to be ready and weapons to be stored in the houses within 2 months. Why is it taking such a long time when the base renovation is expected to take only about a month? Aaron asked. The slight delay is primarily attributed to a limited number of personnel available to oversee the renovation simultaneously. Consequently, we are currently selecting a smaller subset to commence the renovation process and intend to scale up the number of concurrent renovations as more members arrive in Eden, John explained, giving the reason behind the extended timeline. Very good, Aaron remarked, his expression conveying satisfaction, as he nodded in approval upon hearing the positive update on the progress. Walter, seizing the opportunity, asked, "Sir, wouldn't it be more advantageous for us to have control over the leaders of the dictator's private forces, just as we have done with the generals?" That presents a challenge because the previous dictator deliberately kept his private forces divided to prevent any internal threat to his leadership. These forces are currently under different leaders and organized into various groups of differing sizes. The leaders who possess significant control over their respective factions tend to remain in close proximity to Adolf. Furthermore, due to the brutal actions of these forces against the public during Adolf and his father's reign, they cannot be assimilated into our ranks and instead need to be held accountable through prosecution after the coup is successfully completed. However, it is worth noting that most of these forces will not be combat-ready on the D-Day. The remaining combat-ready individuals will be dealt with by our group and the military. Therefore, there is no immediate necessity for us to gain control over them, Aaron explained to Walter, outlining the reasons why directly approaching the leaders and coercing them into compliance was not a viable option. For the time being, Aaron had no intention of divulging the newly imposed limitations he faced in using Riddick contracts. After returning from the meeting with the regional revolutionary leaders last week, Aaron had sought clarification from Nova regarding the sensation of the knot feeling slightly heavier than usual, questioning whether it was genuine or simply a figment of his imagination. "You are right. It really is getting smaller," Nova replied after seeking Aaron's permission to take control of the VR helmet in order to conduct some checks on his body and mind. "You mean the knot is getting heavier, right?" Aaron asked, wondering if Nova made a mistake with her statement, which should be impossible. No, it's not a mistake. When I said it's getting smaller, I meant it," Nova replied, noticing Aaron's perplexed expression. "What do you mean by that?" Aaron asked, his curiosity now piqued. "When you sign a Riddick contract, it is stored in the soul space of both Party A and Party B, as well as the space of the enforcer. So when you feel a knot being tied, it is simply the Riddick contract being stored in your soul space. So when I said it is getting smaller, I meant that your soul space is decreasing in size, as it is being occupied by the runic contracts, Nova explained, clarifying her earlier statement. So you're suggesting that the sensation of the knot getting heavier is due to the shrinking of the space? Aaron asked, seeking further clarification. No, the knot's increasing in weight has nothing to do with the space getting smaller. Then what is the cause of it, and why didn't I feel the increase in weight of the knot when the Ares members signed their runic contracts with me? Aaron asked, wanting to understand the underlying reasons. The runic contract you are using is of the lowest level, which means it requires many specific conditions to be met in order to function flawlessly. In the case of the generals and some of the revolutionary leaders, not all of the conditions were fully met, leading to your discovery of the increase in the weight of the knot. On the other hand, when the Ares members signed the contract, they did so willingly and without any objections, fulfilling all the necessary conditions. This is why you didn't feel the increase in weight when they signed. The generals, however, were not completely willing to sign the contract and only did so under duress. As a result, the knot on your soul became heavier than usual because the contract rune didn't have all the conditions fulfilled. To ensure the generals and some of the revolutionary leaders do not break the contract in the future, the size of the contract rune needed to be increased, thus occupying more of your soul space and causing the heavier sensation in the knot, Nova explained calmly. What exactly is this soul space you keep mentioning? Aaron asked after the term kept being repeated by Nova in her explanation. The soul space is where all the runic contracts are stored to monitor your soul's adherence to the clauses within the contract. If you violate the terms, the stored runic contracts can be accessed by the enforcer to administer the appropriate punishment for breaking the oath, Nova clarified. Is there a maximum capacity for the soul space? Aaron asked. Yes, there is a maximum capacity for the soul space. Also, since you are using the lowest level of runic contract, each contract takes up a significant amount of space compared to higher level contracts. Additionally, as both the enforcer and a party to the contract, your soul space is being consumed at twice the normal rate, as you have to accommodate two entities with each contract you sign, Nova explained. Based on the size of my soul space, what is the maximum number of runic contracts that I can sign? He asked, his voice revealing his underlying worry, while his heart rate increased as he anxiously awaited the answer to his question. You have a maximum capacity of 1,000 runic contracts, and you have already used more than 720 of them, Nova replied, her tone conveying the weight of the situation. Shit, Aaron muttered in frustration upon hearing the answer. I had planned to utilize the runic contracts to simplify my tasks, but it appears that it was nothing more than a futile dream, he said, realizing that several of his future plans after the coup d'etat would need to be reconsidered and reconstructed. Observing Aaron's turmoil, Nova gently patted his back and reassured him, saying, "It won't always be like this. The ongoing research in Lab City has discovered that your soul's level can be elevated under certain conditions. When the conditions are met, they expect the system to activate some of the runic lines among the billions of dormant ones in your body, leading to the evolution of your soul. This evolution should grant you various new benefits, including the expansion of your soul space. Alternatively, you can accumulate enough SP to purchase intermediate runic knowledge, allowing you to sign higher-level runic contracts that are smaller in size and occupy less space in your soul. This would enable you to sign more contracts than you can currently. Moving forward, I'll have to be more stringent when selecting individuals to enter into runic contracts until we unravel the conditions for triggering the evolution," Aaron murmured, his gaze still fixed on the floor. Meanwhile, Nova maintained her comforting presence, gently sliding her hand across Aaron's back. I understand, Walter replied after hearing Aaron's answer. Good. Let's end today's meeting here and meet again next week. With those words, Aaron ended the meeting. Chapter 134, The First Shot. 1 month later. Black site. Kasim could be seen pacing anxiously in his room, displaying visible signs of panic as he awaited someone's arrival. Knock, knock. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Kasim swiftly moved to his chair, straightened his attire, cleared his throat, and then called out, Come in! After obtaining permission to enter, Patrick, the project manager, nervously entered the room and said, You called for me, sir? Yes, I summoned you because there is only 1 month left from the 4-month extension you requested to complete the program development. Is it going well? Are you on schedule? Kasim fired 2 questions in quick succession, causing Patrick to tense up with each query directed at him. Sir, Patrick began, attempting to respond, but before he could finish his sentence, Kasim interrupted him, asking, It's not ready yet, is it? Unfortunately not yet, sir, Patrick answered, his head lowered in embarrassment and fear as he averted his gaze towards the floor. Is there any possibility of completing it within the remaining month? Kasim asked, his voice betraying his struggle to contain his anger, as if he were holding himself back from harming the man until he received an answer to this question. It's almost impossible, Patrick replied, fully accepting his fate. Get up and await the punishment to be determined for you and your team, Kasim shouted, his anger no longer under control. As Patrick hurried towards the door, Kasim threw a nameplate that bore his name, hitting Patrick in the back of his head just before he closed the door. HHHH, causing Patrick to cry out in pain as he clutched his now swelling back head, as beads of sweat continued forming on his forehead. Shit, Kasim muttered to himself after he was left alone in his office. Kasim's hand rested on the table, his finger tapping continuously as he deliberated on the course of action to take. Should he wait until next month, hoping for a miracle that would allow them to complete the program? Or should he make the difficult decision to call his superior and inform him of the impossibility of the task, suggesting they proceed with their attack on the Rothschilds? The weight of the decision hung heavily on his shoulders as he considered the consequences of each choice. After pondering for more than 5 minutes, Kasim reached into his pocket and retrieved a burner phone. He dialed the number of his superior, making the difficult decision to inform them that they should move forward with their plans. By doing so, he hoped to mitigate the potential punishment he would face for not completing the program within the requested extension of the 4-month period. He pressed the call button and brought the phone to his ear, ready to deliver the news. What is it? Came the voice on the other end as soon as the call was answered. It's about the program research team, Kasim said, trying to maintain a respectful tone. Go on and say it. We don't have all day. The voice on the other side impatiently urged Kasim to continue speaking. Today I asked the project head about the expected completion timeline, but it appears that meeting your deadline is impossible. So, to avoid wasting your time in futile waiting, I suggest that you proceed with the plan without waiting for the program, sir, Kasim said, his voice cracking as he reached the last words, displaying his nervousness. Okay, the voice on the other end said, and then the call ended abruptly without any further words. I'm screwed, Kasim muttered under his breath, realizing that once their plans were complete, they would come after him and his team. At least we won't die, Kasim said with a hint of relief. He realized that by informing them early, he had managed to escape the potential consequences of waiting until the given timeline was over, which would have resulted in 4 months of unnecessary delay, making the consequences much heavier. Somewhere in America, a man wearing a displeased expression placed the phone back on the table. "What's the problem, George?" a voice asked, causing him to lift his head and gaze at the individuals seated along the sides of the long table, engaged in a meeting. "It was Kasim, father," George answered. "Is it good news?" Aubrey, the man sitting at the head of the table, asked after receiving the answer. "No, father, it's not. He informed us that it is better that we move on and not waste our time waiting for them to complete the program, as they are still stuck in the same place," George replied. "Looks like your side is not doing well either," Jason remarked with a smile on his face upon hearing George's answer. "Looks like forcing the Secretary of Defense to take the program from them was pointless. It would have been better if we had simply kidnapped him and made him personally upgrade the program." Aubrey intervened upon seeing George's expression in response to Jason's comment. "But that would have drawn too much attention if he had suddenly disappeared right after releasing the program. That's why we were compelled to pursue this course of action," George replied to his father's remark. "I know that, and I remember your concerns about the potential risks involved. However, considering the program's significance and the impact it had on our plans, I can't help but think that kidnapping him would have been a more strategic move. We could have used the media to tarnish his reputation and divert public attention until the situation normalized. Having him in our custody would have eliminated the current problem we're facing," Aubrey responded to George's statement. "Unfortunately, it seems that we have no other choice but to proceed with the plan without relying on the program," Jason interjected, acknowledging the reality of the situation. Aubrey said, addressing the board members in the office, all of whom were responsible for overseeing different black sites. "Inform the planning teams that they have 1 week to finalize the revised plan. We will initiate our attack immediately 1 week after that. Is that clear to everyone?" "Yes," all the board members, including George, replied in unison, signaling their understanding and agreement with the timeline for the upcoming attack. "Okay, let's conclude the meeting for today," Aubrey announced, prompting the board members to rise from their seats and begin exiting the board meeting room. After everyone had left the room, leaving only George and his father Aubrey, the latter spoke up. "You knew that the board members are going to use this against you, right?" "Yes," George answered. "Then why did you react that way when Jason spoke?" Aubrey asked. "I just wanted to put him back in his place. His black site failed to accomplish anything even after they received the copies of my research. He tried to shape it as if I'm the only one at fault," George answered confidently, showing no concern for his father's remarks. Seeing his reaction, Aubrey smiled with an expression of pride on his face. He placed his hands on his son's shoulders and began speaking. "Good. That's how you're supposed to be. The board members will always be looking for ways to gain leverage against you and advance their own agendas. Maintaining this confidence is essential." "Yes, father," George replied with a smile on his face, feeling quite satisfied to receive a compliment from his father every now and then. "Yes, always bear in mind that you are the future head of the Morgan family. It is crucial for you to have complete control over those who work under you," Aubrey emphasized. "Do you grasp the implications of what I'm saying?" "Yes, father. I will ensure that Kasim and his team are punished heavily so that they refrain from making empty promises in the future," George replied, prompting his father's smile to grow wider. "Good, but don't take it too far, Aubrey said, offering a word of caution. Yes, father, George replied, maintaining the smile on his face. 2 weeks later, John Harrison entered his workplace, TPG Capital, with an air of nervousness enveloping him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he glanced around the bustling trading floor. Colleagues hurriedly passed by, eyes focused on multiple screens displaying stock prices, charts, and market data. It was a typical Monday morning, but today was different for John. As he made his way to his desk, John forced himself to greet his colleagues with a shaky smile. "Morning, Sharon," he muttered, wiping his clammy hands on his pants. Sharon, hearing John's nervous greeting, raised an eyebrow but responded with a curt nod before diving back into her work. With trembling hands, John logged into his workstation, his heart pounding in his chest. As the clock ticked closer to the opening bell, John's anxiety intensified. His eyes darted around the room, looking for any signs of suspicion. The once familiar environment now felt suffocating, the weight of his actions bearing down on him. With trembling fingers, John entered a series of complex commands into the trading program. He carefully specified the timing, ensuring the trades would be initiated at the designated time. After inputting all the orders, he hesitated for a moment as his finger hovered over the final button. With a deep breath, he pressed enter, officially firing the first shot in the attack against the Rothschilds. Chapter 135 The Crash Point _01 Somewhere in America. George, are you certain that the man you selected will carry out the instructions and not just give up midway? Asked Aubrey. They were the sole occupants of a lavishly furnished room, accompanied by a towering screen exhibiting stock market charts before them. They were conversing to pass time as they awaited the execution of the planned attack and for the results of it to be reflected on the large screen. All necessary preparations and instructions had been meticulously programmed into their systems, leaving only the execution of their prearranged commands. You needn't worry, Father, George responded assuredly. If he still desires the safe return of his family, he will fulfill our instructions. Remember, son, Aubrey imparted, attempting to instill a valuable lesson. Do not assume that something will be accomplished until it is actually done. Otherwise, you may find yourself betrayed at the most unexpected moment. It is crucial to avoid placing unwavering expectations on others, regardless of any leverage you may hold against them, in order to shield yourself from the shock of their betrayal. That's precisely why I have contingencies in place for such situations, George affirmed, acknowledging his father's concern. Good. Make sure you are always prepared like this, Ori said, a satisfied smile adorning his face. I understand, Father. George acknowledged his father's wisdom, refraining from expressing any disagreement. He was well aware that he could be replaced by his brothers should his father ever grow dissatisfied with him. It has begun. It seems there is no necessity for the backups to take action. Congratulations, son. Aubrey commended his son as soon as the screen before them displayed the market's descent. As Arya delved into the files pertaining to his business, he asked Charlotte, has she transferred the funds from her investment account, or do they remain untouched? No transactions took place during the short period we could monitor the account. Once she deposited the funds, she assumed personal control over the account and utilized her authority as the CEO to restrict access to the account's information for everyone, Charlotte responded. What on earth does she intend to invest in with that money, anyway? Arya explained upon hearing Charlotte's response. I don't know, sir, Charlotte replied honestly. Arya glanced at Charlotte and stated, "My question wasn't directed at you." Upon receiving the response, Charlotte felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet she composed herself and bid Arya farewell. She then made her way back to her office to carry on with her work. Once Arya found himself alone, he redirected his attention towards his work. However, just as his concentration was regained, Charlotte abruptly barged into the room without even seeking permission. Bursting in with urgency, she exclaimed, "Sir, something terrible is happening in the stock market," while attempting to hand him the tablet she held in her hand. Arya, on the verge of reprimanding Charlotte for her uninvited entrance, found his words caught in his throat as he received the tablet and witnessed its contents. Gathering himself quickly, he attempted to repeat his question, "What is Goy?" but was abruptly interrupted by the incessant ringing of his office phones, a realization dawning upon him that the tablet's contents were far from a mere prank. He answered one of the calls and asked, "What is it?" "Sir, the stock market is plummeting, and your personal investments are reporting significant losses," the voice on the other end relayed, representing Arya's designated private investment monitor. Arya's memory kicked in, and he queried, "As far as I recall, my investments are under the control of high-frequency traders, HFTs, and they should be sold once the losses reach a certain threshold. Am I mistaken?" he asked, directing his question to his investment manager. "Yes, sir, they are currently executing the sales, but the market is flooded with similar actions, causing a delay in selling the shares. Consequently, the prices are plummeting, resulting in escalating losses," his investment manager explained. "Fuck! Minimize the losses as much as you can," Arya exclaimed, cutting off the call without waiting for a response. He swiftly answered the second ringing phone to address the unfolding crisis. Another call from one of his private investment managers reiterated the disheartening news. After concluding the conversation, Arya chose to ignore the subsequent incoming calls, leaving Charlotte to handle them in his stead. "What could be the reason behind this?" Arya muttered anxiously, his gaze fixated on the stock market data displayed on his screen, clearly indicating the market's downward spiral. Despite also being responsible for overseeing one of the family's investment funds, Arya understood that his team would only contact him once they had managed to minimize the damage, providing him with a comprehensive assessment of the losses incurred. No signs of this crash were evident in the market in recent days. If this was avoidable and I missed it, then I'm in deep trouble, he ruminated silently, his eyes fixed on the screen, unable to tear himself away from the unfolding situation. "Rena, it has started," Ava informed, alerting Rena to the commencement of the Morgans' attack. Rena halted whatever she was engaged in and shifted her gaze to the computer screen, where the falling stock market confirmed the unfolding events. "Arya must be freaking out right now," Rena remarked, a mischievous smile gracing her face at the mere thought of her brother experiencing extreme distress. "What is the projected loss for our family businesses once it's all said and done?" Rena asked Ava, seeking an estimate of the anticipated impact. "At the very least, your family businesses are expected to incur a loss of no less than $750 billion in assets," Ava reported, conveying the initial estimate. "The precise amount can only be determined once everything has concluded." "Once everything is finalized and the losses are calculated, I will be the sole beneficiary," Rena declared, a smile forming on her face. "Don't you feel any sadness seeing your own family suffer such significant financial losses?" Ava questioned Rena, seeking to understand her perspective. I am indeed affected, but not to a great extent since I don't have control over the money at the moment. Instead of feeling sadness or hurt, I am filled with anticipation. I can hardly wait to witness Arya's expression when the full extent of the damage is revealed. Rena responded, her smile slightly diminishing but still present. That's true. Not only Arya, but also the other family members entrusted with the control of different family funds will face the loss of support from the board and other family members. It will likely lead to the family head removing Arya from his current position, which in turn will restart the power struggle for the position. This presents you with a perfect opportunity to seize that position once and for all, Ava explained, emphasizing the potential consequences of the unfolding events. Yes, that's where the control over the board members becomes valuable. All I need to do is instruct them to shift most of the blame onto Arya, highlighting his responsibility for the majority of the family business, while the family head assumed a more passive role. If the conversation is steered in that direction, the family head may ultimately agree to their proposition, Rena explained, outlining her strategy to leverage the board members' influence in order to shift accountability and further her own ambitions. But you won't be able to avoid scrutiny either. Arya may inquire about the personal loan you took and whether your investments have been successful or if you've incurred losses, potentially requiring the family's assistance. It's crucial that you make a decision now regarding how you'll address this matter when he brings it up as a diversionary tactic, Ava reminded Rena, emphasizing the need for her to formulate a clear response in advance. Not at this moment. I will make a decision about whether or not to disclose it once I assess the extent of my gains from this event. If I have profited significantly, it would be wise to withhold the information to avoid raising any suspicions regarding my knowledge of the situation. Arya might even attempt to paint a picture of me conspiring with the Morgans to orchestrate his downfall and seize his position, resulting in the family having heavy losses. Rena replied, her mind immersed in contemplation after Ava's reminder. Sir, the Morgans have initiated their actions, Nova informed Aaron, who was engrossed in reading a document within the Universal simulation. So, they've chosen today to make their moves. Excellent. This will divert the international community's attention towards America for approximately a month, allowing us to evade their scrutiny entirely, Aaron remarked, shifting his focus back to Nova as he responded. As they say, when America's economy sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold, Nova replied with a smile. Bring up the chart. Let's examine which aspects our simulations accurately predicted and where we may have overlooked certain factors, Aaron instructed, setting aside the document he was reading and directing his complete attention to the unfolding events. Yes, sir, Nova responded, materializing hundreds of holographic screens, some displaying information in green and others in red. Once the complete visualization appeared, she explained, the green screens represent predictions we made with complete accuracy. However, the red screens indicate that while our predictions were correct, there were certain degrees of deviation. As a result, we are still benefiting from those situations, but not to the extent we initially anticipated. Chapter 136, The Crash Point _02. The stock market crash worsened as time went on, with each passing moment bringing further decline. After 15 minutes of continuous descent, there was a brief pause before the market, like a resurrected force, began to rise again. In a matter of minutes, everything reverted back to its previous state prior to the fall, and astonishingly, the market even surged higher than its pre-crash levels. George let out a sigh of relief when he noticed his watch displaying that 15 minutes had passed. As the stock market began to stabilize, it became evident that their plan had borne fruit and was now reaching its final steps for a successful conclusion. With a satisfied smile on his face, Aubrey exclaimed, "It's finally over." "Yes, Father," George said with a sense of satisfaction. "Now all that's left is to calculate the losses we inflicted upon them and the gains we secured." He couldn't help but feel pleased that his meticulously crafted plan, hatched from his black site, had enabled his family to seek revenge against the Rothschilds. Upon hearing his son's response and realizing that his son understood the importance of waiting for the final results before celebrating, he smiled and said, "Good, that's the right attitude. You must ensure that everything is truly concluded before indulging in celebration." He gently patted his son on the shoulder, acknowledging his maturity. "The final results should be in our possession by the end of the day. You can go and rest, Father. I will inform you as soon as they arrive," George assured his father. "I will do just that. Keep up the excellent work," his father replied. "Yes, Father," George acknowledged, as he watched his father stand up from the sofa and exit the room. As soon as his father was out of sight, George couldn't contain his excitement any longer. He began jumping and celebrating, reveling in the victory they had achieved. Aaron, having observed the unfolding chaos within the universal simulation, began to feel weary as he watched the hundreds of screens that Nova had materialized. As a result of the time acceleration within the universal simulation, Aaron found himself watching the screens for over an hour and 15 minutes, even though he had little comprehension of the events that were taking place. When Aaron witnessed the charts, which had been depicting a downward trend, suddenly start to rise again, he turned towards Nova, who had remained silent all this time, and inquired, "Is it finally over?" "Yes, it's finally over, and now it's time to tally the spoils," Nova said with a smile on her face. "How much did the market lose during those 15 minutes?" Aaron asked, his curiosity piqued as he sought to understand the extent of damage inflicted upon the global economy in the Morgans' vengeful pursuit. During those 15 minutes, the stock market lost $4 trillion, Nova explained, responding to Aaron's query. However, shortly after the fall ended, the market regained its lost value. Although the value and money have been recovered, they are now in the hands of the winners. Aaron, aware that he was among those who had gained the most, allowed a brief smile to grace his face before he regained his composure. He then asked, "Out of the trillions that were lost, how much of it was lost by the Rothschilds?" He wanted to understand the extent of damage inflicted upon the Rothschild family by the Morgans. Nova, having already utilized her quantum computer to perform the necessary calculations as soon as the fall ended, provided an answer. During the fall, as it caught them by surprise, the Rothschilds incurred losses of approximately $2 trillion, she explained. However, once they identified the cause, they were able to recover around $700 billion as the market began its recovery. So, in total, their losses amount to roughly $1.3 trillion. "Wow, the Morgans managed to strike the Rothschilds from an unexpected angle this time," Aaron remarked. "Now, I'm curious, how much did the Morgans gain from this situation?" $746 billion, Nova answered. "Wow, that can indeed be seen as a resounding victory for the Morgans," Aaron exclaimed. "If we take into account the losses they caused to the Rothschilds, their total gains would amount to almost $2 trillion. Although they achieved favorable outcomes, it appears that the Morgans earned less than their initial estimates for gains from this attack," Nova added, noticing Aaron's amazement. Hearing this, Aaron gave a knowing smile before he asked, "Was it because of us?" "There are two reasons, and one of them is indeed due to our involvement, Nova explained. The other reason lies in the utilization of humans for planning. While they relied on their supercomputer to estimate the course of the fall, incorporating human input created blind spots due to their limited knowledge of the stock market compared to mine. Our inclusion in the game also caused some of their strategies to go awry. As a result, they earned only half of what they had expected from this attack. We can consider ourselves to have one half of the remaining spoils, while the rest is shared among those who recognize the situation and manage to secure their own gains. That's true, Aaron acknowledged, reaching out to pull one of the holographic screens closer to examine its contents. Nova observed as Aaron delved into his examination of the holographic screens. After a brief period, Aaron redirected his attention towards Nova and made a request, saying, "Provide me with a comprehensive summary of everything that occurred, starting from the beginning until the end, including our gains from this event. Explain it in simple terms since, despite reading the entire plan, I still have some aspects that I struggle to comprehend." Sure, Nova before she started detailing the entire events. Everything that resulted in the $4 trillion to disappear from the stock market started from here, a financial company called TPG Capital, Nova said as she materialized a holographic screen with the image of the company showing it to Aaron. A man working here known as John Harrison, a man who they control by threatening him with the lives of his family members, programmed the sale algorithm to sell $10 billion worth of E-mini S&P 500 futures contracts at a specific time. To simplify, these contracts are tied directly to the overall value of the S&P 500, which is an index representing the performance of the 500 largest stocks in the market. Normally, a trade of this magnitude would take place gradually over approximately 7 hours. However, under the Morgan's order, Mr. Harrison set it so that the sell algorithm disregarded time and price constraints and to sell the contracts as fast as possible. Following its instructions, it started selling the contracts as quickly as possible, regardless of the prevailing prices. As you already know, the principles of supply and demand dictate that when a substantial number of contracts are rapidly sold, prices tend to decline. With that, he had completed what they needed from him, and from there onward the weaknesses in the economic system would be doing the remainder of the work. The now extremely low-priced futures started being spread to every place by other flawed algorithms, particularly those known as high-frequency trading algorithms. These algorithms are designed to execute numerous trades rapidly. Often, high-frequency traders serve as market makers, essentially acting as intermediaries who buy an asset when it is being sold, enabling them to sell it to potential buyers at a higher price and profit from the difference. A significant portion of the $10 billion worth of contracts sold by TCP Capital were swiftly purchased by high-frequency traders. However, HFTs have one weakness that the Morgans plan to exploit for their plan. High-frequency traders prefer not to hold onto contracts. Their modus operandi is to buy and promptly sell them. Consequently, a multitude of high-frequency traders started offloading the contracts onto other high-frequency traders, who then passed them on to yet more high-frequency traders, creating a never-ending cycle. This continuous exchange of contracts resembled a hazardous game of passing the grenade that wreaked havoc on the market, driving prices down and causing chaos. This situation led to another predicament. Many of the algorithms functioning as market makers hit pre-programmed thresholds that compelled them to exit the market due to the rapid decline in prices and increased risk. As the market makers withdrew, liquidity was drastically reduced, causing the market to plunge even further. The crash in the futures market spilled over into the stock market due to a group of individuals known as arbitrage traders. When you purchase a future, you are essentially acquiring a stock that will be delivered at a later date. Arbitrage traders noticed that S&P futures contracts were becoming inexpensive, while the S&P stocks underlying those futures remained expensive. Seeing the opportunity, they began selling their costly regular stocks to purchase the cheaper future versions of the same stocks. This rapid selling of stocks essentially transferred the impact of the futures crash to the stock market. With the impact now transferred, the fall continued, seeming as if there is no tomorrow. The fall caused panic, and almost everyone with shares that were falling started panic selling their stocks in order to reduce the losses they would be receiving if they continued holding them. But everything came to a halt when the stop logic functionality implemented by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange became active, effectively stopping all trades for 5 seconds. When trading resumed, fortunately, the panic had subsided, and people realized that stocks had dropped without a valid reason. This realization meant that stocks were now available at a discounted price, prompting a buying spree that pushed the prices back up to their pre-crash levels. Chapter 137: The Crash Point _03. The Morgans, being the ones who came up with the plan, meant that they possessed the knowledge to prepare the most efficient means of maximizing profits. Despite benefiting from their actions, just like them, our main source of profit did not originate from their tactics. Nova paused, allowing Aaron time to digest the information she had shared. After taking a moment to process the information, he raised his head and asked with curiosity, "So, how did we manage to make profits in a way that outsmarted the Morgans?" His expression showed genuine interest. "When we finally had the complete plan from the black sites, I leveraged my computing power to simulate their strategy. Through conducting multiple simulations with different parameters, I was able to uncover something that had eluded them." Nova paused, building suspense, prompting Aaron to ask, "What did you discover?" He played along with her act. "Blue chip stocks," Nova responded with a single word. Aaron sought clarification, stating, "If I understand correctly, blue chip stocks are shares issued by prominent companies that are well established, financially stable, and hold an outstanding reputation. Is that accurate?" He wanted to ensure they were both on the same page and understood the concept being discussed. "Yes," Nova nodded in agreement. Aaron tilted his head to the side, guessing, and asked, "Did you short sell them or something?" "No, it wasn't quite like that," Nova explained. "Based on the insights gained from the simulations I conducted, I strategically purchased billions of dollars worth of blue-chip stocks from various companies. I utilized thousands of my accounts to execute these transactions." "Go on then," Aaron said, then fell silent, determined to let Nova finish her explanation without interruption. Nova understood Aaron's intention and proceeded with her explanation. During the crash, certain blue-chip stocks such as Echelon, Accenture, CenterPoint Energy, and many others experienced a drastic decline in their trading value. These stocks, which were previously traded at around $40, suddenly plummeted to just 1 penny per share. Aaron's surprise shattered his intention to remain silent until the explanation's completion. "What on earth? How did that happen? Did you hack and manipulate the system?" he exclaimed, his astonishment evident in his voice. "No, sir. Their system was functioning exactly as programmed. The phenomenon was caused by a practice known as stub quoting," Nova clarified. "As I mentioned earlier, high-frequency traders, HFTs, act as market makers, which means that at any given time, there are individuals looking to sell a stock and others who want to buy it. However, these two parties may not align perfectly. Sometimes there is an excess of sellers, while at other times there may be more buyers. HFTs play the role of intermediaries in such situations. When someone wants to sell a stock, the HFTs purchase it, and as soon as they find a buyer, they resell it. Stub quoting refers to a scenario where a seller intends to sell their stocks, but the HFTs lack the necessary liquidity or available funds to make the purchase. In such cases, the HFTs would submit a nominal bid, typically 1 penny, which is not intended to be a genuine offer. Instead, it serves as an indication that they are unable to buy the stocks at that moment. Typically, the seller would then seek out another market maker who possesses the required liquidity and can provide a legitimate offer for the stocks. During the flash crash, a significant number of market makers withdrew from the market, causing a severe scarcity of liquidity. As a result, the only available purchase offers for the shares were priced at 1 penny. In this scenario, the sellers, which were algorithmically programmed to sell the shares regardless of the price, ultimately accepted the 1 penny offers, resulting in the sale of stocks that would typically be valued at $40 for a mere penny. "Wow!" Aaron couldn't help but exclaim as he absorbed Nova's explanation. He was genuinely impressed. Nova smiled and continued, "But that's not all. Some ordinary stocks, such as Sotheby's, Apple, HP, and many others, experienced an astonishing surge, skyrocketing from $40 to $100,000 per share. The reason behind this was precisely the same but in reverse. Buying algorithms were attempting to purchase certain stocks they deemed safe from the ongoing crash from market makers who, in turn, did not wish to sell. As a response, the market makers submitted a high stub quote of $100,000 to indicate their unavailability to sell at that time. However, since the buyers were algorithms and the market makers had withdrawn, the $100,000 offer remained the sole option. Consequently, the buying algorithms ended up purchasing stocks valued at $40 for an exorbitant price of $100,000. Amidst the chaos unfolding in the market, I emerged as the foremost trader among those purchasing shares for a mere penny, while also capitalizing on the opportunity to sell other shares I had previously purchased for an astonishing $100,000. As a result, we emerged as one of the primary beneficiaries of the market crash, securing a significant win in the process. Although the entire sequence may appear lengthy, it transpired within a matter of mere minutes before the trading halt of 5 seconds was enforced. Nevertheless, this short duration provided us with an opportunity to secure over 75% of our overall gains from the market crash. Nova concluded her explanation and broke into a laughter that echoed with a touch of villainous amusement. Having fully comprehended Nova's explanation, Aaron expressed his thoughts, saying, "This entire plan relied on the delicate market dynamics where sellers and buyers were algorithmic entities, facilitated by market makers that were also algorithms. It's a scheme that would undoubtedly elude human thinkers, and even if they stumbled upon it, they wouldn't dare take the risk that you did." Aaron commended Nova for her actions. With sufficient data points and powerful computing power, risks become non-existent, Nova replied, sporting a smug expression on her face, playfully jesting about the advantages of having access to a powerful computer. Aaron reacted to Nova's smugness with a scoff before proceeding to ask, "So what are our total winnings?" "Our total gain amounts to $278 billion, but if we exclude Rena's share, we have gained about $180 billion, Nova explained. The remaining portion, approximately $98 billion, constitutes Rena's share." "That's surreal. The power of predicting market outcomes is truly astonishing, but it also carries a certain level of fear, Aaron admitted, his tone conveying a mix of awe and trepidation. We transformed our initial 22 billion into over 278 billion. Aaron couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at what Nova had done. True, Aaron then asked. Did you sell the shares you bought for pennies, or are you still holding on to them? He was curious whether their winnings comprised purely cash or a combination of cash and shares. I sold those shares when the market rebounded because there was no benefit in holding on to them, Nova explained. Indeed, I'm curious to see how they will attempt to cover up the entire ordeal. It seems like a rather precarious situation, as the investigators only need to identify the primary beneficiaries, Aaron remarked, contemplating the potential challenges faced by those involved in the scheme. Just like us, the Morgans also employed thousands of different accounts, which was easier for them due to their control over multiple financial companies, Nova explained. Furthermore, it's worth noting that my computing power allows me to summarize information quickly. However, if you recall, it took the Morgans over a year to finalize their attack plan. This suggests that the SEC's investigation is likely to take even longer. Nova continued, during this time, the Morgans can leverage the academic institutes they fund to release peer-reviewed research presenting various theories about the cause of the crash. By muddying the waters and introducing numerous theories, such as decentralization, spoofing, and technical glitches, they can create a scenario where different causes are going to be in the debate. This strategy can effectively delay the investigation for more than a decade, especially if the Morgans use their political influence to prematurely end the investigation. That's to our advantage as well, Aaron commented, a smile stretching across his face. He expressed his contentment, recognizing that the Morgans had taken care of all the meticulous planning, the subsequent cover-up, and every intricate detail in between. All we had to do was capitalize on the situation and reap the benefits, he added, acknowledging the substantial financial gains they had effortlessly acquired. Yes, Nova nodded, agreeing with Aaron's observation. What? Rena exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing the staggering amount she had earned from the crash. Her surprise was evident in her tone as she sought confirmation. Are you sure? She asked, still struggling to grasp the magnitude of her earnings. Ava, maintaining her composure, responded calmly, Yes, that's what Mother sent me, she replied, displaying the impressive figure on the screen, leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 138, Gaining Ground One Step at a Time. What? Rena exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing the staggering amount she had earned from the crash. Her surprise was evident in her tone as she sought confirmation. Are you sure? She asked, still struggling to grasp the magnitude of her earnings. Ava, maintaining her composure, responded calmly, Yes, that's what Mother sent me, she replied, displaying the impressive figure on the screen, leaving no room for doubt. As Rena's eyes remained fixed on the screen, her appreciation and gratitude towards Aaron swelled within her. It was his ingenuity and efforts that had made this incredible feat possible. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, she reached for the phone he had given her during their first meeting and dialed his number, wanting to express her gratefulness. After a brief period of ringing, Aaron picked up the call and greeted. Hello. Hello, Aaron. How are you? Rena asked, trying to maintain her composure despite the excitement bubbling within her, having been left thrilled by the sight of her share. I've been doing well, Aaron responded, his voice calm. And how about you? Thanks to you, I'm doing even better, Rena replied with gratitude in her voice. You didn't just call to check up on me, did you? Aaron asked playfully, indicating for Rena to go to the point. No, I called to express my gratitude for all the help you've been giving me, Rena said sincerely. No problem. I'm doing this because I know that in the future, I'll be receiving something from you in return. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, Aaron responded with a chuckle. I understand that, but I truly believe that whatever you may ask of me in return will never be enough to match the immense value I've gained from your assistance. So, I want you to know that I'm sincerely grateful for all that you've done, Rena insisted. Following their conversation, they continued discussing various topics. After a few more minutes, Aaron spoke up, saying, If you encounter any other problems or need assistance, don't hesitate to ask me. Sure, I will remember that, Rena replied. After exchanging a few more goodbyes, they ended the call, promising to meet again once they had completed their current endeavors. The moment the phone call ended, Ava interjected and said, Rena, the family head has called for an emergency meeting, and you are among the attendees. It will be held in 3 hours to ensure all board members can attend. Since he called for me despite not being a board member, it looks like the competition is finally going to continue, Rena said, feeling very happy that she would have another opportunity to compete with Arya. Yes, it certainly seems that way, Ava replied. But this time it's going to be different, Rena said with a smile as she shifted her focus back to her computer. She began discussing with Ava their plans for the upcoming meeting. With Aaron's assistance being sustained only until the market crash, which had concluded half an hour ago, Rena knew that from now on she would be on her own. However, instead of feeling worried, she felt a surge of excitement as she welcomed the complete control that was being returned to her. 2 hours later, board meeting room. Why is she here? Arya asked, pointing at Rena, for not being a board member and still being in the meeting room. The family head called for me, Rena answered simply, before redirecting her attention back to her tasks. As Arya processed her response, a sinking feeling enveloped him. He realized that he was in trouble, or, at the very least, that he stood to lose something while Rena had the potential to gain. Did you lose the personal loan you had taken from the banks? Arya asked, strategically aiming to plant a seed of curiosity in the minds of other board members. His intention was to pave the way for the topic to be raised in the meeting by the board members he still believed are on his side, hoping to minimize the time spent discussing his own losses. However, all of Arya's hopes were shattered when Hebel, one of the board members, interrupted and said, Since everyone is here, let's begin the meeting. We don't have to waste any more time. His timely intervention derailed Arya's plan completely, as it appeared that no one had even heard his question. With the family head nodding in approval, the board members' words were acknowledged, and the meeting secretary took the podium to commence the proceedings. As it was an emergency meeting, the meeting secretary bypassed the usual formalities and promptly delved into the main topic. 3 hours ago, the stock market experienced a significant fall, but after 15 minutes of continuous fall, it returned to normal. However, in the aftermath, our family businesses and other ventures have incurred heavy losses amounting to approximately $1 trillion. It will take approximately a week to calculate the full extent of the losses, the secretary announced. Upon hearing the estimated loss, Arya and the other board members couldn't help but take a deep breath. While they had anticipated significant losses based on the decline of the hedge funds they each controlled, the fact that the preliminary calculations amounted to over $1 trillion was staggering. It indicated that the final loss figure would likely surpass the current estimate. Do we know what caused it? Yoel asked the secretary. At the moment, we aren't sure, the secretary replied. However, the losses we incurred during the fall seem to be concentrated in areas where most of our known investments were located. As a result, we suspect some of our known enemies, but our primary suspicion is on the Morgans. Why would you primarily suspect the Morgans? Uriah asked after hearing the secretary's reply. If they attacked to recover from their previous losses, then it is understandable, Rena interjected, offering her reasoning. Her comment earned her a side eye from Arya, and if looks could kill, it would have been her third death today. Immediately after Rena gave her opinion, the meeting secretary resumed her statement. The entity that had the largest losses in our hedge funds is Hedge Fund 1, which lost more than half of its value due to mistakes made by the team in an attempt to reduce losses, she explained. Arya, hearing this, lowered his head in embarrassment as Hedge Fund 1 was under his control. The secretary, indifferent to his reaction, pressed on. This is followed by Hedge Fund 17, then Funds 43, 10, 4, 23, 8. She went on to list all the funds until each one had been accounted for, and then moved on to other losses that had been incurred. When the secretary concluded her report, the family head, who had remained silent throughout the meeting, finally spoke up. What is the cause of different funds experiencing varying losses? He asked. The secretary promptly responded. It all boils down to how the teams managing those funds reacted to the crisis. The family head's eyebrows furrowed as he processed the information. So you mean to say that our largest publicly known fund, Hedge Fund 1, lost more than half of its value simply because the team in charge panicked and made poor decisions? Who is responsible for overseeing that fund? He questioned. Father, I mean family head. I assure you, I will ensure that such a problem does not repeat itself, Arya responded, his voice laced with nervousness. He was acutely aware that any misstep in handling this situation will have dire consequences for his future. Why weren't you prepared before the crisis occurred? Will you always wait until something goes wrong before implementing any countermeasures? The family head questioned, his tone conveying feelings of disappointment. No, sir. I always strive to simulate various crises in order to be prepared. However, the specific situation we faced was not accounted for in our crisis manuals. Arya tried to provide a justification for not being fully prepared. Rena interjected, seeking to expose his lack of preparedness. So, you're suggesting that despite simulating different market crises, you failed to develop countermeasures for an immediate market fall? Arya attempted to shift the focus away from himself by pointing out that others also experienced losses. Everyone incurred losses. Why are you singling me out? Rena countered, highlighting the severity of Arya's losses compared to others. But you're the only one who lost more than half of your funds. While others may have been less prepared, their losses were limited to around 25%. As the leader of our largest publicly known fund, your significant losses indicate a lack of readiness on your part. Arya, on the verge of losing his temper, attempted to respond. But caught himself and regained control. However, his outburst had already occurred. Enough, the family head said, commanding everyone's attention and putting an end to the ongoing banter. The room fell silent as all eyes turned towards him, awaiting his decision. Since the losses were a result of the team leader's lack of preparedness, everyone will face consequences proportional to the extent of their losses, the family head announced, his calm demeanor sending shivers down everyone's spines. The attendees knew that the more composed he appeared, the more serious the situation was. Without hesitation, the family head continued. As you incurred the largest loss, your punishment will also be the most severe. You will be relieved of your position and demoted to your previous role. The weight of his words sank in as the family head's gaze fell upon Arya, leaving no room for negotiation or appeal. Turning his attention to Rena, the family head addressed her directly. With his demotion, the position is now vacant, officially reinstating the competition for my successor. To ensure fair competition, you will be reinstated as a board member and assigned to a company of similar size to the one Arya will be transferred to. The family head shifted his gaze to the center of the table, his voice carrying a sense of finality. The remaining members' punishments will be announced 1 week from now, once the full extent of the losses has been tallied. On the same day, we will also discuss the countermeasures and plans for recovering from the loss. You have 1 week to prepare strategies for the recovery. With that, the family head promptly stood up and left the meeting room, officially ending the meeting. Chapter 139: George realizing and causing turmoil. Find all of those who had substantial gains during the crash and bring the list to me. I want to find out if it is either luck or if they knew about our plans ahead of time. George gave the order to the presenter when he realized that their gains were not up to their expectations. But sir, if they were privy to our plan, they would have likely employed a similar strategy of using multiple accounts for their trades. Consequently, it will be an arduous and time-consuming task to identify them, if we can even find the evidence at all. The presenter replied, unafraid to provide his rationale, fully aware that if he simply accepted the task and failed, he would face severe consequences. I am not concerned about the duration required to locate them. Their actions resulted in our anticipated gains of over $1 trillion being diminished to a mere $700 billion, with more than $300 billion being taken away from us. Do you think I care about the time and resources needed to find them? Just get it done, George ordered sternly, his tone leaving no room for any response other than compliance. Yes, sir, the presenter replied obediently before exiting the meeting room, allowing the family and board members to have a private discussion among themselves. Why do you believe that someone had knowledge of our plans? Aubrey inquired, curious to understand what his son had observed from the presentations after the presenter had left. Based on our calculations and numerous simulations, we had a comprehensive understanding of the events that were expected to unfold, and we made appropriate preparations. When the market crash occurred, everything transpired as planned, from the substantial loss of around $4 trillion to the subsequent recovery after a brief pause. However, the significant deviation came in the form of our gains. Our projections indicated that our gains would surpass the trillion mark, but they fell short and amounted to only around $700 billion. This suggests that either our calculations contained an error or an unforeseen factor intervened. The most influential factor that could account for such a substantial deviation from our expectations is the possibility of someone else being aware of our plan and taking measures to claim a share of our winnings. George elaborated, outlining his reasoning to the others. That's true. Ensure that you investigate the cause of the deviation and retrieve what was taken from us. However, let's not forget to celebrate the victory in the present moment. A win is a win, so let's celebrate it first before shifting our focus to uncovering the source of the issue, George emphasized, reminding everyone to appreciate and acknowledge their success before delving into the investigation. Upon hearing his father's words, George composed himself and responded, Yes, Father. I intended to celebrate the victory, especially knowing that we managed to inflict damage on the Rothschilds as planned. He made a conscious decision to set aside his anger towards those who exploited their actions for personal gain, saving it for later consideration. Good, Aubrey said, a smile gracing his face. He then shifted his gaze towards the other board members in the room, who had remained silent throughout the father-son exchange. "Let's reconvene for another meeting after the celebration," he announced, effectively concluding the day's meeting. Universal Simulation. With the Morgans no longer in our path, it's time to escalate the revolutionary movements, Aaron remarked to Nova. "What do you have in mind?" Nova asked excitedly. When Felix approached him to seek his assistance in acquiring the telecommunications companies, didn't we assure Adolf that gaining control over the internet would also provide us with the capability to monitor it? "Ooh, I see where you're going with this," Nova responded with enthusiasm. "You want to leverage our control over the internet to manipulate Adolf into arresting the other revolutionary leaders. By eliminating their leadership, their groups will become leaderless, ultimately paving the way for Alexander's group to take charge." "Exactly," Aaron confirmed. "Not only that, but it will create a sense of chaos and unrest in numerous cities, compelling Adolf to deploy military forces to suppress the protests. He won't want the protests to persist until the day of the event. By using him to send soldiers to these cities, we can strategically position our forces to take control of the local governing bodies in the cities when the time is right. It's like killing two birds with one stone." "Should I also prepare to intensify the turmoil by spreading the news of their arrests immediately after they occur, or should I let it unfold naturally?" Nova asked. Aaron paused for a moment, contemplating Nova's suggestion. "I think it's best to let it unfold naturally for now," he replied, carefully considering the potential implications. "Allow the news of their arrests to spread gradually and organically. We want the impact to reverberate throughout the revolutionary circles, creating a sense of uncertainty and instability. It will further disrupt their cohesion and solidify Alexander's group as the dominant force to follow. Let's adopt a wait-and-see approach and leave that option for contingencies, in case the public's reaction doesn't align with our expectations," Aaron suggested, recognizing the importance of not trying to control every aspect of the situation. "I will make the necessary preparations in advance," Nova responded, revealing her intentions to develop alternate plans based on various potential reactions from the public. "You do that, and I'll inform Felix about the plan," Aaron said, as he logged out, intending to call Felix and discuss the details of their plan, assessing whether Felix would be able to execute it himself or if they needed to assign someone else to carry it out in his stead. "Can you handle it, or should I assign someone else to take care of it?" Aaron inquired, seeking confirmation from Felix after explaining the task he wanted him to undertake. "I'll handle it. No need to worry about me. In fact, it's better if I take care of it," Felix assured Aaron. "By being the one to carry out this task, it will appear as if we are making efforts to regain his favor after the mishap of providing free internet data to the citizens for an extended period, which caused him some losses. It will help create a perception of us trying to mend the situation. I'll arrange for someone to accompany you, just as a precautionary measure in case anything unexpected happens," Aaron informed Felix. "Sure," Felix replied, and after a brief further conversation, they concluded the call. Immediately after ending the call, Aaron dialed John's number. "Yes, sir," John responded promptly upon answering the call. "I need you to send someone to accompany Felix tomorrow when he goes to the presidential palace," Aaron stated directly, as he was sure that John would want that too. "I will dispatch him right away, sir," John responded promptly. With that, Aaron ended the call and immediately logged back into the Universal simulation. A week later. Turmoil in Eden. Eden, a land once filled with hope and aspirations for change, now finds itself caught in the midst of a shocking upheaval. The visionary leaders, who had passionately championed the cause of the people and fought for their rights, have been confronted with an unexpected twist of fate. Just a fortnight prior to the eagerly awaited annual celebration, anticipated to be a grand platform for their protest, all but one of these revolutionary figures have been apprehended, leaving the populace stunned. The arrests were executed with remarkable secrecy and precision, catching the revolutionaries off guard and plunging the movement into disarray. The sudden absence of their revered leaders created a void that seemed insurmountable, and the people of Eden were left grappling with the profound implications of this abrupt turn of events. In response to the arrests, a tidal wave of protests erupted, resonating throughout the vast majority of Eden's cities. Squares and streets became the bustling epicenters of these demonstrations, drawing together citizens from all walks of life who were united in their desire to voice their grievances. The sheer number of protesters was a resounding testament to their unwavering resolve. The people of Eden were no longer willing to further tolerate the stifling of their fundamental human rights. As the protests gained momentum, Adolf, the dictator presiding over Eden, found himself confronted with an arduous predicament. In a bid to quell the escalating unrest and reinstate a semblance of order prior to the commencement of the celebratory events, he made the controversial decision to deploy military forces across various locations throughout the nation. This deployment intensified the atmosphere, thickening it with tension and unease as the people and armed forces stood in stark opposition to each other. After reading the news article about the turmoil he had participated in causing, Felix said, "Looks like the beginning of the end has begun," as he realized that the revolution was nearing with each passing second. Chapter 140: The Beginning of the End. 2 weeks later. "Do we really have to go?" Lelungula asked his father as he got into their car. "Yes, we must. If His Excellency Adolf doesn't witness sufficient attendance at the event, our lives will become even more challenging." January, Lelungula's father replied as he ignited the car's engine and departed from the garage, commencing their journey. As their car traversed the streets of Enea, the capital city of Eden, they observed the glistening roads that had been diligently cleaned throughout the preceding week in preparation for that day. They have completely eradicated any remnants of destruction and littering that resulted from the protests following the arrests, Lelungula said. This time, I had hoped that the protests would continue until their release, or perhaps His Excellency would postpone the festivities for another week, but the serenity and cleanliness of the streets convey a different message, thanks to their presence, January said, pointing towards the soldiers patrolling the streets. I've heard that over 20,000 soldiers have been mobilized, with 8,000 of them stationed in Enea. They have been patrolling the city for the past 3 weeks, ensuring everyone behaves, Lelungula commented, his use of the term, His Excellency, tinged with mockery. Do you think he would cancel the parade? Not even a nuclear war would make that happen. His father chose to ignore Lelungula's mocking tone, recognizing that they shared similar sentiments. Instead, he simply stated, "However, there seems to be a distinctiveness to their mobilization this time." What is it? I don't see anything different. They're just soldiers doing the opposite of what they're supposed to do, Lelungula asked, seeking clarification. Usually, when the military is mobilized to handle protests, there are reports of deaths resulting from the violence inflicted by the soldiers. However, for the past 3 weeks, there has been no news of deaths at all. Instead, there have been reports of mass arrests only. Surprisingly, those who were released stated that they did not face the usual torture during their detention, despite the poor conditions of the holding facilities. January explained. I believe it's due to today's celebration. Lalungulu interjected, pausing briefly before continuing. Perhaps he wants to avoid being the sole high-ranking participant on his own celebration day. What do you mean by that? His father asked. I mean, the protests themselves have already caused a significant decrease in the number of international guests attending the event. Now, imagine if deaths were reported amid these cancellations. The remaining guests might cancel their attendance as well to avoid further scrutiny and backlash on their own sides. Lalungulu elaborated, providing a detailed explanation. The conversation between father and son persisted as they reached their destination. After parking the car, they alighted and started walking towards the main street, where the celebration and parade were scheduled to take place 3 hours later. 3 hours later. Luxury cars, heavily guarded and adorned with opulence, began to arrive one by one, carrying international guests to the venue. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia, Mr. Sergei Lavrov, arrived, followed by the Chinese Minister Wang Yi, Cuban Minister Bruno Rodriguez Parilla, Belarusian Minister Vladimir Makiai, Venezuelan Minister Elias Jua, North Korean Minister Ri Su-yong, and numerous other dignitaries. Each guest was promptly guided to their assigned seats on the magnificent and extravagant stage. 5 minutes later, a convoy of luxurious and armored cars arrived, coming to a halt. 2 individuals emerged from the most extravagant car, impeccably dressed in suits, opening the door for Adolf to step out. As he emerged, his fervent supporters erupted into ecstatic cheers, prompting him to wave to them as he made his way towards the stage. Despite having met all of the guests during the previous week, Adolf greeted them as if it were their first encounter. After exchanging pleasantries, he returned to his seat. As he took his place, a synchronized firing of cannons resonated, marking the commencement of the ceremonies. The flag-bearers started their march towards the flagpole, arriving precisely at the 43rd shot, symbolizing the dictator's age. With the flag securely fastened to the pole, everyone in attendance stood as the military band initiated the national anthem. The soldiers stationed at the pole began to hoist the flag, synchronizing the pace so that it would reach the top precisely as the anthem drew to its conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed citizens, loyal followers, and esteemed guests, Adolf began his speech immediately after the national anthem concluded and the applause subsided. Today, as I stand before you, I am overwhelmed with profound pride and gratitude for the unwavering support you have bestowed upon me and our illustrious nation. Together, we have conquered adversities, fortified our determination, and paved the way towards a resplendent future. His speech persisted for half an hour, weaving a tapestry of promises, achievements, and aspirations. His words gracefully floated in the air, casting a potent spell that stirred the hearts and minds of his devoted subjects. As soon as the speech concluded, the conductor's baton descended, setting the musicians in motion. The band filled the air with a symphony of harmonious melodies, captivating the audience's senses. Simultaneously, a distant rumble grew gradually louder, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned skyward to witness a breathtaking spectacle. The fighter jets of the Air Force soared above, their graceful maneuvers leaving trails of vibrant colors behind, accentuating the azure backdrop. Helicopters whirled elegantly in the air, adding to the awe-inspiring display. When the airshow concluded, and without a moment's pause, Air Force General Christopher Hardman bellowed, "March!" Instantly, the soldiers standing at attention began their synchronized march, their disciplined steps resonating with precision and strength. Arrayed in immaculate uniforms, each soldier brandished their weapons. Keen observers would notice a meticulous detail, the gleaming shine of these arms, as if they were newly unboxed for this momentous parade. In the wake of the marching soldiers, the air resonated with the growl of engines as a formidable convoy of tanks and armored vehicles rumbled through the streets. The parade continued its majestic procession, weaving its way through the heart of the city. Flags fluttered in the gentle breeze, while cheers erupted from some enthusiastic onlookers, adding to the atmosphere of grandeur. As the final tank rumbled past, the dictator Adolf stood atop the platform, a glint of contentment in his eyes. He delivered his closing remarks, bidding farewell to the jubilant crowd before descending from the stage. With the ceremony coming to an end, he made his way towards his awaiting car, intending to depart for his presidential palace. Amidst the commotion and amidst the supporters' cheers, an unexpected sound pierced the air. Bang! A shot was fired, its trajectory ricocheting and striking a guard who had been dutifully holding the car door for Adolf. Reacting swiftly, the remaining guards sprang into action. Without hesitation, they grasped Adolf by the neck, forcefully guiding him into the car as they surrounded him before shutting the door behind him. Wasting no time, the car started moving the moment the door was closed. The situation mirrored itself for the other foreign ministers as they, too, were hastily ushered into their cars. Without concern for those in their path, the vehicles accelerated forward, each diplomat racing in a vibe of to each their own. While the diplomats' cars raced and vied against one another on their way to the airport, their respective security teams that were stationed at the airport adopted a contrasting approach. Instead of engaging in a competition, they chose to collaborate. In a remarkably efficient display of coordination, the security team swiftly assumed control of the airport, seamlessly surpassing the airport security personnel. They skillfully secured the perimeter, while maintaining a vigilant watch over the surroundings as they waited for their respective ministers. After a 20-minute wait, the first minister's car arrived at the airport, swiftly followed by the other diplomat's vehicle. Without any delay, the security team sprang into action, rushing towards their own diplomats' cars. Swiftly opening the doors and forming a protective shield around the diplomats, covering them with their jackets and ballistic shields. Wasting no time, they began moving towards their respective planes, which were already powered on and ready for departure, only waiting for their passengers. Once on board, the planes swiftly initiated their departure procedures and began moving towards the runway. The runway, devoid of any other aircraft, bore testament to the temporary control exerted by the short-term security team. Having taken charge of the airport, they had also assumed control of the air traffic operations. They postponed all scheduled takeoffs, ensuring that no aircraft was on the runway during this critical period. Additionally, incoming planes were directed to enter a holding pattern, circling in the air until they received clearance for landing. One after another, the planes began to take off. The only factor causing a delay between their takeoff was the required distance to avoid wake turbulence. Inside one of the departed planes. Report! Sergei Lavrov, the Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, exclaimed once the airplane had taken off and he was certain of his safety. Coup d'etat, sir! The city is in turmoil, so we don't know who is behind it yet, answered one of his guards. Why didn't we have any prior knowledge of this? Are our assets in the country just playing around? Sergei asked, his anger evident as he found himself at ground zero when it all began. There was no indication whatsoever. But whoever he is powerful, the guard answered. What makes you say that? If he is powerful, he would have chosen another day, not today where there are almost 10,000 guards in the city. Did you contact Moscow to inform them about the situation? Sergei answered back. We attempted, but no communication can go out or come inside, the guard reported back. What do you mean by that? You were able to coordinate operations between the security team with me and those at the airport. How is it possible that you failed to establish contact with Moscow? Sergei asked in surprise. It appears that those responsible for this coup deliberately left our frequencies open to facilitate our safe evacuation, but intentionally blocked outside communication to prevent our countries from learning about the coup and potentially sending assistance to Adolf, the guard explained. SHID, they are cunning and powerful, Sergei exclaimed, as he came to the realization that those orchestrating the coup were aware of their encrypted frequencies. He had deliberately left them open to facilitate their escape. Furthermore, they possessed highly advanced technology capable of blocking all forms of communication from leaving the country. It's a complete communication isolation. Even we wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat on such short notice, he added. Chapter 141, Ensuing Chaos. Aaron, who was watching the parade from within a real-world synchronized time bubble in the Universal simulation, said, If you were unaware of the military's inherent weakness, you would assume they were of world-class caliber. All those weapons originate from Adolf's private forces warehouse, and they will be promptly reclaimed and returned to them. As for the cars appearing brand new, their impeccable condition can be attributed to a skillful paint job. Nova, as always sitting near Aaron, answered immediately. Observing the situation, Aaron asked, Is everything proceeding according to plan? Nova reported, Yes, everything is in place. And with a majority of the private forces' weapons in the hands of the soldiers participating in the parade, dealing with the private forces will be easier than anticipated. At the moment, we are simply waiting for the first shot to be fired before I issue the order to everyone, signaling them to make their move. As they kept their eyes fixed on the unfolding events, they remained watchful until the parade eventually concluded. The pivotal moment arrived when Adolf stood up and commenced his walk towards his car. Aaron, seeing this, his voice tinged with anxiety, he said, It appears that the awaited time has arrived. Nova reassured Aaron, sensing his unease, by saying, You invested ample time in planning every detail with me, so don't fret about any potential mishaps. If your forces face difficulties, remember that you are fully capable of taking matters into your own hands. Thanks, Aaron managed to say, but before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot resounded from the screen displaying the parade. Aaron exclaimed, Finally! With prior knowledge of the imminent events, Nova, who had made thorough preparations and already gained control over the uplink facility responsible for broadcasting the parade's video feed to the international audience, initiated the transmission of an alternative feed. This feed, meticulously simulated and rendered, aimed to deceive international viewers, leaving them completely unaware of the unfolding situation. Simultaneously, Nova utilized her control over Connect to start monitoring all internet activity, intercepting any information that had the potential to inform the world about the ongoing coup. Furthermore, she employed the radio signal transmission towers to jam all radio communications, whether encrypted or not, except for those utilized by the evacuating foreign ministers heading to the airport. By doing so, Nova aimed to facilitate their coordinated escape while mitigating the risk of attracting unwanted attention and potential backlash from the international community if they were detained. Leveraging the communication infrastructure, she orchestrated the synchronized efforts of the coup forces, ensuring strategic cohesion and efficient execution of their planned actions. While doing all of those, she was also harnessing the sensors embedded in the personal devices of all citizens, online connected cameras, and any accessible sensors within the country, employing this vast network to create a digital replica of the nation. By continuously updating and redesigning the plan based on the reactions of Adolf and his forces, Nova rendered any countermeasures they devised obsolete the moment she became aware of them. This adaptive approach allowed her to maintain a strategic advantage, constantly staying ahead of the opposition and adjusting the coup's strategy accordingly. The streets in which the parade took place. As soon as Lulungulu and his father heard the gunshot and witnessed the security team swiftly escorting Adolf and the other visitors away, they wasted no time. They swiftly joined the multitude of frantic individuals, all attempting to escape the scene, and hurried towards where they had parked their cars. Their primary objective was to reach their vehicle and return home before something terrible happened to them. Amid the frenzy, people resorted to pulling and stomping on one another in their desperate attempt to ensure their own survival. Some even went to the extent of pushing their slower-running partners aside, prioritizing their own well-being. As time elapsed, the chaos intensified with nobody present to restore order, causing the situation to spiral further out of control. When Lulungulu and his father finally reached their parked car, their clothes were tattered from grappling with others who were trying to shove them aside in their haste to run ahead. Without wasting a moment, they immediately boarded the vehicle, casting aside any sense of etiquette or rules. January accelerated with a sense of urgency, driving as if there were no tomorrow. "What the?" January couldn't help but utter those words in astonishment as he was compelled to stop. The road ahead was congested with military trucks overflowing with heavily armed soldiers, all moving in the same direction. "Where are they going?" Lulungulu asked his father, his voice trembling in fear and a slight tinge of sadness evident as he realized he had lost his bag amidst the commotion. "They are heading towards His Excellency's private forces headquarters," January replied to his son. Lulungulu, perplexed by the situation, further asked, "Why aren't they attempting to restore order and quell the chaos?" Before his father could answer, a military truck equipped with a loudspeaker began broadcasting an official announcement, capturing their attention. "Attention, citizens of Inia. This is an official announcement from the military," the voice echoed through the speaker. "Due to the current circumstances and in the interest of public safety, a curfew is being implemented across the entire city. This curfew will take immediate effect and will remain in place until further notice. We kindly request that you return to your homes immediately and remain there until further instructions. Anyone found outside their residence 1 hour from now, unless en route to their homes due to distance, will be subject to arrest." "They have begun enforcing it," January replied to his son, his voice filled with concern, as the distant sound of the announcement grew fainter. In a hushed tone, almost ensuring that his son wouldn't hear, he quietly muttered, "I hope it will be resolved by tomorrow," his words carrying a hint of worry, as he knew or suspected what was unfolding. Back to the site of the parade. Moments after the onset of chaos, the soldiers who had taken part in the parade received the order to board the military trucks that had transported them there, along with their weapons. Wondering why they were not ordered to control the chaotic public, the soldiers boarded the trucks only to find boxes filled with magazines inside. Their surprise grew when they received another order. "Within those trucks, you will find boxes containing magazines. Load your weapons with them immediately. Following the command, the soldiers swiftly loaded their weapons with the ammunition from the magazines as the trucks began moving in a synchronized convoy, transporting the armed soldiers to various locations throughout the city. During the journey, the soldiers received detailed briefings from their commanders regarding their objectives upon arrival. These commanders had been previously informed and briefed on the plan weeks ago, actively participating in its development. Some of the soldiers who were quick-witted immediately grasped the unfolding situation, while others who were slower to comprehend took a bit longer to realize the true nature of the plan. However, regardless of their individual understanding, no one made an attempt to stop or resist. The prevailing sentiment among the soldiers was a collective weariness of being continuously regarded as second-rate military personnel compared to the dictator's private forces. This shared frustration among the soldiers served as a catalyst, igniting a common purpose and driving their collective agreement to the orders. "Let's go!" exclaimed some of the soldiers, their faces displaying a mix of excitement and contentment as they welcomed the unfolding events. However, alongside their happiness, there were also traces of apprehension and fear lingering within them for the face-off that was about to happen. In addition to Enea, other major cities within Eden, including Oasisville, Blissfield, Astoria, Avalon, and several others, were engulfed in chaos. However, this turmoil did not stem from the gunshot incident. Rather, it was the direct consequence of Alexander's call to action. The protesters had already begun their demonstrations earlier in the day, but it was upon receiving news of the incident that Alexander issued the order for their actions to become more aggressive. As soon as they received the order, the protest leaders in those cities immediately directed the groups towards government offices. This decision instilled fear in some of the protesters, who were aware that soldiers were stationed at these locations and would respond with violence to disperse them. Despite this knowledge, and with a sheep-like mentality, they continued to follow the directives of their leaders. Upon reaching the government buildings, they were taken aback to find all the soldiers had vanished, leaving no one to impede their progress. Encouraged by this unexpected turn of events, the protest leaders forged ahead, and their followers grew increasingly emboldened. As they advanced towards the government building, they began wreaking havoc and vandalizing government properties along the way. With each act of property destruction, their audacity swelled further. When they finally reached the government building, guided by the leader's influence, they forcefully kicked down the barricades and stormed inside, swiftly taking control. Fueled by their pent-up anger stemming from the experiences under Adolf and his family's leadership, they unleashed their wrath by vandalizing and demolishing the properties within the buildings. Chapter 142. Boom. "Testing, 1, 2, 3, exclaimed a soldier gripping a microphone inside a truck brimming with speakers, completely disregarding the perilous circumstances surrounding him. His sole focus remained on ensuring the seamless operation of the system. A glance at the surroundings would reveal a staggering sight. Over 4,000 soldiers encircled the headquarters of the dictator's private forces, locked in a tense standoff with the ill-equipped private forces. The majority of their state-of-the-art technological equipment was loaned to the soldiers for the parade, aiming to demonstrate to the world their possession of cutting-edge weaponry. As a result, they found themselves outgunned by the military they were constantly compared to and believed to surpass. Caught completely off guard, they remained oblivious to the fact that Adolf had been attacked. Unbeknownst to them, Nova intercepted the communication intended for their awareness, providing Adolf with a false sense of security by assuring him that they were en route to protect him. Having completed the microphone test, the soldier proceeded to deliver the mandated announcement. You are encircled entirely. Surrender immediately, or you will be compelled to do so at the cost of substantial casualties. His voice remained utterly composed, devoid of any hint of emotion. You guys know who is backing us, right? Are you still determined to persist with this? A response echoed from the megaphone held by an individual within the building. It appears you have made your choices. We will not entertain surrender for the next 30 minutes. The soldier retorted in response to their reply. He then grasped his radio, contacting the command center and reporting, Sir, they have declined our offer. Instruct the soldiers to withdraw by 500 meters, came the response from the other side of the radio. Yes, sir, acknowledged the soldier promptly. He immediately relayed the command to all the soldiers, instructing them to withdraw by 600 meters, including an additional 100 meters for good measure. Inside the building. Looks like our threat worked, said one of the members of the private forces when he saw soldiers moving away from the building. I really hope so. We're short on weapons since they took them for the parade, and I hope they don't know that. Otherwise, they'll hold on until our weapon barrels melt from overuse before they catch or kill us. But what did they mean by not accepting surrender for the next half an hour if they were going to leave us? He asked, his eyes still fixed on the window, as he observed the soldiers continuing to move until they finally came to a stop far away from the building. To the activities of the people in the building pulled their joysticks upward, causing their planes to ascend in altitude. They continued, Qua! Before anyone could answer him, they heard an extremely loud sound, and in unison, they all exclaimed, Fuck! As they immediately began scrambling towards the basement of the building. The pilots of the two approaching fighter jets, paying no attention to the activities of the people in the building, pulled their joysticks upward, causing their planes to ascend in altitude. They continued to climb, losing forward momentum and instead gaining vertical speed. Eventually, they ceased moving forward entirely and continued ascending. After reaching a certain altitude, they disengaged the afterburners and let the planes continue climbing upward until they completely lost momentum. As the planes started to descend, their trajectory led them directly beneath the building. As the planes descended towards the building, the need for guided munition, which the country didn't have, disappeared. Without hesitation, they uttered, Bombs away! And pressed the trigger, releasing all the bombs attached to the hard points of their planes. The bombs plummeted towards the target, relinquishing control to gravity for their final delivery. Following the release, the pilots pulled their joysticks to level the planes and turned back in the direction they came from, making their way back to the base. While the maneuvers executed by the planes appeared impressive, there was nothing remotely cool about the situation for those in the path of the oncoming bombs, as they desperately raced towards the basement, which had been reinforced to withstand the impact of bombings. Unfortunately, the time it took for the pilot to execute their maneuvers and release the payload was merely a few seconds, leaving those in the vicinity with insufficient time to flee and reach the safety of the basement before the devastating payload reached them. Boom! 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 The bombs, arriving with staggered microseconds between them, began detonating one after another. The building was engulfed in a series of devastating explosions, annihilating everything caught within their destructive force and leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. In the aftermath of the bombings, the wreckage revealed a gruesome sight. Limbs and other body parts were scattered throughout the area, their presence a stark reminder of the devastating impact caused by one of the bombs exploding in a densely populated location. Shouts of agony and pain echoed through the air as those who had lost limbs in the explosions cried out in anguish. Shit! The soldiers stationed 600 meters away from the building couldn't tear their eyes away from the scene of destruction. They were witnesses to an act of sheer wizardry as the pilots arrived, executed their maneuvers, dropped their payload, and departed without sparing a glance at the devastation they had wrought. True to their word, the soldiers patiently waited until the exact 30-minute mark had elapsed since their promise before they received the order to advance and apprehend all those who chose to surrender. However, for those who refused to surrender, they were granted permission to engage them with force, allowing a more aggressive approach. In successive batches, the soldiers began entering the compound, their focus at its peak. The bombing eliminated any possibility of a resolution without one side surrendering. What the heck happened? Who fired the shot? Adolf asked once he had regained his composure after arriving at his palace and receiving confirmation of his safety. We are still investigating, sir, but it will take a considerable amount of time to identify the person responsible. The shot caused a state of chaos, and everyone scattered in different directions, making it challenging to locate the individual. We will need to thoroughly review the available footage to uncover the perpetrator, his secretary reported, addressing Adolf's question. Now that you mention it, what happened to the foreign ministers? Adolf inquired, suddenly remembering their presence. Disregarding his own country's minister, he expressed little concern for their fate, knowing he could easily replace them if necessary. When the incident occurred, the foreign ministers were swiftly escorted to their car and immediately taken to the airport. They left behind a few of their guards, who couldn't board the plane with them, as they needed to ensure the safety of the airport until their departure. As of now, only some of their security guards remain, and they are scheduled to leave tomorrow once the planes are dispatched to pick them up. His assistant informed him, relaying the information received during the call inquiring about the situation. Shit! Did you apologize to them for the commotion and promise to provide further details once we finish investigating? Adolf asked anxiously, his tone betraying his concern about potentially losing their support. Yes, sir. I did apologize to them, and although they were hesitant, they reluctantly agreed, the secretary replied. Fuck. Call all the generals here right now. I need to ask them how the hell someone managed to bring a gun into a city with over 8,000 fucking soldiers. Adolf shouted, attempting to channel his anxiety into anger and searching for someone to blame and punish, hoping to appease his own frustrations. Completely oblivious to what was happening in his country, all completely thanks to Nova having complete control over all communication channels within the country. She exercised her authority by manipulating and filtering the information disseminated to the public, ensuring that Adolf remained oblivious to the ongoing events. Furthermore, Nova strategically positioned soldiers along all roads leading to the palace, instructing them to block any incoming traffic to prevent individuals who were aware of the situation from reaching Adolf and informing him of the external circumstances. Yes, sir, the secretary acknowledged, promptly leaving the office to fulfill the order of summoning the generals. Receiving the calls, the generals swiftly arrived at the palace, rushing to gather in the room. Adolf wasted no time in expressing his frustration, shouting at them the moment they entered. What the fuck is going on with your soldiers? Adolf exclaimed, his voice filled with anger and impatience. Most of our soldiers were deployed to ensure there were no other protests or disturbances occurring, which led to the security at the parade location being understaffed. General Christopher responded, attempting to convey a sense of concern about his position in the midst of the situation. Do you realize that due to your negligent oversight, You have caused this day to end disastrously and put our diplomatic connections with friendly countries at risk." Adolf yelled, his anger and frustration unabated. The generals maintained their silence in the face of Adolf's outburst, choosing not to engage or respond to his tantrum. They listened attentively, their expression stoic while absorbing his words and allowing him to vent his frustrations. "Now, go find and bring the person who fired the gun here. I'm going to skin him alive," Adolf shouted in a rage, turning his back on the generals as a sign that he wished to be left alone. "No, we are going to stay here," General Nathan declared, rising from his chair. Adolf abruptly turned around while saying, "What the fuck do you?" But the rest of his words froze in his throat as he completed the turn. He stiffened, his eyes widening in shock, as he found himself face to face with a Glock pistol pointed directly at him. "As I said, we are going to stay here," Nathan reiterated, maintaining a firm grip on the Glock. He gestured for Adolf to take a seat, emphasizing his demand with a steely gaze. Chapter 143: A Short Talk with Adolf. "What are you doing?" Adolf asked, his voice trembling with panic. The fear in his voice was palpable as he questioned the intentions of the generals. "Someone has ordered us to keep a close watch on you until their plans are complete, after which they will personally visit to have a talk with you," General Ethan responded, a sinister smile forming on his face. "Who is that person?" Adolf inquired, his mind racing to determine if he had unknowingly angered a powerful individual. "You will find out when you meet him, so sit down or I'll make you," Nathan threatened Adolf, his tone laced with authority. "Shit," Adolf muttered, his body trembling as he reluctantly took a seat. He realized that regardless of what had done, he was in for a long and troubling night. Eden. Gradually, one after another, governmental buildings and other strategic locations fell into the hands of the protesters, while in the capital city, the military continued to assert control. As the night unfolded, the chaos intensified further, fueled by the growing awareness of government institutions being taken over in cities across the country. News of these developments spread rapidly, inspiring more and more people to take to the streets and join their fellow citizens in solidarity. Not everything went smoothly for the members of the revolutionary group attempting to seize control of government buildings. Despite being an unpopular leader, there were still some individuals who held favorable views of him. This could be attributed to those who had directly benefited from his policies or enjoyed preferential treatment, often due to having family members employed within the government and benefiting from their association. These loyalists posed a challenge to the revolutionary group's efforts as they tried to defend the status quo and resisted the calls for change. As a consequence, large-scale clashes erupted between these opposing groups in numerous cities, leading to a significant number of casualties. In response, Nova issued a directive for a portion of the military deployed in those areas to assume operational control over the police forces to effectively manage the situation and minimize the number of casualties resulting from the ongoing clashes. By 10 o'clock at night, Adolf's government had completely lost control over the country, yet the majority of the world remained unaware of the situation unfolding within its borders. "Why is it so quiet?" At the very least, America should have already discovered what is going on through their satellites, as they should be monitoring the parade for intelligence, Aaron asked Nova, expressing his confusion. Either the timing of the shot being fired happened at the same time when the satellites they were using to monitor and collect intelligence lost line of sight due to their orbit, and when the line of keeping it under wraps, Nova explained to Aaron. "That makes sense. So where do we stand with our plan? He asked. Sight was restored. They only saw the chaos that had already ensued. Alternatively, they might have discovered the ongoing coup, but since they are not sure if it will succeed or not, they are keeping it under wraps, Nova explained to Aaron. That makes sense. So where do we stand with our plan? He asked. Almost everything is about to be completed. I think you should start heading to the presidential palace now so that by the time you arrive, everything else will have been completed, and dealing with Adolf will be the only task remaining, Nova said to Aaron. Sure, see you later, Aaron said, and logged out of the Universal simulation. Aaron removed his virtual reality helmet and took a moment to stretch his body, feeling relief from sitting for an extended period. Let's go, he said to John, as he opened the door and stepped out of the military truck. He carried the VR helmet in his hands as they prepared to proceed. After disembarking from the truck, Aaron began walking towards the presidential palace, which was approximately a kilometer away and visible to the naked eye. As he walked, an Eden soldier who had been assigned to lead a team and entrusted with driving and protecting Aaron turned to him. The soldier saluted Aaron with the utmost respect he could afford and said, "Have a nice day, sir." "Yeah, you too," Aaron replied, waving at the soldier, before continuing his walk towards the palace alongside John. Throughout the coup, John remained by Aaron's side, using the phone provided to him to stay updated with Nova's continuous updates. The information included details about the operations carried out by Ares members in taking over several minor, yet heavily armed, private force bases scattered across Enea. Instead of resorting to bombing these bases, which would have been excessive, the planes were reserved for targeting the main base, making it easier for the soldiers to seize control, considering Ares was still short on manpower. His walk continued until he reached a distance of about 300 meters, at which point Aaron cast the concealment rune on both himself and John. They continued walking, passing through the gates guarded by unsuspecting sentries who remained unaware of the ongoing coup happening across the country, diligently carrying out their duties. Without pausing, Aaron and John strode towards the building, their steps unwavering. Once inside, they maintained their determined pace, heading directly towards the room where Adolf and the general were present, not showing that it was their first visit to the premises. Aaron canceled the concealment rune on both himself and John before knocking on the door. After a brief pause, General Ethan cautiously opened the door to see who was outside. As he recognized Aaron, he immediately greeted him with respect, saying, "Welcome, sir," while offering a slight bow as a sign of deference. Aaron and John entered the office without uttering a word. Ethan promptly closed the door behind them as they stepped into the room. "Hello," Aaron greeted Adolf with a wave, his eyes briefly glancing at Nathan, who still had his gun trained on Adolf. "Who are you?" Adolf asked, his fear still apparent but slightly reduced. "I've come to convince you to hand over the country and make a public announcement of it," Aaron said calmly as he took a seat on the sofa, which Christopher had vacated for him. Adolf, upon hearing Aaron's words, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Observing Adolf's reaction, Aaron turned to Nathan and asked, "Did you do something to him, or has he gone crazy from fear or something?" "Looks like I have the upper hand here. As long as I don't make the announcement, my private forces will eventually realize that something is amiss and come looking for me," he said amidst his laughter, before calming down and continuing, "Here's a simple offer from me. I'll give you 24 hours to run if you leave me alone. After that, I will search for you, and when I find you, I will personally be responsible for skinning you alive. Adolf concealed his anxiety and acted serious in the hope that the longer he delays them, the more the chance his private forces would notice his absence and take action. Hearing what he said, Aaron and the generals couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding Adolf's threats and attempts to intimidate them amusing. Adolf, bewildered by their reaction, asked, "You think I'm joking?" However, his question was interrupted as he saw Aaron standing up and approaching him. Nervously, Adolf exclaimed, "What are you going to do with that helmet? Are you trying to hit me with it? I'm warning you. Stop! Stop!" His voice grew more panicked as Aaron drew closer. "Reasoning with you is going to take too long," Aaron replied calmly. "Torturing you would make it difficult for you to deliver a speech shortly after. While I could create a CGI version of you, it would require eliminating everyone in this building to conceal it. So let's make it easy for both of us." With those words, Aaron forcefully placed the headgear onto Adolf's head. 5 minutes later, Aaron removed the headgear and asked, "Are you going to make the announcement, or should I send you for another round?" He shook the headgear in his hand, indicating that he was prepared to use it again if needed. Wait, no, I'll do anything you ask. Just don't put that thing on me again, please," Adolf pleaded, dropping to his knees in fear. He was terrified at the thought of having the headgear placed on his head once more to return to that place. What on earth did she do to him? Aaron tilted his head in curiosity, wondering what Nova had done to Adolf in the universal simulation. "Okay, here's the speech that you're going to make," Aaron said, handing Adolf a piece of paper containing the speech from his pocket. "But first, call your secretary and instruct her to allow the military entry to the palace for them to increase the security in this place, citing your concerns about potential threats. Understand?" "Yes, sir, I will do so." Adolf wasted no time. He walked to his desk, picked up the phone, and immediately ordered his secretary to allow the military entry and increase the security of the palace upon their arrival. Although his secretary questioned Adolf's decision to call for the military instead of his private forces, nothing a yelling or two from Adolf couldn't solve. Chapter 144 Viva la Revolution. 2 hours later. At the stroke of midnight, everything came to a sudden halt. As the new day dawned, the restless citizens, who had been in a state of chaos, found themselves compelled to pause as every news channel began airing the same broadcast. While this captured the attention of those who had their televisions on, the remaining citizens were intrigued by the simultaneous message they received. As they unlocked their phones, they were greeted with a headline reading, "Presidential Announcement," along with a link to the broadcast. As a result, the entire nation fell into a temporary hush, as curiosity enveloped everyone regarding what Adolf was about to reveal. Would he issue threats, compelling them to return home, or would he offer concessions and pledge to alter the country's policies? The anticipation hung in the air, leaving the populace on edge, awaiting the impending announcement. Adolf took his place at the podium, adorned with his presidential insignia, in a room bathed in a backdrop of vibrant blue. Amidst the static ambience, he stood as the sole figure that stood out, embodying a stark contrast against the stillness of his surroundings. "MHH." Adolf cleared his throat before he began speaking. "Dear citizens, I address you today with a heavy heart, burdened by the realization that the moment has arrived for me to let go of my hold on our beloved nation, Eden." As he uttered these words, he momentarily paused, needing to wipe away the tears that had cascaded down his face. "With profound sorrow, I announce the relinquishment of my authority over the governance of our nation. The time has come for me to pass on this responsibility to a new leadership, Adolf somberly conveyed. Eden, our cherished land, has been a sanctuary of prosperity and harmony under my guidance. I have endeavored to lead our nation toward progress and shield our people from external perils. Regrettably, recent events have unfolded in a manner that has eroded my authority, and continuing under such circumstances would only inflict further damage and suffering. Faced with these challenges, I have engaged in dialogues with Alexander and his group, individuals who have displayed a profound commitment to the well-being of our nation. They possess a deep understanding of the complexities of governance and the requisite expertise to lead us forward. Thus, after thoughtful deliberation, I have concluded that their leadership is in the best interest of Eden and its people. The specifics of the transition and the course of action going forward will rest in the hands of Alexander and those he chooses to assist him in the process of reforming our country. Following my address, Alexander will address you, providing an overview of his plans after assuming the reins of government. Thank you, and may God bless Eden and its people, Adolf concluded, gesturing a farewell to an absent crowd before exiting the camera's view. Is he saying what I think he's saying? One of the protesters, momentarily ceasing the act of breaking windows at the government office, questioned in disbelief as he watched the press conference. I believe he meant that he is dissolving the government or something of the sort, as he is entrusting the overhaul to Alexander, the only revolutionary leader who has managed to evade arrest. One of them responded, trying to interpret the implications of Adolf's announcement. But why would he do that? Unless he has lost his sanity, he is not someone who would make such a decision. Are you oblivious or simply ignorant? Exclaimed another protester, frustrated by the lack of understanding. I'm almost certain a coup has occurred, and Adolf was coerced into making that announcement. Let's hear what Alexander has to say. They watched intently as Alexander ascended the podium, eager to gain some clarity and insight into the unfolding events, realizing their limited access to information as low-level members had left them in the dark about the true nature of the situation. Citizens of Eden, Alexander commenced his speech, intentionally conveying an expression of fatigue, reflecting the weight of recent events that had unfolded prior to the press conference. Today signifies the beginning of a new era in the annals of our nation. As my predecessor Adolf stated, I now assume the mantle of responsibility for our nation, a task I accept with the utmost honor, Alexander declared, pausing briefly to let the weight of his words sink in. And as the newly appointed leader, my first imperative is to rejuvenate our ailing nation, to commence afresh. Therefore, I hereby declare the abolition of the current Constitution of Eden. But let it be clear, the abolishment of the previous government does not imply that the atrocities committed in the past will be forgotten, he declared vehemently, pounding the podium with his hands for emphasis. Beginning with the former leader of Eden, Adolf, everyone who held positions within the previous government will undergo thorough investigation and face appropriate punishment in accordance with the provisions of the new Constitution. His voice resonated with a mix of weariness and unwavering determination, revealing his unwavering commitment to holding accountable those responsible for the actions of the previous regime. Tomorrow morning, I will release the remaining revolutionary leaders who have been unjustly detained, Alexander announced, his tone conveying a sense of urgency and resolve. I will engage in extensive consultations with them to ensure that the new government is structured in a manner that makes it impossible for situations like those that occurred during Adolf and his family's reign to ever transpire again. Alexander then proceeded with his speech, outlining a series of promises and commitments regarding the changes he intended to implement within the country. With each word, he sought to inspire hope and confidence in the hearts of the people. As Alexander's address neared its conclusion, he punctuated his speech by proclaiming, "Long live the revolution!" With that final statement, he bid farewell to the viewers of the press conference, leaving the audience bewildered. Even though many individuals could deduce that a coup had indeed taken place, given the hints scattered throughout the speech and the concluding words that solidified their assumptions, they still struggled to grasp the intricacies behind its execution. To ensure a successful coup of Eden, it was widely understood that capturing Adolf, dismantling his private forces which constituted a significant source of his authority, and compelling him to make the announcement of his relinquishment was vital to avoid potential foreign sanctions from friendly nations would be imperative. Simultaneously, the coup plotters would need to confront the challenge posed by the military, which had been enforcing a curfew in the capital after the chaos that ensued due to the unexpected gunfire. Despite the complexities surrounding the coup and the confusion it caused, a prevailing sentiment of joy and relief permeated among most of the citizens. The removal of the dictator had rekindled hope in their hearts, and faith was restored after the dissolution of the previous government. Based on the people's reaction, Nova foresaw a discernible surge in the population to take place around 9 months later. After concluding the press conference and returning to one of the palace rooms, Alexander respectfully bowed to Aaron, expressing his heartfelt gratitude with a sincere, "Thank you very much. This is the 15th time you've thanked me today," Aaron said, feeling a sense of embarrassment as Alexander persisted in expressing his gratitude despite his attempts to stop him. "As I mentioned earlier, I am also benefiting from this deal, so there is no need for you to feel such overwhelming thankfulness towards me." "I understand that, but I still feel the need to thank you," Alexander said, emphasizing his gratitude. "Even though I had been hoping for changes in our country since my teens and joined the revolutionary group to bring about that change, I'm convinced that nothing substantial would have occurred without your investments and the assistance you provided us." "All right, I accept your gratitude. Now please take a seat," Aaron said, gesturing for Alexander to sit down so they could continue their conversation. As Alexander took his seat, he wasted no time and asked, "Apart from the abolition of military institutions, do you have any suggestions for the clauses in the Constitution?" He was eager to hear Aaron's opinion and see if he could accommodate any additional ideas. Aaron, deep in thought with his hand resting on his chin, took a brief moment before responding, "I do have some suggestions that can help you avoid potential pitfalls that may arise and cause problems for you in the future." "Please go ahead," Alexander said respectfully, urging Aaron to share his suggestions. "There are too many to discuss, and it would take a considerable amount of time. Put this on, and everything will be explained to you," Aaron said, handing the VR headset to Alexander. Curiosity piqued, Alexander decided to trust Aaron's judgment and put on the peculiar-looking helmet. He resolved to ask questions later if he didn't understand the purpose behind wearing it. After putting on the headgear, Alexander settled onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Aaron left the room, finding several soldiers standing guard outside the office. After he instructed the soldiers to ensure that nobody entered the room except for himself, he embarked on a leisurely walk through the palace, fully aware that despite the time acceleration of 5-1, it would take Nova a considerable amount of time to thoroughly explain everything to Alexander. Chapter 145: The World's Reaction. White House, Situation Room. After briefing him about their suspicions regarding the situation in Eden, the CIA director asked President Obama, "Sir, what course of action do you suggest we pursue?" Firstly, how certain are you about this information? Obama inquired about the level of confidence in the intelligence, seeking assurance before making a decision that would rely heavily on it. The CIA director responded, gesturing towards the screens displaying satellite feeds. There are two potential interpretations of the current situation. One possibility is that it signifies a coup, while the other suggests that the military is attempting to compel Adolf to disband his private forces. A few of the screens showed satellite feed of military personnel blocking the routes to the palace, and the others showed the military surrounding the headquarters of Adolf's pirate forces, providing visual evidence to support the director's explanation. Shortly thereafter, the screen displaying the soldiers encircling the private forces' headquarters revealed the sudden arrival of fighter jets. In a dramatic turn of events, the jets unleashed a devastating bombardment upon the building, leaving destruction in their wake. Seems like it's indeed a coup, remarked the CIA director, realizing that the military's decision to eliminate Adolf's private forces without attempting any negotiation indicated a complete lack of intention to engage in dialogue with him. As soon as the CIA director concluded his statement, President Obama turned to the Secretary of Defense and issued a decisive order, stating, "Instruct the Pacific Fleet to reposition one aircraft carrier group towards their location." The Secretary of Defense inquired, "Sir, are you planning to support the military in overthrowing the dictator?" "I will decide once we have a clearer picture of how the situation develops. However, we must be in proximity to effectively enforce any decision we reach." With his decision made, Obama stood up and departed the Situation Room, returning to his office to resume his duties. The Secretary of Defense selected one of the numerous phones and dialed Admiral Harry B. Harris, Jr., the commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, to relay the President's directive. Morning. The online world erupted as viewers witnessed the press conference featuring Adolf and Alexander. Speculation and humorous memes flooded social media platforms in response to the announcement. Numerous individuals engaged in speculation regarding Adolf's circumstances during his speech, pondering how he was coerced to give power. Countries that maintained amicable relations with the former dictator remained conspicuously silent throughout the ordeal. However, they did clarify that their ministers had safely returned despite the occurrence of the coup. The global response to the situation appeared relatively subdued when considering the typical scale of reactions from different countries. This was primarily due to many nations grappling with the aftermath of a recent flash crash that occurred just a month prior. As a result, they opted to adopt a watchful stance, intending to observe unfolding events before expressing their opinions on whether to acknowledge the new government or adopt a more stringent approach akin to the treatment of Taiwan. Amidst the tumultuous situation, the United States announced the dispatch of an aircraft carrier battle group to ensure a secure transition of power in the country. However, astute observers recognized this action as a veiled warning to the new leadership of Eden. It served as a clear message that the United States was closely monitoring the developments and would not hesitate to respond if Eden aligned itself with Russia or China, implying that such a choice would be met with regret. The United States found it imperative to take such measures due to their strategic positioning. With China and the rest of Asia to their northwest, the USA to their northeast, Australia to their southwest, and the American continent to their east, Eden's location held significant importance. Any nation that established a friendly relationship with Eden and managed to establish a base there would gain a substantial advantage over the other, thereby necessitating the United States' proactive approach. If China were able to establish bases in Eden, it would grant them direct access to America, resolving their predicament of having their navy confined to the Indian Ocean due to the absence of nuclear-powered submarines. With a military presence in Eden, they could also pose a threat to ships transiting through the Panama Canal, potentially exerting control over a part of the American economy through a chokehold. The same holds true for Russia. Despite their proximity to America, they would gain a new avenue of attack by utilizing long-range bombers while avoiding the heavily guarded north, where NORAD is mostly focused on. This would allow them to launch strikes on the U.S. from a different direction, necessitating a considerable amount of time and money for the United States to prepare effective countermeasures similar to those in place for the northern border shared with Canada. But they could only watch with curiosity as Eden faced the challenge of resolving this predicament. The question remained, which side would they choose to align themselves with? Eden, the presidential palace. Which side do you believe I should align with? Alexander asked Aaron, who was in the room with him. How many countries have reached out to you in an attempt to sway your decision regarding which side to align yourself with? Aaron inquired. Quite a few. The list includes countries such as America, Russia, China, Australia, the UK, France, Germany, and several others. They can all be categorized into three distinct groups, those siding with America, followed by Russia, and then China, explained Alexander. What were their requests, and what incentives did they offer in return? Aaron inquired, seeking further details on the discussions with various countries. America and its allies had proposed financial and security assistance, but requested the allocation of certain islands to establish military bases. China, on the other hand, expressed interest in building military bases as well, offering financial aid and the inclusion of Eden in the Belt and Road Initiative, a comprehensive infrastructure development program. Russia also sought islands for military bases, and in exchange, offered financial aid and assistance in locating natural resources within our economic exclusive zones. Alexander outlined the offers and requests made by different countries during the negotiations. Politely declined each one of them, explaining that to prevent international turmoil, you have chosen to maintain a neutral stance, Aaron stated. His statement prompted Alexander to frown, clearly indicating his disagreement with Aaron's suggestions. Observing Alexander's reaction, Aaron inquired, What? Do you disagree? Yes, Alexander replied apologetically. Tell me the reason, Aaron said, wanting to understand Alexander's perspective. Looking at the country's current state, we truly need financial aid to rebuild and develop. Although these foreign nations are demanding excessive concessions in return, the financial assistance they offer is desperately needed at the moment. Since we are transitioning from a dictatorship, we can't even request loans without excessive leverage. However, if we negotiate with one of these countries, I believe we can remove the condition of military bases by citing citizens' disagreement, pointing at Adolf's private forces as an example. Alexander explained his reasoning. Do you believe you possess the power to negotiate with them? No. Whichever country you choose, they will exploit you without limits. They will assist in a manner that turns you into a dependent nation, preventing you from rising and attempting to remove their influence from your country. And if their attempts to hinder your progress fail, they will fund and train a rebel group that will serve as their puppets, aiming to overthrow and replace you. Remember this, they offer you nothing but addictive honey. They will make you dependent to the point that whenever you face trouble, you will be forced to turn to them for help. But in exchange for their help, you will always have to sacrifice something enticing to them. Aaron said, disagreeing with Alexander's reasoning and pointing out the risk agreeing to their offer brought to Eden. Then what do you suggest we do? We are in dire need of a substantial amount of money to revive the economy, and it seems that no one other than them is willing to provide it readily, Alexander stated wearily, his tone reflecting a sense of being trapped with limited options. A smile spread across Aaron's face as he responded, "Don't worry. If your primary goal is to rebuild the economy, I can assist you with that." "How?" Alexander asked with curiosity. "All you need are investments in the country, and I can make that happen. I plan on relocating my company to this country and start injecting billions and billions into its economy. This will enable the country to uplift itself from its previous state without having to rely on another nation or compromise with them." Aaron paused for a moment before he continued. "And remember, by remaining neutral, it means that all these countries will constantly attempt to win you over to their side. They won't treat you harshly until you make a choice," Aaron reminded, emphasizing the potential advantages of maintaining a neutral stance. Even though he could compel him to do as he pleased, having someone willingly comply rather than being coerced ensures they are less likely to cause future troubles. After a brief moment of contemplation and agreeing to what Aaron had said, Alexander chose to trust Aaron once again. Recalling the first time he trusted him based on his gut feeling, and how Aaron had fulfilled his promise, Alexander decided to heed that same intuition and agreed to place his trust in Aaron once more. Another reason was that Alexander had used the peculiar helmet provided by Aaron. Considering the possibility that Aaron might establish a manufacturing plant for those devices, which Alexander was confident would be highly sought after, it meant that Aaron could generate substantial income for the country through that product alone. He also believed that Aaron had more plans up his sleeve beyond just that, which further bolstered his decision to place his trust in him. Agreeing to remain neutral presented a new predicament for Alexander. "I can refuse the other two nations since they might only bring harm in the future, but how should we handle the situation with America, considering they have an aircraft carrier en route to our location?" Alexander questioned, expressing his concern. "For that, I have a solution," Aaron said, reaching for a phone and dialing Rena's number. Chapter 146, Using Rena's Influence. "Hello, Aaron," Rena greeted as soon as she answered the phone call. "Hello, how are you?" Aaron inquired, returning the greeting. "I'm doing well, how about you?" Rena asked in response. "I'm doing well," Aaron replied before getting straight to the point, saying, "I called because I was hoping to utilize some of your family's political influence." Upon hearing what Aaron said, she smiled, happy for finally having the opportunity to reciprocate the help she had received from him. "Sure," she replied. "I will gladly assist you." "By now, you must have heard the news about the coup that took place in Eden, right?" Aaron asked. "Yes, I was just reading a report about it," Rena replied and then asked, not discounting the possibility, "Was it you?" Knowing full well that Aaron was entirely capable of such an act if he so desired. "Yes," Aaron answered without hesitation, proceeding with his request as if he hadn't just confirmed his involvement in toppling the government. "I want you to ensure that the aircraft carrier returns without taking any action upon its arrival." Rena, taken aback by Aaron's response, was momentarily stunned, causing her to forget to reply. Aaron, noticing her silence, asked, "Can you do it?" in an effort to snap her out of her frozen state and bring her attention back to the phone call. "Sorry about that. I was just taken aback by your confession." Rena apologized for her momentary lapse in response. "Don't worry about it. I can understand the surprise. Even I would be taken aback if someone I was speaking to confessed to causing a coup, Aaron replied, eliciting a laugh from Rena. So, you're only requesting that they turn the aircraft carrier around, correct? Rena asked once she had calmed herself down. Additionally, when the country announces its neutrality, ensure that they support it, masking their support as a preferable alternative to their enemy having been chosen instead of them, Aaron added. Rena, though slightly surprised that Aaron didn't push for the country to align with America, responded, "If they're going to declare neutrality and not align with another country, it will be easier for me to persuade them to halt the pressure. Consider it done," she assured after understanding the direction Eden intended to take. "That's good," Aaron replied, a smile spreading across his face. "Is there anything else you need from me?" Rena inquired. "At the moment, no. However, in the coming months, I'll require your assistance a few more times," Aaron stated. "With the help you have provided me, don't worry about a thing. If you need anything from me, I'll always be there to assist you to the best of my abilities," Rena responded. "Sure, then talk to you later," Aaron said, bidding farewell to her. Upon receiving the reply, he ended the call. Turning to Alexander, who was visibly surprised by the swift resolution of the problem, he said, "Consider it solved. You can now focus on important matters concerning your country. Regarding the economic stimulus, I will provide you with more details in the coming days when you have some free time, as I need to prepare for it." "That was incredibly fast," Alexander exclaimed, his surprise still evident on his face. "When you're as wealthy as I am, you come to know people in influential positions," Aaron bluffed boldly, despite the fact that he didn't actually know anyone affluent or powerful apart from Rena. "That's true," Alexander agreed, influenced by his perception of billionaires and their connections. A week had passed since the coup had occurred. During this time, Alexander and his newly appointed cabinet remained tight-lipped about which side they would be aligning with, stating that their utmost priority was the creation of a new constitution. They emphasized that until this critical task was completed, they would not divert their attention to any other matters. The aircraft carrier group, which had arrived a day after the coup, stayed in the country for a week but ultimately departed without any engagement, citing the absence of ongoing turmoil that warranted their prolonged presence in the country's waters. With Rena's reemergence in the family competition and the influential individuals becoming aware of her renewed influence, her sway regained strength along with the spreading news. This newfound leverage made it effortless for her to ensure that America refrained from taking any actions against Eden. Rena also took measures to secure America's acknowledgement of the country once the process of creating the new constitution was completed. On the other hand, Aaron had been residing in the presidential palace throughout the entire week, dedicating most of his time to the universal simulation. He engaged in meetings with the think tanks that inhabited the virtual realm, utilizing their expertise and insights. Inside the universal simulation, Aaron could be observed engrossed in reading the plan devised by the think tank residing in Lab City. The objective of the plan was to assist the country in its development, enabling it to rise above the legacy of the previous regime. Aware that the government's support may not always be guaranteed, the think tank crafted the plan to also strengthen Aaron's influence within the country. The plan revolved around a simple yet impactful idea: establishing an infrastructure company. This proposed company would serve as a mechanism to exert a significant grip on the country. It would function in such a manner that, in the unlikely event that the government attempted to seize control or interfere with Aaron's interests, he could utilize the company's influence to subdue them without resorting to using his private forces. Aaron understood that deploying his private forces would inevitably lead to the downfall of the government in question. Therefore, the infrastructure company would provide a more subtle and indirect approach to safeguarding his assets and objectives. This company would undertake the construction of most of the essential infrastructure to transform the country into a desirable place to live. Not only would the company focus on delivering high-quality products, but it would also strive to make them affordable to the point where people would question whether any profit was being made. In the process of building these vital structures, Aaron would provide employment opportunities to hundreds of thousands of individuals, offering them a chance to improve their livelihoods and elevate themselves from their previous circumstances as he gained influence over them. The main project of this company involved the provision of electricity to the entire country, utilizing Lab City's nuclear fusion technology. The cost-effectiveness of the energy produced through this method was expected to be so remarkable that it would create a significant advantage for his company, solidifying its position as the only provider in the market. With an abundance of limitless and affordable energy at their disposal, the think tanks chose to plan all of the company's remaining plans to be designed to operate using electricity as the primary power source. Another ambitious project from the think tanks involved establishing a comprehensive transportation network akin to the interstate highways in America. However, instead of constructing roads, which fell under the government's purview, they chose to take inspiration from Russia's approach and planned to build a railway system spanning the entire country. By connecting it to every part of the country, it would grant Aaron unparalleled control over the transportation industry, allowing Aaron to hold a monopoly, further consolidating his influence and power. These were merely two of the significant projects outlined in the comprehensive plan for the new company. The report revealed numerous other endeavors, including water desalination and various other initiatives. As Aaron perused the document, a broad smile graced his face, and he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of satisfaction with what they had come up with. "This is an exceptional plan," Aaron remarked, placing the papers back on the table while the smile lingered upon his face. "I agree with you, sir," Nova said to Aaron, her voice laced with concern. "When they presented me with the plan, I conducted several simulations, and the results were indeed promising. However, we need to devise an explanation for the fusion reactor. If someone were to discover its existence, it could potentially lead us into a conflict with the world, similar to the bug zapper incident, but on a world scale." Aaron's smile wavered for a moment, his expression revealing his contemplation of the potential consequences. He furrowed his brow and posed a crucial question to Nova, seeking a possible solution. "How long would it take to construct a single reactor?" "Given that we lack the manufacturing foundation for such intricate technology, even with Rena's assistance in acquiring cutting-edge machines, it would take approximately a year to complete the entire construction process," Nova responded, her tone reflecting the practicality of the situation. As he processed Nova's response, he shifted his focus to another crucial aspect and inquired, "And how is the progress on the reverse engineering of the atomic printer?" "The conventional version has been successfully completed," she began, "but implementing it in the current real world is unfeasible due to the lack of necessary technology." Nova delivered her report, outlining the progress on the reverse engineering of the atomic printer. "And what about the runic version?" he asked. "For the runic version, the progress is nearing completion, but they have encountered an obstacle in the final step," Nova reported. "What seems to be the issue?" Aaron inquired, seeing if he could find a solution. Nova proceeded to provide a detailed report on the challenge they were facing with the runic version of the atomic printer. Although they have successfully reconstructed the atomic printer by integrating runes with conventional machines, and despite incorporating runic intent during its creation, they have yet to devise an effective method for accurately manipulating the runes, she explained. With a smile on his face, he stated, "If that happens to be the sole issue, I have a solution for it." As opened the system's shop to find the remedy for the problem. Chapter 147: The Solution. As he opened the shop, he searched for something that he remembered seeing during his previous search when he was searching for advanced computing technology to upgrade Nova's computer. And there it was. Runic computer. Utilizes runes as a medium for the storage and processing of information. It functions based on the principles of magic, enabling access to its capabilities through the use of runes. This unique approach allows the runic computer to price 2 billion SP. Upon reading the description and realizing that the price is 4 times higher than what he had previously paid for quantum computing technology, he was taken aback. "Now that option is no longer viable," he said as he glanced at the amount of SP he possessed. "Even though the game has been released and has amassed a significant following, I still don't have enough SP," he sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. "But do I really need to purchase the entire computing technology?" He pondered aloud, contemplating which specific technology would be most helpful in solving his current problem. "Show me precisely where they are encountering difficulties," Aaron requested, wanting to identify the specific point at which they were stuck. By doing so, he aimed to devise an affordable solution that would enable him to overcome the problem without having to wait for his SP to accumulate to a substantial amount. "Here is where they are encountering difficulties," Nova said, handing Aaron the details of the reverse engineering process. The specific part they were stuck on was highlighted in various colors to draw attention to it. Aaron began reading the report attentively, making an effort to comprehend everything to the best of his abilities. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would ask Nova to explain that particular part to him. After dedicating several hours to reading the report with unwavering focus and seeking frequent clarifications from Nova, Aaron finally succeeded in completing the entire document. "Seems like all I need is to acquire the knowledge on integrating the technology with the runes, enabling their interaction and mutual control," Aaron exclaimed, a smile forming on his face. He had finally discovered a potential solution that appeared to be affordable, sparing him the need to accumulate billions of SP. Although it may not provide a complete solution, it should be sufficient for you to produce the necessary machines for the runic atomic printer. You can then utilize it to create a conventional universal printer, which will subsequently reprint itself continuously, Nova said upon hearing Aaron's plan to address the situation. "That's all I need to resolve this, and once we successfully manufacture it, everything else will fall into place," Aaron stated, a smile adorning his face as he swiftly typed in what he needed from the system's shop. "There it is!" he explained, clicking on the search result to examine its details and determine if it could provide a solution to the problem they were encountering. Rune computer integration. This knowledge encompasses the fusion of runes with conventional technology. It was developed by the Elven Empire after the unification of the High Elves and Dark Elves into a single empire. The invention was necessary to facilitate seamless integration between the two races, as they employed distinct technologies. The Dark Elves utilized conventional computing technology, whereas the High Elves excelled in the mastery of runic arts. The High Elf scientist, Zyrk Aileron, collaborated with Elverindran, the Dark Elf scientist, to bring forth this groundbreaking invention, combining their expertise and knowledge to price, 100 million system points. As he observed the price, the smile on his face nearly faded, but it persevered, knowing that he could afford to purchase this technology. However, acquiring it would significantly deplete his SP, leaving him with only a minimal amount remaining. Since it will also have utility in other inventions, there is no downside to me acquiring it, Aaron stated, as he proceeded to purchase the knowledge without hesitation. The system wasted no time and promptly began assimilating the knowledge into Aaron's brain. Throughout the entire process, Nova, together with Aaron, patiently waited for the system to finish the assimilation. The instant the assimilation process was complete, Aaron wasted no time and said, "Nova, it's done!" Understanding the meaning behind Aaron's words, Nova promptly attempted to access his brain in order to download his brain data. As usual, a screen appeared before Aaron, seeking his permission for the attempted access to his brain data. As soon as Aaron granted his approval, Nova received access to the brain data, wasting no time in retrieving the newly acquired knowledge. After analyzing it, she transmitted the information to the minds of all the researchers in Lab City, ensuring they could incorporate it into their technological endeavors immediately. Which mineral on Earth meets the minimum requirements to be used as the medium for the integration device? Knowing that she was done, he asked. Tanzanite is the closest known material on Earth that can serve as the medium and provide sufficient effectiveness for the device to function without issues for a limited duration. Nova responded to Aaron's question, having analyzed the knowledge and simulated the required materials beforehand while showing Aaron the information about Tanzanite. If I were to attempt purchasing Tanzanite from the market myself, it would be challenging to accumulate a sufficient amount for multiple trials in creating the medium. Ask Rena to gather as much Tanzanite as she can obtain, Aaron stated after reviewing the information about Tanzanite presented by Nova. A short while later, Nova relayed the message from Ava, saying, Ava responded and mentioned that Rena will send whatever she manages to purchase within 2 weeks. Good, Aaron replied with a smile on his face, his attention shifting back to rereading the plans devised by the think tanks. January 1st. Adolf walked calmly towards the podium in a makeshift press conference room, specifically designed to accommodate the hundreds of reporters from various corners of the world. The country's coup captured the attention of the world. However, what made this coup particularly intriguing was the ongoing speculation surrounding its execution. As time passed, increasingly peculiar discoveries emerged, making it nearly impossible for most people to shift their focus to other matters. The topic of the coup continued to dominate discussions and fuel curiosity among individuals. One of the peculiarities surrounding the coup was the international broadcast of the parade. Individuals who had posted the domestic feed realized that the rest of the world was viewing an entirely different broadcast. This discrepancy sparked lengthy debates and discussions, with people arguing over which feed was the original and which one might have been manipulated or edited. As is often the case, self-proclaimed experts emerged, attempting to discredit the domestic feed by offering their own explanations. However, their attempts were quickly debunked when genuine experts appeared, exposing the fallacy of their fabricated explanations, leaving them embarrassed and the situation more complicated than it was before. This was just one of the many attention-grabbing aspects of the coup, which not only puzzled ordinary people, but also intrigued governments. Task teams were established by the government to investigate and uncover the true methods and intricacies behind the coup. As Alexander reached the podium, the flashes from the cameras taking pictures nearly doubled, causing him to squint his eyes slightly until he adjusted to the bright light. MHHH. He cleared his throat, instantly hushing the room into silence as everyone eagerly anticipated his next words. "Good morning, everyone," he began by greeting, pausing briefly before continuing his speech. "As many of you are aware, today marks the day when the new Constitution of Eden will replace the old, eliminating any remnants of the previous dictatorship within our government. While it may seem contradictory that a government purportedly for the people has crafted the Constitution without direct public involvement, I assure you that the majority of its content will be subject to amendments within the next 2 years, once we have gathered and considered the input of the public. Only a select few articles will remain unamendable, carefully designed to prevent any individual with a significant following from introducing the same horrors inflicted upon our citizens by the previous regime. In the new Constitution, there are only 3 such articles that cannot be amended. Firstly, the Bill of Rights is enshrined to ensure the perpetual protection of citizens' rights. Secondly, the structure of the government is safeguarded to prevent the concentration of power. And finally, the dissolution of the military and its institutions to prevent its misuse against the people, similar to what happened in the previous regime. Having delivered this statement, he paused, allowing those watching the press conference to absorb and contemplate the information he had just shared. The expected reaction unfolded before him, evident in the expressions of the reporters in the room. They grasped the rationale behind the first 2 articles and their importance in safeguarding the rights and preventing abuse of power. However, the inclusion of the 3rd article appeared to catch them off guard, leaving them puzzled and intrigued. Chapter 148: The Press Conference. As the reporter eagerly raised their hand, seeking further clarification, Alexander swiftly interjected. "Questions will be entertained once I have concluded my planned remarks." His response prompted the reporter to lower their hand, acquiescing to his request and allowing him to proceed with his speech uninterrupted. Moving on to the first article, which pertains to the Bill of Rights. This section encompasses the fundamental rights and freedoms inherent to all individuals, which shall be inviolable and protected from infringement by the state or any other entity. These rights and freedoms include, but are not limited to, the following: freedom of speech, religion, and assembly, the right to a fair trial and due process of law, the right to privacy and protection against unreasonable searches and seizures, the right to own property and pursue happiness and prosperity, the right to engage in the political process and be represented in government, the right to access education, healthcare, and other essential services necessary for a decent standard of living, and the right to be free from discrimination based on race, gender, ethnicity, religion, or any other arbitrary factor. There are limitations on the exercise of rights and freedoms, which are defined by law and outlined in this Constitution. These limitations aim to protect the rights and freedoms of others and uphold the public welfare. No individual shall be permitted to misuse their rights and freedoms to cause harm to others or to disturb the peace and stability of society. Alexander paused to catch his breath after reading through the extensive list of rights and freedoms, allowing a moment of silence to let the audience process the information he had just conveyed. As for the second article, which pertains to the structure of the government, it focuses on the principle of separation of powers. The powers of the government shall be divided among 4 distinct branches: the legislative, the executive, the judiciary, and the oversight. The legislative power will be entrusted to a unicameral parliament, whose members will be elected by the people through free and fair elections. The parliament will be empowered to enact laws, impose taxes, and approve the national budget. The executive power will be held by a president, who will be elected by the people through free and fair elections and serve a single term of 8 years. The president will serve as the head of state and government, responsible for executing the laws of the country and ensuring the well-being of the public. The judicial power will be entrusted to a system of courts, with judges appointed by the President upon the advice and consent of the Parliament. These courts will have the authority to interpret the laws, settle conflicts between individuals and organizations, and uphold justice within the country's legal framework. The oversight branch, as its name suggests, will have the task of evaluating the laws and policies enacted by the government. Its role is to ensure that these laws and policies align with the current and future-oriented objectives of the country. By conducting thorough assessments, the oversight branch will contribute to maintaining a balanced and effective governance system. As for the third article concerning the dissolution of the military and its institutions, it is crucial to address the issue of national security. With the abolition of the military, we recognize the need for an alternative mechanism to safeguard our nation's rights and prevent any exploitation. After an extensive and confidential evaluation process, we have made the decision to entrust this responsibility to Ares. Alexander's statement left the audience intrigued about the details surrounding this arrangement, as he moved on with his speech without providing further information. His speech continued for over half an hour, delving into the plans he had for the country and outlining the path they would be taking as a nation moving forward. He discussed various aspects, including economic reforms, infrastructure development, education, healthcare, and social welfare. "Now, I will be taking your questions," Alexander announced, prompting a flurry of raised hands from the reporters in the room. After pointing to a reporter, Alexander nodded and gestured for her to speak. The reporter quickly introduced herself and wasted no time in getting to the question. "I think many people are wondering what or who is Ares, since you just mentioned the name. Could you provide some more information about it?" she inquired with curiosity in her voice. "More details will be released when everything about them is completed and they are ready. The secrecy is necessary for national security reasons," Alexander responded, his smile unwavering. "I understand that citizens may be curious, but I kindly ask for their patience in this matter. Rest assured, transparency will be maintained as much as possible, and updates will be provided at the appropriate time." Another reporter, who introduced himself as a CNN correspondent, asked, "What was the reason behind your decision to establish a single 8-year term for the president?" "We opted for a single 8-year term because our evaluation of presidents in numerous developed countries revealed a pattern where many of them prioritize short-term gains to secure their chances of re-election, often at the expense of the country's long-term interests. The 8-year duration allows the president ample time to formulate and execute long-term plans for the nation, ensuring they can see them through completion within a single term. This approach helps us avoid the pitfalls observed in countries with shorter presidential terms," elaborated Alexander, shedding more light on the rationale behind their decision. "Could you explain the rationale behind your decision to introduce a new branch of government? Additionally, could you clarify the responsibilities this new branch will undertake?" Al Jazeera's reporter inquired. "This branch will have the responsibility of ensuring that the country does not pursue short-term development initiatives that could potentially harm its citizens in the long run," Alexander replied, swiftly moving on to another reporter's question. "When is the first election in the country scheduled to take place?" a Russia One reporter inquired. "We have not yet made a final decision on the exact date, but we anticipate that the first election will take place within the next year or two. It is essential for us to allocate sufficient time to ensure that every elected position contributes meaningfully to the nation's welfare and is not merely a means to squander taxpayers' money," he answered. A Fox News reporter asked, "What will happen to Adolf?" He will be subjected to a fair trial, just like any other citizen of the country, and will receive the same punishment that any citizen who has committed a similar crime would receive. Alexander answered. What will happen to those who were falsely accused and imprisoned by the previous government? An NHK reporter asked. They have the option to apply for the reopening of their cases. If it is determined that they were falsely accused, they will be released from prison and provided with compensation for the wrongful time they spent incarcerated as a means to compensate for the time they lost, he answered and continued choosing another reporter for them to ask their questions. There are international speculations suggesting that certain countries have offered various types of support, including financial assistance, in exchange for the allocation of islands to establish military bases to benefit from your country's positioning. Is there any truth to these speculations? And if so, have you made a decision regarding which country you will be choosing? A China Central Television reporter asked. Although the allegations are true, we have made the decision to maintain neutrality and refrain from choosing any country. Our aim is to prevent the escalation of tensions in the world, Alexander replied. The press conference continued for over an hour, covering a wide range of topics, as the reporters utilized this opportunity to address the pressing questions to the new government. It served as a significant platform for obtaining detailed information, as prior to this conference, the government had only made announcements without providing further elaboration or details. The reporters made the most of this occasion to inquire about various aspects concerning the functioning and policies of the newly established government. He is truly adept at public speaking, Aaron remarked, observing the press conference where Alexander answered each question with professionalism and poise. Nova responded to Aaron's statement, saying, "If Alexander had indeed memorized the documents I provided him, it's no surprise that someone skilled at public speaking would have no trouble appearing as a proficient speaker." And how is the public reacting? He asked, disregarding her attempt at humble bragging. Nova summarized the public and international watchers' reactions to the press conference for Aaron, stating, "While it is generally positive, many individuals are still curious about the identity of Ares and why they were chosen for outsourcing over well-known mercenaries like Blackwater and others who have established their combat prowess. Some people are focusing their attention on gathering more information about the fourth government branch and searching for similar models implemented by other nations. However, the prevailing impression is that Alexander is dedicated to building a nation that prioritizes long-term planning, instead of pursuing short-term gains to impress the public, which could ultimately harm the country in the long run and jeopardize chances of the nation's future development. Looks like everything went according to plan. It's time I return to my attempt at making of the medium, Aaron said as he immediately logged off and returned to continue his attempt at making the medium for the Roon computer integration module. Chapter 149, starting the production. 3 weeks before the press conference. Aaron could be seen in his usual position, laying on the bed, with the headgear securely on his head. However, something was different today. He was sound asleep, both in the real world and the universal simulation he was currently logged in, which was a rare occurrence. Inside the universal simulation, Nova calmly observed Aaron peacefully sleeping. It was a forced sleep, designed to prevent any mishaps from happening while Aaron underwent the process of knowledge assimilation. Unlike previous instances, this time Aaron was receiving knowledge directly from his headset, which was the first time, rather than it being done by his system. Even though Nova had conducted numerous tests that indicated there was no necessity to put Aaron to sleep, she decided to err on the side of caution due to her not possessing complete and fully accurate data about the condition of the VR headgear and wanted to eliminate any chances of potential problems. As an additional precautionary measure, the door leading to the room he was in was heavily secured, prepared to ward off any potential interruptions that could arise and disrupt Aaron's assimilation process. For real-time hours later. "Ah, my head!" Aaron groaned as Nova gently woke him up, instinctively reaching for his forehead, groaning in discomfort caused by the throbbing headache he was experiencing. "It will pass shortly," Nova assured him, her voice comforting, as she gently massaged his forehead. Utilizing her control and authority within the universal simulation, she gradually diminished the pain, allowing Aaron to slowly relax. "Huh? What is this?" Aaron curiously asked, finally realizing that the system's blue screen was displayed right in front of him. "Ah!" Aaron exclaimed, as the realization dawned upon him. It was the customary reward he received for utilizing the system's knowledge, and this time he had been granted one for successfully assimilating the knowledge of atomic printers into his mind using the assimilation technique. After taking a few moments to calm himself down, he spoke up, saying, "Materialize the materials I require for trials, since I need to make it completely assimilate into my brain," talking about the well-known weakness of knowledge assimilation when it is conducted in a device that was not specifically designed for such purposes. As usual, Nova materialized all the necessary materials, ensuring that this time all the machines Aaron would be using for trials were of the same generation accessible for him in the real world, wanting to provide a seamless experience and replicate the conditions he would encounter outside the simulation. Over the next 3 weeks, Aaron diligently conducted his trials, aiming to ensure a flawless production when he eventually started the production of the machine in the real world. He faced many failures in the beginning, but with perseverance, he achieved a few successes, allowing him to gain the confidence to carry out the process in the real world. Coincidentally, this newfound assurance coincided with Alexander's press conference to the world. Back to today. After logging out, Aaron swiftly departed from the room and headed straight towards one of the renovated warehouses located in the temporary base of Ares. This facility had been utilized by his private forces as they made preparations for the coup, but soon they will be moving out and only use it as an emergency weapons warehouse. A considerable amount of time had passed since Aaron left the presidential palace, as it was no longer suitable for him to reside there. Instead, he relocated to the current location, where they had ample space for the delivery and storage of the large machines he required for his endeavors. As Aaron swung open the gate to the warehouse, he couldn't contain his amazement and exclaimed, "Wow!" when he laid eyes on the array of machines nestled within. Although Aaron had witnessed their arrival, the machines had remained concealed beneath their covers. Due to his intense focus on practicing the assimilated knowledge, he hadn't found the time to inspect them closely. Thus, as he stood there, it marked the first occasion he beheld the machines after they had been unveiled, assembled, and patiently awaited his utilization of them. "Having a president on your side certainly makes things easier," Aaron remarked, recalling how effortlessly he acquired ownership of the manufacturing machines. The government had seized these machines, which were controlled by companies under Adolf's influence, enabling Aaron to obtain them for his own purposes. "You could have used Rena to get your hands on the latest generation of the same machines," Nova jokingly complained, playfully talking about the alternative approach. "It would take too long for the new generation of these machines to arrive," Aaron explained. "Additionally, despite the government being taken over and many countries lifting their sanctions against Eden, America still maintains its sanctions. They claim that they are waiting for the Constitution of Eden to be revealed before making their decision. So, Instead of wasting time waiting for new machines that would have to be smuggled out of America, these existing machines can fulfill our immediate requirements," Aaron said as he powered on the machines, preparing to commence his work. Indeed, with Alexander's announcement that Eden will remain neutral and not take sides, and Rena's promise for America's acknowledgement of the new government, the sanctions have no choice but to be dropped, Nova replied, reminding Aaron of Rena's promise. "Yeah, I know. Time to get to work," Aaron said, wasting no time as he began preparing the CNC machines for manufacturing. He started by carefully selecting the appropriate cutting tools, fixtures, and work-holding devices necessary for machining the aluminum blocks that are going to be turned into the parts of the printer. Simultaneously, Nova began calibrating the machines and programming them with the specific instructions required to accomplish the tasks at hand. Once the machines were properly calibrated, Aaron proceeded to load the aluminum blocks onto the work table of each CNC machine. Immediately after he completed loading them, guided by the programmed instructions, the CNC machines commenced their precise work of cutting, milling, and drilling the aluminum blocks, embarking on a journey to create intricate features and achieve the desired precise dimensions according to Nova's design. Observing the machines diligently carrying out their tasks, Aaron stood and watched for a minute, observing how the 4 CNC machines were seamlessly executing their respective works. Aware that the machining of the aluminum blocks would require several hours, Aaron decided to utilize this time to fabricate the medium necessary for the computer to manipulate the runes. "Let's begin with the production of the integration module," Aaron stated as he carried the crate that was covered in a clean sheet from the corner of the room and placed it on the table, before carefully opening it, revealing its contents. Upon seeing what was inside, Aaron said, "Although I anticipated her exceeding my expectations in terms of quantity, she truly went above and beyond and exceeded my expectations of her exceeding my expectations." He was taken aback by the significant amount of tanzanite that Rena had collected within just 2 weeks and sent to him. Nova, observing the amount through the cameras in the room, added, "It is enough for you to create at least 3 mediums as a redundancy in case one of them fails during production." "As they say, you can't be too careful," Aaron remarked as started working on the integration medium. Chapter 150: The Production. He chose a square aluminum plate measuring 1 meter and proceeded to the adjacent room. He sought a quiet space that would enable him to focus, as the task ahead demanded a significant amount of his concentration for an extended period of time, which had taken him a very long time to train on it within the universal simulation. After closing the door behind him, he placed the aluminum plate on the floor and took a seat beside it. "Time to concentrate," he said to himself, taking deep breaths to calm his mind and gather focus before he begins. Once he had calmed down sufficiently, he extended his right hand toward the plate, forming it into a gun-like shape with 2 fingers outstretched, and immediately began channeling mana to the tips of these 2 fingers, focusing on accumulating the energy there. The mana concentration steadily increased as he kept it contained at the fingertip, not allowing it to disperse elsewhere, solely focusing on building up the energy until the mana had reached a sufficient concentration. With a deliberate focus, Aaron released mana from his fingertips, channeling it into concentrated parallel beams. The beams gracefully traversed a short distance before he swiftly halted their motion, causing them to instantly intersect and merge at the tip. In a seamless motion, they formed a triangular shape with the apex pointing directly toward the aluminum plate resting on the floor. As soon as the triangle was formed by the 2 golden beams, Aaron began carving intricate pathways onto the aluminum plate. With each movement of his fingers, a trail of golden lines appeared, marking the path he traced on the surface of the plate. He painstakingly continued to carve the lines with precision, transforming the aluminum plate into a complex network resembling intricate circuitry. As the lines extended and interwove, the plate gradually assumed an appearance similar to that of mana pathways, trying to emulate the intricate channels within Aaron's own body that facilitated the manipulation of mana. For over 3 hours, Aaron remained completely focused, his hand and eyes the only parts of him in motion. He did not allow himself a single moment of rest, aware that any interruption would necessitate starting the intricate process from scratch, resulting in a significant waste of time. "Phew!" Aaron exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping away the beads of sweat that had accumulated on his forehead after prolonged concentration. "The first step is finally done," he remarked, acknowledging the completion of this initial phase. "Congratulations, sir, but the machining process has been completed, and it's time to replace the aluminum blocks to avoid any unnecessary time wastage," Nova informed Aaron after she allowed him a moment to bask in the pride of his achievement and offer her congratulations. "On it," he replied. Rising from the spot where he had been sitting for over 3 hours, Aaron walked without feeling any cramps in his legs. His enhanced body, continuously augmented, had prevented restriction of blood flow despite the prolonged period of sitting. He made his way back to the machining room and carefully removed the completed parts from the CNC machines. Using a cleaning rune, he cleaned the freshly machined components before placing them on a clean table for storage. He then retrieved new blocks of aluminum and inserted them into the CNC machines before Nova initiated the machines once again, and they resumed their work, efficiently machining the newly added parts. He then returned to the room where the plate with the beautifully drawn mana circuitry awaited him. Taking his previous position, he resumed his focus, settling into the familiar posture he had maintained while creating the pathways. Once again, he directed his attention and concentration toward the task at hand. After re-establishing his concentration, he proceeded with the second phase of his task. Guiding his 2 fingers to a specific section of the mana circuitry, intentionally left open-ended for this purpose, he began the meticulous process of engraving runic letters. Each stroke was executed with the utmost care, deliberate precision, and unwavering focus, ensuring that the runic inscriptions were etched onto the open end of the circuitry with absolute accuracy. Letter by letter, the runic script was meticulously engraved into the plate, forming a beautiful and intricate word. However, Aaron didn't cease supplying mana to the runic word. This time, he closed his eyes, delving deeper into his concentration, fully aware of the significance of the moment. As he was using runic intent for the first time in the real world, it demanded every ounce of focus he could muster, and he immersed himself completely in the task at hand. The runic word, now radiant with a gentle glow, pulsated rhythmically at various intervals as Aaron continued to pour his intent into the flow of mana directed towards the word, guiding it with purpose. Slowly but surely, his focused intention instructed the mana, defining its purpose and the desired outcome he expected it to achieve. The pulsating glow of the runic word became a manifestation of the instructions embedded within, and a testament to Aaron's intent. The pulsations continued relentlessly, intensifying and diminishing in varying intervals, persisting for over 4 consecutive hours. However, as the 5th hour approached, an unprecedented transformation occurred. The pulsating runic word accelerated its rhythm, the speed doubling with each passing second. Its pulsations became so rapid and intense that they appeared to vanish entirely, leaving the word motionless and still. The once dynamic and vibrant display now gave way to a serene and static presence. This state persisted for more than 5 minutes, during which an enormous amount of mana was being drained from Eren with each passing second. As the 10th minute approached, the runic word began a gradual shift in color, transitioning from its original golden hue to a gradual whitening. Simultaneously, visible blood vessels started appearing on Eren's concentrated form, indicating the strain caused by the immense mana expenditure. Eren's runic heart worked tirelessly, absorbing and collecting mana from the surrounding atmosphere, preventing his body from entering a state of mana deprivation. TRRRRM. A resonant sound echoed through the room as the runic word reached its final state, transforming into a pristine shade of white. Eren's eyes slowly opened, revealing a mixture of anticipation and excitement as he beheld the outcome of his arduous 5-hour endeavor. "You?" Eren exhaled a long sigh of relief as his eyes beheld the runic word, now completely transformed into a brilliant shade of white. A smile began to spread across his face, a reflection of his deep satisfaction and joy at witnessing the successful completion of his laborious task. "I suspect that I would have fainted if it had continued for just a few more minutes," Eren remarked, the smile still gracing his face. Nova playfully chided Eren, you could have started with the easier ones that required just a few instructions. But no, you had to dive straight into the hardest one from the beginning." "I felt it was necessary to tackle the hardest one first," Eren explained, a proud smile on his face. "If I had saved it for last and made a mistake, I would have had to start the entire process from scratch. But now that I've succeeded with the most challenging part, the chances of the rest failing are nearly zero. It was a calculated risk, and I'm glad it paid off." Nova voiced her disagreement once more, stating, "I still believe it would have been wiser for you to begin with a mid-level rune before venturing into using runic intent on the hardest one." Eren remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the radiant white runic word, a proud smile adorning his face. Deep within, he knew that he had every reason to feel immense pride for this remarkable achievement. "Sir, you need to replace the machine part with new blocks," Nova interjected, instantly dispelling the prideful expression from Eren's face. Her reminder served as a stark reality check, reminding him that he had barely made progress and still had a long way to go to achieve his ultimate goal. Eren stood up from his seated position, made his way back to the machine room, and repeated the familiar process. He removed the completed parts from the CNC machine, carefully cleaning them before placing them on the designated table. In their place, he inserted fresh blocks of aluminum, followed by Nova initiating the machine once more. Satisfied that the process was underway, he returned to the room, ready to resume his work. Upon his return to the room, Eren settled back into his familiar position, seated and ready to continue his work. Just as before, he focused his efforts on regaining his concentration, allowing his mind to settle and his focus to sharpen once again. Once again, Eren positioned his finger on another open section of the mana vein and began the meticulous process of engraving a new runic word. With steady precision, he carefully etched the runic symbols until the word was fully formed. As usual, his task didn't end there, as he continued infusing mana into the runic word, imbuing it with his intent to ensure that the runic word would serve a specific purpose, tailored to his desired outcome, rather than functioning solely based on its inherent properties. Eren diligently continued the process of writing runes on another open end of the mana circuit, infusing them with intent, and allowing himself a short break to rejuvenate. After a few minutes of respite, he would rise from his seat and proceed to the machine room. There, he would carefully remove the completed part, replacing it with a fresh block of aluminum before returning to the room to resume his work. This singular task consumed Aaron's time unfalteringly for an entire month without any interruption. To maximize his productivity, he used the VR headset, enabling him to experience 5 hours of restful sleep within a single hour of real-world time.